Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to an awesome tutorial. In this one, I'm going to teach you how to create a blog, a PHP blog from scratch. So we're going to do everything in here from learning how to create this using Bootstrap, because we're going to use Bootstrap to create the user interface. We're going to learn how to upload images, how to crop, how to resize the images that we upload using PHP, how to create all of this, how to query blog posts like here. So these are blog posts. We even have pagination, so we're going to learn some pagination as well. Next, first page like that. If we click on one of these, we get the full context of the blog post, like this one here, with more images down there and so on. We have a search here where we can just type something to search for. Let's say any post with the word post in it. These are one of those. Let's search for something else, and there it is. If you want, you can click a specific category, that's sports, and let's do crime. There are two in crime, and lifestyle, there's one. And then just an ordinary contact page, that's just a static page there. And then here we have also the admin section. So we have a basic dashboard here which shows you how many admins, how many users, how many posts, how many categories you have. Then you can go specific here. We also have pagination on this table. You can create user accounts. Like this user has no image, we can just click to edit, click on that and give them a nice image and save. Now the user has an image. We can add a new user. Add new user here. We can delete a user if we want. Categories, here it shows you which category is active, which one is the link, the slug, the name of the category. So if I want to disable this one, I can click edit and then say not active, save. Now it's no longer active. Same thing with posts. Here in posts we can add a new post if we want. The post has this HTML editor which can help you to format your text to anything you want, like that. You can add tables in this content. You can also add images if you please within your content and format everything as needed. Okay, and then you can save and also add a featured image there and hit create, select a category, and so on. There's also pagination here as you are viewing these things. All right, so I'm hoping that you're going to learn a lot because there's so much here. If we sign out, there's also the login page, there it is, and the sign up page, there it is. So we're going to learn how to create all of this. All right, now in order to be able to follow along better on this tutorial, you must at least know the basics of PHP, what functions are, what are conditions, etc., etc. So the basics, as long as you know those, you should be good to go. If you don't, there are links in the description for you to find videos that I've done on those as well. So HTML video and then PHP beginner video. After that, you can come back and watch this tutorial. But if you already know the basics of PHP, then you're good to go. This video is going to be about 8 hours long, so I hope I don't lose any of you along the way. Alrighty then. To get started, let's get a few resources from the internet, of course. Okay, so what we want here is Bootstrap. Now we can create our own CSS, that's fine, which I did in previous tutorials, but they tend to become too long. So it's better we use Bootstrap. That speeds things up quite a bit. So Bootstrap is simply a CSS file that other people already created, which we can use instead of creating our CSS from scratch. Okay, that speeds things up. And then if you click on examples here, if I click on here, you can download these examples. So you're going to get a zip file once you download this. And these are examples of some designs that were already created to get you started. So we can use some of this instead of starting from scratch. For example, we can use the sign in and log in and the dashboard for admin, and then this blog page right here. So at least this will help us get some kind of a template to begin with. Okay, so that's cool. We'll get some of this. So once you download that, put it on your system, we can also get some headers from here, which is awesome. And then from there, click on icons here, and then this will take you to the icons page. And then if you click on the current version here, it will take you to a GitHub repository here where you can click the zip file to download the Bootstrap icons. Currently, this version 1.91, but it doesn't matter the version you're using. Even the Bootstrap version does not matter. So in case you're watching this in the future where this Bootstrap version is outdated, don't worry, just get the latest version, and you can Google what each of the classes I'm going to be using were changed to, just in case something really big changed. Or if you don't want to use Bootstrap, just download a template that already exists, HTML template, or create your own template using CSS and HTML. No worries there. The icons, you can use icons from anywhere. You can use images as well, so you don't really need the Bootstrap icons. You can actually download actual images and use those instead, so don't worry about it. And then we need a Wysiwyg editor. So this is what you see. It's like this. What you see is what you get. I think it's like this. It's called a Wysiwyg editor. What you see is what you get, so that I can type some stuff here. Instead of just typing text like in a normal text editor, I can format this text by maybe changing the text color, etc., etc. That way, there's formatting, there's HTML formatting in here. You can click here to see the actual code, and this is what the editor does in the background for you. So instead of you having to type HTML, you just type normally like you are typing in Microsoft Word. That would design the page. So this is good for blogs because it's easy to design a page. You can even add images to this content right here, which is awesome as well. So we can download this Wysiwyg editor. This one is summernote.org, but you can use any Wysiwyg editor. Some of them are paid, some of them are free. This one is free. So if you click on Get Started here, you can download the compiled version. So if I click download right there, it's going to begin the download process, which is there. So Summernote, I think I already have a version here. So once that's done, that's good. Then now we go to the main component, which is XAMPP. So we need a server, we need PHP, and we also need, what do we need? A database. So this one brings 3 of those. So it gives us a database, a web server, and PHP. So just download XAMPP and install it. Now, if XAMPP doesn't work for you, try WAMP for Windows, or you can also download MAMP for Macintosh. So depending on what you want, if this doesn't work, this should work for all computers, but sometimes it doesn't work very well, especially for Mac. So just get the MAMP version. Once you get that, install it on your drive. So once you finish installing, run the control panel from your start menu and just make sure that Apache and MySQL are started. So click start on each one of these to make sure that you have a database and a web server. So good. Then grab some stock images on the internet, just so we don't have, you can have something to add for images. So they don't have to be square images, any images will do just fine. And then finally, we're going to need an image slider for the home page. Now we can create the image slider from scratch, which I decided maybe we should do, but that's going to consume a lot of time. So instead, we're going to get one that's already designed. So there's a website here, imageslidermaker.com. Now there are many that you can use online. Just search for image slider creator online or something, and then I like this one. It's free and I don't need to sign up or anything like that. So when you click Get Started Now, it takes you to this page right here where you can see your design over here. So before downloading this, you can do a little bit of designing. First of all, how many images do you want here? If you want more images, just click there to add one more. So now at least we have 4 images. That's cool. Do you want this blocked or rounded? So you can go step by step on each category. Right now we are here. You can adjust how things work. So take your time and make your adjustments here as you wish. I want this to have sharp corners, so I'll click here to, there's this one rounded and more rounded, but I want this one sharp like that. Percentage, good. You can change the transition. I want it to be a fade transition. Do you want this to loop? So currently they don't move on their own, but if I click here to loop, here they'll run once, here they'll loop once, and here they'll loop forever, which is good. If you hover on this thing here to show you what effect you want to add, here's the speed of the change of images. You can make it lightning fast, kangaroo or tortoise slow. That's entirely up to you. So you get to choose which one of these is best for you. So the beauty of this is you can edit this, export your CSS and HTML, and then later on come and change it if you want. The buttons here are this kind of square. I want circle, so I'll click here. Now they look rounded, which is nice. If you don't like these radio buttons, you can switch them off like that, or you can switch them back on. And then these are the back and forward buttons. Do you need these buttons there? You can switch them off if you want, so that they're not there. Same as the pause button. Where is that? I guess the pause button stays, it seems. But I'll leave these on like this. So if you want, you can you don't even need to type anything. You can just get the default values. They're still good. And then you export. So the slider element ID is my slider. We just leave it as the default. And then all you need to do is click to download a zip. Now you can click here to have a preview of what you've created, but I think I'm good with this. So click download zip file. And this is use this button to download your slider code. Anything you need is contained in the zip file. Thank you very much. So click there, and there it is, image slider maker.zip. Very good. So at least I have summer note, I have image slider, and make sure you have Bootstrap icons and XAMPP installed. So once you have everything I have mentioned here done, then we are ready to begin. So let me move all the files that I've gotten here into one place. Also, by the way, actually we don't need any fonts. I wanted to get fonts, but we don't need those because Bootstrap comes already with a font there, so that's good enough. All right, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and get started. All right, so I've created a folder in drive C where that's where my XAMPP folder is. So that's C, XAMPP, and then I went to a folder called htdocs. This is where all my websites are in htdocs. And then I've created a folder in there called blog where I have put all this stuff here. So this is stuff I asked you to download. This is Bootstrap distribution, the actual Bootstrap file, which is here. If you go to Get Bootstrap, go to the docs here, click on docs, and then click on download here. This is where you go to download Bootstrap. Okay, so Bootstrap, just a CSS file, click download there. Always download the compiled versions. Okay, so once we are done with that, there is Bootstrap examples, which we saw there, and then the Bootstrap icons, and then the image slider, and then summer note for our editor. And then I have an images folder here where I have downloaded just a couple of images to suit my needs. And here I have a logo that I just got from the internet. This can be anything. So these images can be any images you want. Okay, so let's extract each one of these to its respective folders. So let's do that, extract. Now that I've done the extracting, I don't need any of these zip folders because I have copies of these anyway. So I'll delete them to release. Now let's deal with icons, right? So icons in here, if I open the icons, this is what folder I get, and this is what I get. Now I'm looking for the CSS file in here. So I just search for CSS. So this is a bootstrap icons.css file. So I'm just going to copy this file, get back in the blogs folder. I'm just going to put a CSS folder. Okay. And then I'll paste that CSS file there. This is the only file we need. Oh, actually we need more. So back in the icons, copy the fonts folder back here in the CSS. Make sure the fonts folder is exactly in the same location as the CSS file. Okay, and then once we've gotten just those two things, we don't need this bootstrap icons folder anymore. So let's delete that permanently. Great. And what else do we need? We can create another folder to put all the assets. So let's say assets like that. And make sure all your folder names are small letters. Very important, because Linux is case sensitive when you move your blog to online. So let's move these to images and CSS into assets. There we go. Let's move the image slider maker as well. Let's see what's inside here. And this is what we got. So we got image slider M. This is an example here of what we've done. So if I click on it, it's going to load the slider. And this is the slider, as you can see, as we created it. Cool beans. So it's working just fine. So in case you get lost on what to do or how to get it work, that's all you need to do. Where am I here? I am lost. Okay, you can just copy the code that is inside the example here. Okay, cool. So what we would do is we'll grab this whole thing, image slider maker. I'll just rename this to slider so it's easier to type, right? Then I'll cut this, come back in blog assets and paste it there. So we have slider, that's good, in our assets. And so this folder can go. Okay, then that's cool. So now we have bootstrap examples, and then we have the bootstrap distribution. So let's go in there. Let's come in here. So we have the CSS and JS files, right? So let's go back here. Let me just rename this to bootstrap. So rename. Let me do this. I'll just say bootstrap. There we go. Cut this, move it into the assets, paste like that. Okay, cool. So which means then bootstrap examples will remain. This folder we don't need anymore. And then we have SummerNote as well. This is the version of SummerNote. Let me just rename this, or let me open that. Okay, so everything is right here. That's cool. I'm just going to rename it to an easier name, just like SummerNote as it is. Then move it in the assets folder. Very nice. Now, bootstrap examples, we're just going to use this code that is here. We won't need most of this. We'll delete it in the end. But what we want is the CSS and HTML from the certain pages. So we'll leave this as it is for now. Okay, so in order to see any of this, what we want to start with though is the sign in and login page. So we have this sign in folder here in the bootstrap examples. So if I click there and click the index.html, this is what we get. So this is good enough. We can put our own logo there and then please sign in. So looks good enough, right? Right. So from this, let's grab this and sorry, excuse me, and start designing our pages. So let's start with the login and sign up pages. Okay, so I'm going to open a text editor. So you can use any text editor of your choice. It could be VS Code. I'm using Sublime Text. And to make things a little bit easier, I'm just going to drag and drop my blog folder into right there, like so. Okay, so drag and drop it there. And let's get back to blog here. Let's organize our code a little bit more. So this bootstrap, we'll leave this here. Actually, let's just put it in assets so that it's not so disturbing here. Okay, so what I want to do is create two folders. One is going to be the app that we create, and the other folder is going to be the public folder. All right, so in this tutorial, I'm going to avoid using object-oriented PHP to make it easier for learners to learn as well, but please be reminded that OOP is the way to go. So I have a playlist for object-oriented programming, which you can check out to help you with the basics. So we have app and we have public. So our public folder is the folder that assets will go in. This is the folder, that's the landing folder. So when you type on your website and say www.mywebsite.com, this is the folder that it's going to be opened on your server. This folder will be beyond reach because it will be outside the public folder. This is why I do it this way. We'll put the app folder where the important files are, out of reach of the public, in the public here. And some of you have asked why we have to put things in the public folder, and then it means we have to put public in our URL. But don't worry about that. That public is only for when you're working on your localhost. Once you move to the live server, you don't have to type the /public in the URL. So don't worry about it and trying to hide it. There's no point in doing that because that's just for you when you're working. And when you put your website online, it's not going to have that /public. So I do have a tutorial on how to upload your website online, so you can check that out as well. Okay, so here we have app, right? So inside app, let's create a few more folders. So we're going to have a core folder which will contain the core files of the application. And then we can have models, or what we call classes if you want. So you can call them either models or classes. That's up to you. But for the sake of maybe trying to be MVC correct, we're going to call them models. And then usually when you're using MVC, you have what is known as controllers, but we don't want to go that deep. So I'm just going to say pages here. So everything will be in one place. The page, we're not going to separate the views and the controller, but we can do that if we want to, no problem. That's up to you. So I don't know, I'm a bit conflicted here which direction we should go, how complex I should make this, but I want to keep it as simple as possible. So I'll just say pages like that there. Okay, so core, model, pages, cool. This is all we need. All right, now for now, we're not going to follow that format. We're just going to put everything in our public folder. So here we're going to have our index page. So I'm going to create a page. Now it's better to do that in your text editor, obviously. So right click on the public folder, new file, and save this file as index.php. So let me try and explain a little bit how this is going to flow. Okay. Now, normally what happens is when you're using MVC, which we should be using, but we can still do without it. So what will happen is that you have a URL here. Somebody types a URL in your link. And then what happens is this is sent to what is known as a router. So this router determines what pages to load depending on what content is in the URL. Okay, so if there's profile there, then it means the user wants to access the profile page, right? So the router here is just going to go inside the app folder and check where there are pages and say, okay, do we have this page in particular? Like that. Okay, so the router would be like, okay, what page do I load? Does this page exist? If the page does not exist, it will load a 404 page instead. So page not found. Actually, I skipped a step here. From the URL, we load the index page right here, index page. So no matter what page we've asked, no matter what we type in our URL, we are always going to be loading the index page, regardless what we are doing it will always be the index page. Then the index page will have a router inside it. This is what would decide what page to load. And if the page exists, it will be loaded. If it does not, then a 404 page will be loaded. And then within this page, this is where the decision to either consult the database is going to be determined here. And the DB, in order to load the DB, we're going to need some functions. Since we're not using classes really, I have a classes folder there, but we might not use it. So the DB might need to run some functions as well to get that data. Okay, even the page may run some functions to do that. So I hope you get the idea here. So from the URL, always loading the index page. The index page has a router which determines what page we're going to load. And if the page is not found, we have a 404 page instead. And then once the page is loaded, this is where all the meat of the program is going to happen. We're either going to run a few functions, or we're going to access the database, use that data to run some functions. And then finally, we're going to load a view. Now in this case, we're not using MVC, so we're not separating the logic from the view pages. So this is practically just one page with a view like that. Okay, so hopefully that clears up the air on what we are actually trying to do. Okay, so let's close that. And in here, our index page will have no HTML. This is just pure PHP like that. And then when you only have pure PHP in your page, never put your closing PHP tag like that. It's not good, because once you close it and then you make a mistake and put a space or an enter like this, then this is regarded as HTML. And this may cause problems when redirecting your pages. So never do that. Just leave it like this. There's no need to add a closing PHP tag. So with this in mind, we are good, and we can do an echo to say homepage. Okay, very cool. So let's see if we can try to run that. So I'm just going to right click and say open containing folder. So it opens that folder. Okay, didn't seem to have heard me the first time. Okay, maybe it did load here. I just didn't see. So there it is. Now I want to load this into my browser. So I'll replace this right here. So grab this and let's go to the browser and paste it there. So if you can't do that, just alternate F and then open file and find it there. Now like this page is running. As you can see, none of the code is showing. We're not running through the server. So we want to run through the server. Make sure your server Apache is running and MySQL is running. Then everything after, before blog/blog here, everything behind here should be replaced with localhost. Okay, so once you do that, you see your code is now showing. So localhost/blog/public/php. So don't worry about this public thing. All right, so now that we know everything is working fine, let's design our other pages. So I'm going to right click on this public folder and save this one as login.php. Okay, so login.php, and then I'll right click again and save this one as home.php. Then right click again, new file, save this one as admin.php. All right, great. So let's do the HTML now. So if I now go to assets, there's this bootstrap examples, and in here we're going to go to the sign in folder, and there's this index.html. So I'm just going to grab everything, copy and put it in the login.php file. Now there's this signin.css file as well. So what I would do is I need to copy this file. So since it's right here anyway, let me just grab just a bit of code, copy everything. I'll save the login.php. But then I'm going to go to assets here. Inside assets, there's this CSS folder, right? So right here where there's bootstrap.css, I want to, this is where I want to put that other file. But copying and pasting, I may mess up the file name. So the best thing to do is just to copy it, I guess. So let's go back here and let's do it from here. So inside assets, examples here, let's go to the sign in place and then copy signin.css and then back to assets. Then let's go to our very own CSS where there's this bootstrap file and paste it there. So it's inside assets/CSS. That's where the file is now. So once we save this login page, let's see how well it looks in here. So instead of index, let's do login.php. And this is how it looks. Not very appealing, is it? No. So we need to load Bootstrap, right? So let's come up here and see what CSS files it needs. So the first one here is the bootstrap.main.css. And we have Bootstrap here inside. Actually, these examples come with Bootstrap. This one thing I forgot. If you look at the path here, it says assets distribution. Okay, so it's in here, dist, and then there's CSS, and then there's JavaScript here. Okay, so the bundle, and so all that comes with it, but we can redivert to our version instead. So inside this there's Bootstrap, and then we have CSS and JS. So all we need to do, let me remove this, I don't need this. Let's move things over a little bit. Okay, so we change this, assets is right, but then we go to Bootstrap and then /CSS bootstrap.main.css. That's how we grab Bootstrap. So if I refresh, at least we get something better. But then with that in mind, now you can remove these authors. We don't need that either. Generator, we don't need that. We can leave the rest of this. And then here we want to log in. Okay, so we'll call this one my blog, like that. Okay, and what else we need is this one right here. There's another style sheet we need, that's signin.css. This one also resides in assets/css/signin.css. That's where we added it. So if I refresh, now we finally get what we want. There we go. The only thing missing is the logo. So let's add our very own logo. So this is the path to their logo, but ours is inside assets/images/logo. It's logo.jpg, is it? Yeah, I think so. .jpg. Okay, cool. So let's refresh, and there it is. Now I want it a bit bigger. So width and height set like that, but let's add our own style and just say object fit and put cover. That way it fits to the selection. Okay, cool. Let me make it bigger. Let's just add by 20, 90, 70. Let's see how. Okay, so there we go. We can also put border radius. Now, since we are using Bootstrap, we can add some Bootstrap classes right there. I can say rounded circle. This will make it a round thingy, like that. Okay, it's always better when it's a square image. So let's put 92, 92. And then let's also put shadow like that, just so we can have a little shadow on that logo. Okay, good. So please sign in, email and password, and remember me, sign in. So that's it. We have our sign in page, which is awesome. Let's grab this and change it to a login page. Now, before we do that, the form, we have to change the method to post so that it actually posts somewhere. All right, cool. So with this in mind, now here is a date. Now to add a PHP date, you can do some PHP tags right there and then say echo and then put date like that and then close that like so. Now Sublime Text is recognizing this as HTML, so you can click on the bottom here and select PHP if it's not apparent that it's PHP it's editing. So here I can put Y, capital Y, to tell it I just want the date. Now PHP echo can be replaced with an equal sign, just like that. Okay, so let's refresh and it shows the current date always. Okay, cool. So with this, we can now copy everything that's here. So select all, copy, and then come to the sign up page. Let's create a sign up page. So inside the public folder, let me close assets, public folder, new folder, paste everything, save, and this one will be signup.php. So the names are up to you. You can name it register, that's up to you. Save. I'll change this to create account. All right, and so we have an email address, a password. So what I want is to duplicate the password thing here, and then I'll duplicate the email thingy as well for username. So I'll have username, email, password, retype password. So what you want to add, the details you want to add here, up to you. You can add gender, etc., etc. That's up to you. But I don't need that. So let's just put username and then email address. That's fine. Let me change the placeholder to username. The type here is text, as it should be. And what else? Password here we say retype password, and the name of it should be changed. Type password, that's fine. Okay, so it seems there are no names here, which we should have. So back to the login side here, let me add some names for our input. So select here and say name. This one is email, and the input for password name is password. If we don't name them, they will not submit. So input as well here, name, username, all small letters, and the input here as well, name, email, and the name here, password, all small letters, and finally name is retype password. So retype underscore password. Oopsie daisy. Okay, cool. Now there's remember me here. You can replace this with accept terms and conditions. Okay, so that checkbox there, we can give it a name as well of terms. Doesn't have to be anything special. In the login page, this one we can name it remember. Could be remember me. Just remember is fine. Value here doesn't have to be anything. Just one is okay. Doesn't really matter. As long as it exists, we know it was ticked. Okay, cool. So with this, we should have our login page, our sign up page. Except here, this one should be sign up or create. Like that. Okay, cool. Now let's go back and change this. Actually, we should have a question here on the login page where we say, let's put one div here. So I'm going to put a div. Let's add a class. Margin top and bottom, I'll put 2. Then I say don't have an account, question mark, and say sign up here. Sign up here, right? Let me put an A tag there so that this is an actual link. And for now, we're just going to link it to the signup.php page. So let me copy this. Let me refresh and see how that works. And there we go, sign up. And I'm going to copy this guy over to the sign up page and put him right here. We can ask already have an account, and we'll say login here. Okay, then here that's a login page. Very cool. That way when I click on this, I go to my sign up page. When I click on this, I go to my login page. Now, to leave some gaps between these guys, you can put some margins. And to do that, for example, on the style for this first one, you can say margin Y, which is top and bottom, or you can say margin bottom or margin top, MT. But I think margin bottom is in order here. Let's put a 2. So the larger the number, the bigger the gap. This is good enough. So username, email, password, and repeat password. And then accept your conditions. And then create the account. Very nice. Now, once we have this, it's good. We can move on to the home page, right? Or even before that, let's go to the admin page. So let's fly to the admin page. That's right there. And what I need to do now is go to my assets and bootstrap examples once more. And it's called dashboard right there. So this one has a JavaScript file and a CSS file to follow it along. And then if you're using right to left, of course you can use the RTL CSS version. That's up to you. Now I can grab this and just say open folder. I want to see how it looks before I load it here. And this is how the dashboard looks like. Okay, so nice table here. Nice graph. Now you can use this graph. I think this, I don't know if this uses chart.js or something. I'm not really sure. I do have tutorials on how you can create graphs like this from scratch, but you can use whatever is provided here. We won't be using graphs for now, so we will ignore this. What we really want is to grab the area under the dashboard here and make it empty, and then leave some of the stuff here. So I'll leave one item here and one item there. Now these icons are bootstrap icons, so the fact that they work here means I think they are SVG directly injected here. So what we could do is instead we can replace them with these icons over here. No problem. So I'll leave one item here and one item there and remove this part here. Everything else remains the same. So let's go. I'll select the HTML, select copy, admin.php, paste, and save. So let's go up here and see if we can link the bootstrap file. I'm going to remove what I don't need. No need for the authors. Let's remove those guys. And let's say admin dash my blog. Cool. Now let's link this one. We've already done this linking. We don't need to do it several times. So let me just copy what we have over there and paste it since it's in the exact same place. And this one as well, the first part of the up to here is the same. So I'll do that. Assets / CSS / Now we haven't added this one yet, so we're going to have to add it. So back to the dashboard folder, I'll grab everything I can grab here. Let me grab these guys. I don't need the right to left, so I'm just going to copy the JS, dashboard CSS, and dashboard JS. Copy those guys back to assets. Inside CSS, I will paste. And then I will cut the JavaScript from here because I need this in the JS folder. So I'll create a JS folder instead and then paste it there. It doesn't have to be in there, but it's just better to be organized, right? Then let's go down here. Let's look at where the JS file is being inserted. So right here, I will paste. Nothing to paste, I guess. So what I'll do is I'll say assets bootstrap, then /js. Oh, wait a minute. This is the bootstrap bundle. Okay, so it's going to find it right there. And then there's feather.mean.js. We don't have this at all. This is a CDN, so it's getting from the internet. So what I really want is this script down here with dashboard.js comes at the end. This feather.mean.js, I don't know what this does. This is probably for transitions. And then, okay, there's chart.mean.js. So it does use chart.js after all. So those are included there, but we won't be using those babies. So let's remove this one. Just make sure you have the dashboard JS left. This one is inside assets / JS / that. So let's, yeah, that's where it already is. So I can just confirm here by going to assets, not in the bootstrap file, but in our JS, and it's right there. Even in our CSS corresponds to what we need. So good. This is the admin page. So back here, instead of the sign up, let's type admin.php to navigate to the admin page, and there we go. So the chart.js isn't showing because we don't have the plugin, and this usually shows inside the canvas. So let's look for canvas somewhere here and remove it because we don't need it. This looks like the header. This looks like the sidebar, and that's the main content. Cool. That is the dashboard word. That's nice. We have share, export. These are items here. Now, if you get lost what's what on here, you want to reach this point, just right click and inspect what's near here, and it will show you. So there's a canvas here actually. Good. So I guessed right. So after main, there's a div, then the canvas. So there's main, there's a div, which is this one, and then there's a canvas. Okay, cool. Let's delete that canvas. We should move our table up the ladder here. If I refresh, there's the table. Now we don't need this table either. So adios to the table. Let me just grab this div, make sure I have selected the end of it, which is right here, just above main. So let me select all of these babies and delete. So at this point, this is the content area. So I can just type and say content area, just so I see if things will work out. Oh, there we go. Content area. What do you know? And here, these guys, you see the icons have disappeared. So I guess that's what that feather thing does. Maybe it adds the icons, but not to worry. We have our own icons. So what I'll do is I'll delete everything except one of each here. So orders will remain, dashboard actually alone will remain, and current month. So back up here, let's look at what we have. So we have dashboard here, orders. So every list item here, just make sure you get the opening and the closing of each one. You don't want some loose HTML running around messing up your layout. So don't delete the unordered list closing tag there. So it's a good idea to just select one, look at where it starts and ends, select this one, and then delete like that. No hurry. Okay, take your time. And then here we have another unordered list. So current month is the thing. Let's make sure these others disappear. Let's go like that. Okay, cool. And then we have our content area right there. Very nice. Okay, so we have one item here. So the logos disappeared. Let's see how the logos were being brought into life. It doesn't look like much. Oh, it was this data feather. Okay, so that's what feather really was for. So I can replace this instead with an I tag, right? Like that. And then put some classes. So in here, I'll put BI class, and then let's look for our icons. So if you go back to the Bootstrap icons page, you can search here for keywords that you want. So that's dashboard, speedometer. Let's try that one. So we type bi again and speedometer and type the name of the icon here. And then let's leave a space. Now if I come back to the admin section, refresh, I don't see the icon because we haven't added the CSS. We haven't loaded it. So if you remember, in the assets in CSS, we have Bootstrap icons CSS right there, right? So just duplicate this Bootstrap here, but instead let's do dash icons. There's no .mean there, it's just CSS, that's the file name. Once I do that, then I have access to icons. Now I don't see any icon here. Bootstrap, let's see, is this the right place? No, actually this is directly in the CSS, not in the Bootstrap folder. So CSS and then there. Okay, so my bad, it's not in the Bootstrap folder. So let's remove that and try again. And there we go. So we have now an icon there showing, which is awesome. Cool. So let's change a few things here. Instead of what's this, saved reports, let's just say other. I don't know. Let me use capitalized letter. And then instead of current month here, just go say front end. So we can use this to go back to the front end as a link. And then we can put an icon here as well. Let me grab this so we have less typing. And let me put this one here. I think let's use globe. Let's see, the word map. Okay, so front end right there. So you can always check what icon you want. Maybe you want the home icon, house in this case. That's entirely up to you. Okay. So back here and refresh. Cool, this is nice. So this takes us back to the home page. And so we'll put the links that we need. For now, this is great. Now the advantage of this is it's all responsive, right? So I can move this, boom, and it still works as intended. Look at that. Okay, very cool, responsive and all. Okay, very nice. Now we go to the home page, yeah? And then once we are done with that, we can begin some PHPing. So that one is home.php. I will need some icons there, so I will grab these two guys from here. I'll copy everything here, I guess. Copy. Go to home.php, paste. I just need now to make sure everything is well closed for the head tag and the HTML tag closed like that. So that has a closing tag. This too has a closing tag. Very nice. And then we need our body, of course. Body tag. Very cool. Okay, so this is home page. Now we type home, my blog. All right, so let's refresh. Nothing yet, unless we type some content in here. So this is where we will need our, if I go to public, this is where we need our menus. I'm going to go to Bootstrap examples again. And what we want is the nav bar. Now, if you get lost and don't remember, there's a catalog here on the examples. You can quickly look for what you want. So there's headers here, right? Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. Headers. So let's go to Bootstrap examples, and the folder is headers. Where is that? Right there. Let's grab the HTML. So I'm going to copy everything. This is a very interesting. I should have done this the first time. So what I would do is I'll select everything and paste. So this requires a bundle.js for some reason, but not to fear. This is for everything in here, so we may not need this. So assets slash bootstrap slash JS, and then there will be that bundle in there. And then let me come back here again. I'll change this again to home, and then my blog. Let's remove this as usual. Let's we don't need authors generator. Let's change this to what it really should be. Bootstrap CSS mean.css. Great. And then finally headers, which will be inside assets slash CSS slash headers. So to get it there, we have to open the folder, copy that file, go to assets, CSS, and paste it in there. Very cool. Now that we've done that, it should show up here. Very nice. So all the headers are right here. So all I need to do is delete the ones I don't like and keep the one that I want. So if you want this entire layout here, you can grab that too. So let's look for one that we want. It's entirely up to personal preference. Yep. Kinda like this one. So let's see how they resize when we go to responsive mode. So I'm looking at this one here. Let me see. So spicy meatball. Okay, so the black one here. Let me look at the black one here. Okay, there's a login, sign up. Interesting, interesting things. Also this one, which has content up there. Also this one. So this is entirely personal preference. Get whichever that you want. I want this one with a search at least. Let's do this. Yeah, I think I like this one. So I just need to identify this one here. It's the one with inventory and customers. So let's find that. I can select this. Yeah, just inspect the element and grab that text from there. Copy. So let's search. Control F, paste, and there it is. So this is the one that has what I want. So header starts there and ends there. Cool beans. So now here, this is the divider. So I know to remove everything above here except for the CSS. Now this styles might not apply to every single header, so you might want to check that out as well. Let's remove that, and still this is the same header, so everything below this as well must go, except, okay, so there's a divider, that should be the end, and main should be left because it's got a corresponding, does it now? No, apparently not. So let's remove that as well. Okay, just make sure every tag has an opening and closing tag that's working well. So let's refresh, and there we go. So now we have that one header over here. Very cool. We click and we have a nice drop down there. Very nice. Okay, so everything is working as intended. So we can test to see if we need the bundle by just messing up the name. And then let's refresh our page. Let's see if we get, so we don't get the drop down, as you can see. So which means we need that bundle.mean.js. Okay, so let's leave it be. No worries. This is getting an image from, where is this? From GitHub, right? So you need internet to see that image. What else? I want to see if any of these classes are accounted for. So let me select, you just press Ctrl F and see how many matches there are. There are 2 matches, but both of them are right in the in here. So we really don't need these guys. They have lost use. Let's refresh and see what doesn't work, just in case. Everything seems to still work as intended. Bootstrap icon, BI, maybe we need that, I don't know. Let me grab this and nothing. There's just one match of this. What about this? Example divider, I don't think we have another match, so that's just one. What about the by? So that one does work. It's accounted for, so let's remove all of that. What about this image placeholder? There's only one match, so we can remove the entire media query. It's useless. Now, media queries work when you resize and all that. So let's try a responsive view just to see we haven't broken anything. So back here. Okay, everything still seems to work as in nature intended. All right, so let's click there. Nothing. So this is also one man standing. So this is the only style that is required here. And let's leave that be so we can get rid of all that we do not require. Alrighty then, so pretty good. Now there's a logo missing here, I guess. This one, what's this? SVG. So that's what this is used for. Right, for the logo. So I guess we won't be needing this style either. So goodbye. And let's change that with an actual image. So the height is 40, width 40. Actually, let me just make a second one. I'll just type IMG or OMG. And then let me grab the width and the height and just move them over to here. Let's add a style and say object fit cover. There we go. And then this will go to assets/images/logo.jpg. And then if we add a class, so let's see what that will do anyway. So we have a logo over here. Why so much space has been taken? This is not that good. It seems we've broken something, right? Yep, I think we have. Let me copy this so I have a memory of it. Let me undo. Let's see where exactly we made the mistake. I think when I removed the style here. That was it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is leave that style there. Make sure I have the same classes when I add my image. And let me copy these classes. Copy. Right, maybe I can just move it over like so. Then let's delete that guy. Okay, that's much better. It's working as intended. Logo very small. Let's try and increase by 20. More or less. Makes this thing bigger. Not really liking that, but this is okay. So at least we have the main thing happening there, the main menu. So let's add our slider control here, and then let's add some products down there, some articles. Yes. So for the slider to work, we already had an example of this. So there are footers here as well. If you like to make footers. How do I get to that? Bootstrap examples. Let's look for the footers. Let's see if anything is interesting enough. Okay, maybe this footer right here. This is nice. Actually, the last one is better. So cool. On the home page, let's add a footer. I'll go to, this is headers, right? Let's go to footers. Index. Great. Hopefully we have Bootstrap. We have, let's look at, okay. Okay, I'll grab these styles just in case they are needed. So I'll copy that, come back to the home page. Right here after the other styles, just add another style tag right there. Then we can remove as we need. And then let's look for any imported content. Nothing. So what I'm looking for here is something unique about this one. I guess it's subscribe to our newsletter. Let me copy that and let's find it. And there it is. So this should be from here, since there's a divider here, so we are starting from here. That's cool. Oh, but yep. So from there, let me grab that up to here. So it's the bundle again being used, which is good news. So let's grab this up to the end. Where is the end? That's 197. So grab that up to here, copy. It's inside the body, right? So let's go back here. Inside the body, before the script tag, let's move everything over a little bit. Good. So header and then footer down here. Interesting. Okay, so now if I come back to the home page and refresh, so we have the header and the footer. So everything seems to be working fine. And here I can put maybe an h1 tag and just say my content. So we can see, there we go. So we have my content, we have our header, we have our footer. Very nice. Then let's close this index page here. All right, so pretty cool. Now right here I want to add before my content, let me add a div here. I could call this main. I think I could do that probably. Then let me add a class here, just add some padding of maybe 2, just so we are not so right at the wall. Okay, there we go. Now what I need to do is put a slider right above here, because I want the slider to go all the way left and right, so I would rather add it there. So what we would do is we'll close this Bootstrap example folder. Let's go now to slider, and there's an example here. Very cool. Now everything else here is just HTML stuff. Interesting. So, but I probably need this, right? Right. So from here, let's see, we have body, not so good. We have div container, I think we need that. We have P, this is instructions. Yeah. So we don't need anything after this div. We just need this up to here. So I'll copy that, come to my home page. Now we're not using PHP yet, or actually we are. So we can just import this thing in here if we want to. But let's just paste it for now in the same place. I want to see what matches with what. So that's with that. Wait a minute. This container, I guess that's not important, is it? Oh, container has margin auto, blah blah blah. The body, we probably don't need this. Margin left auto, margin right auto, maybe those we need. Anyway, let's remove container for now. If we need it, we'll come back to it. And what's more important are these style sheets and the script tag. So I'm going to grab these guys and put them right above the slider so they can move along with it. So here, it's good to label these things and just say slider like this, copy, come down here and say end slider. All right. But you see, we need to link these things properly. So these ones assume that they're in the same folder as the ISM folder, right? But they are not, because the ISM folder is in assets, slider, ISM. So we need assets and slider at the beginning. So let's select every version of ISM here. Actually, no, we should select the one that has ISM and a slash at the end. Let's select like so. I think that does it. So behind, we're going to have, because if the way it is like this, I refreshed the page, I'm just going to have that, which is not cool. So instead, we'll go to assets slash slider. That's the folder we've put it there, and then slash ISM. And if I refresh, we get something nice. Is nice? No, is nice. Okay, so the slider is working as intended. I don't know about the gap at the top there. Who's putting that gap? Is it the header? Yeah, the header has margin bottom of 3. So let's remove that. MB3. Yeah, very cool. Now it's right there on the edge. Very nice. Okay, great. So we have a menu, slider, and finally we can put some content down here. Okay, very cool. So let's add some content down there rather quickly. So I'm going to go to, so we have our slider, and your content should be in here. So instead of content, I'm just going to say featured. That's what's featured. And I can put a class, put a margin on the x-axis of maybe 4. Let's see, that should move things along a bit this way. And an h1 tag is a bit much, so let's try h3, maybe h4 even. H3 looks fine. So featured, and then we can have some featured content. Now, with the examples that we have, let me close those. We actually, if I go to examples here, we can actually click on these examples and see them a bit further. So I want one, this one pretends to be a blog. So let me see what it has. So let's open that. There we go. Looks good enough. I think on the blog page we can use this. And some featured posts. Nice, nice. And this post actually shows its entire content. And then we have these archives, blah, blah, blah. Alrighty then. Okay, so what I want is just this single card here. Yep, that's what I want. So you can choose one of these, but I think they're pretty much the same. Just want one of these cards. So this one right here. So this one is in the blog folder. And let's open our examples and let's go to blog folder. Oh, look at that, there's blog CSS. Oh no. But let's try without having to add extra CSS. I'm going to, maybe the CSS is not for the content itself. There's word here and then featured post. So that's what I'm looking for. From the fire hose, where is that? From the fire hose, meaning we've already passed this part. So let's go a bit higher. And I think we have this one. There's design and there's world. So these two babies are right in here. Okay, so this is the part right there. So div, let me copy that part that contains both of those posts. Come back to the home. Right here, let's paste. Let's move them over so that we can see that they're supposed to be inside that. Okay, so back to our home page and refresh, and there we go. So our posts are actually showing up pretty well. Cool. Now let's try our responsive view. Never forget the responsive view. Let's see what we are having here. Oh, looky there, the images disappear. Okay, and then it goes like that. But what's the fun in that? The images are disappearing. Oh no, I not like this. Maybe we can put the images right at the top here. Let's see what's making them disappear. Usually there is a display none somewhere. Where is the image though? Image is here, the SVG. Okay, so this is the part that tells it when to disappear. So after the large part, in the large section, when the page is big, it's display block, but then otherwise it's display none. So if we remove the display none, it should remain at display block even as the post is being squashed to smithereens. I don't know about this, but maybe we can move it over somewhere. Maybe what we can do instead, this div, there's column auto, right? But let's change it a bit. Let's say after the maybe large. What to do here? Maybe on large it's auto, but after that it gives up the automatic. Yeah, this is cool. I like this. But then I just want the width to be 100% at this point. So column 12, like that. But on the large it's auto, but anything else is full width. Doesn't seem to actually work. Okay, let's try. Wait a minute. If I just put, let me disturb these. I just put column 12, still doesn't work. Okay, cool. So that wasn't my problem. I think it's the width here, right? There's width over here. So if we remove width, what do we do? The height is okay. Okay, let's see what happens when we do this. So it remains there. Not cool either. What to do? What to do? I like how it comes down to this. The only problem is I want it to be different when it gets here. Let's try width 100 here. I'm going to try W100 like this. That worked. But if we say W100, let me think about this. I want it only on the mobile side as 100%, so which means I must leave that in there. But I also want width maybe 50% when it's on the just up to the large. I don't know if this is valid. Let's see if it is. There we go. It kind of works. Very cool. Okay, so the width is only 50% up to when it's large, but when it gets smaller, we give it that one. I don't know if this is actually doing anything. Let me see. No, it's not even doing anything. So cool. Let's just grab the W100 and copy it over to this other section. Let's do that. And we are winners. Boom. I like that. I like to see the images still. Okay, cool beans. Now we can multiply this as needed. Let me just on this one. This is row margin bottom. Let's try margin Y and put 4 so that there's a bit more space. Wait, what happened? What happened? Let's try 2. Whatever. Anyway, so this is good. We can add some actual images here. So let me replace with some images that I have in my arsenal here. So in the images, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's try 3 and 4. So here, instead of this SVG, what I'll do is I'll put an IMG instead. And then the source will be assets/images/3.jpg. And then I'm just going to grab all this inside here and copy it. Okay, great. We don't need the area information. We don't need the placeholder. We don't need all of that. Blah, blah, blah. Content, nope. That's all I needed. So let's remove that. Let's see what we've got. Very nice. But the image is way too big. What's going on? Width 200 or width 100 here. There's a moment of not so good. Let's try width 150. That doesn't change anything. I think it's following this one here. So what if I put 50 there? Okay, what I want to do is let's put a style. Let's change the object fit to cover, my favorite. Okay, good. Let's try max width here on the style as well. Max width, yeah. But if I put max width again and put 200 pixels, then it won't go to 100% when I want it to. So if I do this, it'll stay there, which is horrible. Okay, so this changes at, let's look at where it changes. It changes at 992. I know for a fact that's where Bootstrap has a breakpoint. So what I'll do instead is I'll put some styles that will allow us to monitor that. So I'll remove this and the W100. Let me try WLG100. Maybe that actually will work. Okay. Yeah, it seems to actually work. Look at that. But then it doesn't work on this other side. Here we can put it at 100. Here we put it at 50. Let's see that. Okay, maybe swap these. I don't know what's what. No, none of these seem to work. Let's try 25 on the large scale. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay, no problem. I'll leave it here and I will fix it in with actual CSS a bit later on. Okay, so let's add another image here. I'll copy this IMG and replace this SVG and put 4 over there so that it's a different image. There we go. Okay. You know what? Scratch this. What I'll do is here. Oh, wait a minute. Right. I think I can fix this. This is column 6. That's fine. And this whole thing is... column large auto. Okay. And then column 12 at minimum. Then this should just be 100% all the time. So I think what's causing problems are these babies here. Let me remove that. Actually, the height is required. Let me remove the width. Okay, so there we go. And yeah, it kind of sort of works, I think. Here things are not looking so hot. So let's try a fixed number, 4 on the large, like this, and then boom. Okay, that's much better, not auto. So it did what I wanted now. Can put it at 5 instead. Refresh. Okay, that's better. Okay, cool. All right, so don't worry if you're confused with Bootstrap. I'm not so good either at it. I just put a lot of guesswork. But what I've done here is I've told it to be part of the column when it's large, because Bootstrap has 12 columns. So on the large view, which is 992 pixels and above, it should only take 5 columns. And then anything lower than that, it will take 12 columns, which is all the columns. That means 100% of the space, which forces it to go down to the next line because it's taking the entire width. But here it takes only 5 out of 12 on the large view. So this is why this works, because it takes 5 out of 12 of the space on the large view here. And then as we squeeze and we get to 992, this will be forced to take the full width. Then it will be forced to go down to the next line because it's taking the full width. So I hope that explanation actually helps you to understand what I was trying to do here. Okay, but at last I know what I'm doing. That's great. Okay. So now we can put more of these down here. So let me try this. Let me do this, do that, so that we can actually see that there's some content here. I will duplicate this just to see what happens when we have 3 of these babies. And there we go. And then when we have 4, we'll have another one here. So it's working as intended. Okay, very nice. So with this in mind, everything is cool. We can begin our PHP because we have everything we need. Let's change these guys at the top here and inside the header. So instead of overview, we have home. And then here we're going to have blog. And then customers, we'll have contact us. And you can add as many as you want. So for me, that's more than enough. Let's refresh. So home, blog, contact, search. And then here we should have profile and admin and then sign out. So this is fine. Let's go there. So admin, settings, I guess we can leave that, and profile. That's okay. Let me move profile to the very top and then admin and then settings. Cool. So let's refresh, click, and there we go. Much, much better. Alrighty then. So with this, we are ready to begin our PHP. So this is a point at which we want to introduce a routing system. Like I mentioned earlier, every request will go through the index page regardless what page we're requesting. And you may be asking, why are we doing that? Well, at the moment these files are separate. There's like home.php and then there's login.php. They're quite separate files like this, individual files. Now, first of all, I want to remove the .php at the end. So if I now do that, I try to do this, this is what I'll get. It will say file not found, and I'll get this error. And I don't want my users to see this because this is like completely dead because I can't really click on anything to go elsewhere. I'd rather have full control of that, have a nice header and footer and all that. You can do that, create a 404 page, but I would rather use a routing system. And the second reason is because I want my URLs to be cleaner, because like this, I have login.php, or let's say admin.php, let's say. And then when I want to click on the dashboard, I'll have a query string there, question mark, and then say maybe section is equal to dashboard or something. So that URL, it doesn't look very nice. Also, if let's say I had, let me go back here to the home page. Maybe I was on the blog and I click on this blog. The URL will be public slash, my website name slash blog slash, and then the title. Just instead of the title, it's going to be something like this. Let me show you. So it's going to be like website.com and then slash maybe blog, and then instead of that, it will be blog.php and then question mark, and then you say maybe id is equal to, or maybe slug is equal to, and then this is a slug or something like this, right? Now I want to convert this to look something like this instead, .com, and then I'll just do this. Get rid of all of that. This looks much cleaner. This is the title of the blog, or even if there was blog there like this, it still looks cleaner than this. Okay, so in order to achieve this, we have to use our router. We'll use these parts here. So please bear with me here. Things may get a little complex, but keep in mind, just rewatch the video where you didn't understand and everything is there. So the first thing I need to do is create an htaccess file. And this is the code in the htaccess file. So copy this code as it is. Please do not add unnecessary spaces where there are none. There's a space here, and there's a space there. There is none here and anywhere else here. So type everything as it is. This is a rewrite condition that says if a file is actually found, if this is a real file, then load it. If it's a real directory, then load it as well. This is important for us to be able to load CSS and image files. Otherwise, we won't be able to do that. This just switches on the rewrite engine. And this one tells it that if none of these are met, then instead of showing us file not found as it normally does, just reroute everything to the index page and then create a query, a get variable called URL, and put all the query strings in there as they are. Okay, so that's all we are doing here. So in short, we're just saying send every request to the index page unless it's a real file or a real folder, then open it. Okay, so great. Let's copy that and I'll close this. So you type it and let's put this in our public folder. So right in the public folder, right click, new file, paste, and then save this file. Put a dot immediately and say htaccess like that. Okay, so if you're using a different server that is not Apache, you need to figure out how to translate this to your server type, okay? Because this only works for Apache. htaccess files are for Apache, I think. Okay, so once we have that htaccess file, look what happens. So if, for example, I refresh this page it will find this page, no problem. But if I remove the .php at the end, it loads the index page. You see, instead of telling me page not found, it loads the index page. So unless it's a real file, it will be loaded. But if I add some gibberish at the end, it still just loads the home page. Otherwise, it loads the actual file if it finds it. So no matter what I type here, I will still get the index page regardless. So that's what I want right there. Okay, so now from this point on, everything goes through the index.php page, which is in here, which only has PHP code. Okay, so what I want here is to show you that it creates that get variable we had told it to. Let me close this HTML file. So in the htaccess file, I told it to create this URL variable and put all the query string in there. So let's test that out. I'm just going to say echo or print readable. I'll print readable everything that's in the get variable like that, and then I'll put some pre-tags just so the echoing looks better. Since this is a let me remove this. So if I refresh now, you see it creates an array which contains whatever I typed in there. So for example, if I typed home, I'll have home. So we can use that to know what page we want to access. Maybe I want the profile page. You see there, profile. It still loads the home page, but gives me this. Now let's say I have profile and I have a user name with a particular username like this. This is what I get. Now this is not very useful because this is a page name and this is the user's name. So I need to be able to separate these two and say, okay, the user wants a profile page, and then on the profile page I need to load data from this username, right? Or maybe it's a blog and I want a blog with this particular title like that. So we load the blog page and then we load a blog with this particular title. Now I can add more, maybe an ID there, or maybe a specific category like that. So I want a blog with a specific title and a specific category. So I need to separate these items so I can use them individually. And luckily, we can do that if we explode them using this thing here. Now keep in mind that if I don't put any query strings at the end here, like so, the URL variable does not exist. It's not empty, it just does not exist at all. So that's different. So let me put that there. So what I need to do is this now. I'm going to say URL is equal to whatever is in the get of the URL. But remember, sometimes it may not exist, so let's put 2 question marks like this. If it doesn't exist, let's pretend it's the home page. So we'll pretend the user typed home there if it does not exist. So that's cool. Then now I can just echo out what's in here like that. So let's see what we've done. If I refresh, this is what I get, right? The string. And then if I now don't put anything at the beginning, I just get home like that, which is cool, so that we don't get any errors. And then I want to explode this. So I'm just going to do URL again and say is equal to explode. What I'll explode with is the slash there in the middle, and use the same variable like that. So what explode does is it creates an array with the items separated by whatever you gave there. So instead of having this, we'll separate these items through here. We'll have this. So we have an array with individual items. At least I know this is my blog page, the title and category. So I just need to know what I'm looking for. If the page will always be in 0, so the first item always represents the page you want to load. The second item can represent a lot of things. It's up to you, the programmer, what you want that to represent, just like 3. So in certain times you have 2, you just have the page name. Certain times you have this and certain times you have that. But this should always be there, because even if we don't type anything there, we should get home still. So that always exists. Okay, great. Now with this in mind, we can try to look for a particular page that has a blog like that. Okay, so what I'll do now is do this. Now remember that the pages are inside app and then pages. That's where the pages should go. Okay, so let's move all of our pages into that folder. So in the public folder, I will open this folder like this. Every page here except the index page must move. So let's cut everything from here except the index page. Go outside the folder in the app and pages and put those pages right there. So the home page, the admin page, and so on are right here. So all we need to do now is look for the page. If it exists in pages, then it's a real page. If it does not, then it's a 404. So at the same time, inside pages, we need to put a 404 page as well. So I'll just put h1 like this and say 404.php. So I'll just put an h1 tag and just say page not found. For now, that's all we need. Okay, the others are red here because they no longer exist. So just don't save these guys if you had them open here. So it's always good to close all files once you start opening or moving files around. Okay, so now we have an array, which is cool. And all we need to look for is the first item. So I'm going to say page name like this will be equal to whatever is in the URL 0, because we know that that will always exist. Let's trim it out to remove trailing and leading spaces. Let's do that. So that's the page name. And then now we need to construct a file. So file name like that is going to be equal to, now we need to be able to load this. So I'll do // which means move a folder up from public. So up a folder into app right there. And then inside app, we have pages, and that's the folder. And then we concatenate the page name. And then to the page name, we're going to add .php like that because we are looking for a PHP file. Okay, so in this case, if it's blog, we're just adding .php at the end like so. Okay, so now I can show you the file name that we got here. Let me do echo file name. Okay, so that's the file name. So .php, the array is for down here, so don't get confused about that. This is not part of it, it's just blog.php. So if I'm looking for the home page, I type home, this is what I get, home.php. That's just annoying. Let me mute this. Okay, so that's what I get. So it's looking for that file. So we need to check if the file exists. So let's do if file exists, file name. So if it does exist, then we require the file. Let's require it once. We don't need it again after that. And let's put file name like this. But if it does not exist, we can always load our 404 page. So in this case, we will put file name, change it here, and all that will remain true. Let's just put 404 there now, and then require it again. Or I can just say require once directly here without sending it to that. Okay, cool. So let's refresh. And we get the home page. Look at that. Very cool. And then if I go, let's say profile, because we don't have a profile page, it says page not found. And let's see pages we have, like the login page. I don't need the .php at the end. Okay, that's confusing things. So let me remove this echo here. Alrighty then. And that's it, really. So that's our simple routing system right there. But the problem is if I click here, it will say page not found because login.php is regarded as one thing there, and it's not really an existing file in the public folder anymore. So we need a way. Now we just need to, let's go back to login here. So for this link to work, we just need to remove the PHP at the end, save, and then come down here as well. Let's remove the PHP. So those should work just fine. So refresh, and if I click here now, look at that, click there. So it's working very well. And the logo should take us back to the home page. Let's try and add an A tag here on the logo. And this one, we just type home like this. So grab that, copy. Let's go to the login page and do exactly the same thing. Close that A tag. And that's it. So if I now click here, I'm going to the home page, right? Home page. Very good. So that's our routing system. Very simple and straightforward. But there's a slight problem, which you may not notice here. Things work just fine because there's only one param after this. But if I put a slash and just put something else here, then all hell will break loose. Because now every file in here, because remember that in the htaccess file, we're telling it that if a file actually exists, then just load it as it is. So in this case, the CSS file does exist, right? It finds it. But when we try to load it, it's trying to find it in the folder public home / this, whatever I've typed here, and then / assets at the end. So because it's a relative path, it's always relative to the current URL. So this is a problem. So instead, we should give it a, an absolute path, so that it doesn't have to be relative to this. It can just go directly with an absolute path. So to do that absolute path thing, here we have to give, let's define a constant. We are using a constant because constants are available everywhere. They're easy to use. So we're going to call this constant root, like that. And then this will just describe your URL. So if this was your, let's say your online server, you would put HTTP like that, and then my website.com. That's what you would put in here. That's the root path. But here we're on the localhost. So let's put HTTP still, and let's do localhost /blog, which is my folder, /public. Don't put that slash at the end. So this is my base folder right there, and defined by root. So now everything I load here, remember that, has access to everything here because they are literally being loaded below this. So let me remove these guys. So which means root will be available on any of these pages. So what I can do now is on my home page. Where is my home page? Instead of just putting relative paths, I need to put real paths, like doing PHP and then saying echo, and then put root, and then close that tag, and then put a slash like this. So that is how I get Bootstrap in. But like I said, PHP and echo can be replaced by an equal sign like so. So that's much simpler. So I'll copy this and try to find every reference to assets, and every reference to assets, and just put root at the beginning with a slash like that. So make sure it's root / like this. Let me make sure I haven't put this twice here, which I think I have. Okay, so that's how it is. So this root will be replaced by this whole thing here. So we are doing this so that we just change it in one place and it updates when we go to our live server. We don't have to go through every page to change it. Okay, so a constant, just a variable. And there we go. So everything is working as intended, even with a slash at the end. No matter how many slashes I put there, things still work as intended. So I'll grab this, and also the links as well for like the login. Even here, if I try to go to my login page right now, let me just say login. And then if I were to put a slash something at the end, I'll have this problem as well. So everything here as well must comply. I'll select all of these guys, paste the root and put a slash. This should solve the problem. Okay, there we go. Even the links that I'm clicking, because if I look at this now in the bottom left here, you see that if I hover here, it says /public/login/signup. So it's getting the login and then slash and then just adding sign up at the end. So these need to be absolute paths as well. So instead of just sign up here, it's root/signup. So let me refresh. Now if I click, it does go to the sign up page. So same thing on the sign up page, we need to do that. Let me grab all references here, paste slash, and then let me go to the link itself, just like that, slash. Okay, so we are in business now, everything working accordingly to plan. And here sign out. Okay, what about login? So down here we can put login, maybe not sign up, but just login. So down here on the section in the footer of the header, where are we? So the first one here, this section, so I'll just say links, useful links. There's home, this one, let's try frequent asked questions, let's try login right there, and there's an href which will paste /login. Okay, so if I refresh, now I have that login page, back home, login, sign up, back home. Okay, so our navigation is working as nature intended. Okay, so with this in mind, we have a working routing system. Simple and straightforward. Every page we load is the index page, but then still the link is different there. Okay, so now we need to enable signing up, logging in, and all that. And for us to do that, we need a database so we can save information. And so let's create a database. So in order to create a database, we need to know what columns we need and how many tables we need. So first of all, we need users, right? So we need a user table, and we also need a posts table. These are going to be hard-coded. You can create a table for your slider images and so on, but we can just hard-code them here. And so a posts is one thing, and then users. So just those two. Oh, we need categories as well. So those three. So what we're going to do is let's figure out what we really need. So tables. What tables do we need? We need users. We need categories. We also need posts, and that's it. So how many columns do we need in the users table? We need the ID, we need the username, we need the email, we need the password, and we need the date, just so we can know when this user was generated. And maybe we need a row. Now this row is not required here because everyone that can sign up here is an admin automatically, because it's just a blog for one user. It's not multi-user or anything like that. But if it were, you would put a row here where you can put maybe admin, user, or something, and then check for that before you grant them certain access. But I'll leave it there just for the heck of it. And then let's categories now. This ID, this category, and then disabled. Now disabled is for us to know whether the category is disabled or not. And then we'll need a slug as well. Now slug is important. It's an ID, but a text version of the ID, because it's more SEO friendly. It's more search engine friendly because the slug contains the name of the actual category, which makes it easier for people to know. Imagine you find a URL that says website.com and then /category/20 or 30, like that. Now the thing is, we won't know what category this is in the search, and Google won't even provide the user with this result because it doesn't really speak. Let's say somebody is looking for cups and category 30 was for cups. We won't know that this is cups, right? Even Google won't know that. But if, let's say, it's hot, the slug is like this. So website category hot chocolate. So here at least you know what's happening. It's a category of hot chocolate, and so this URL is likely to be categorized by Google as having hot chocolate. So better to have a text ID in the URL than to have just an ID there if this is part of the search thingy. Anyway, enough of that. Let's put an ID there and the post title, and then we want the post content itself. So we call it post, or we can just call it content. We want the date. We want a slug here as well for the same reasons of category. We want people to be able to find your post using the slug. Slug is like a URL friendly version of the title. So title, content, date. I can probably, maybe we can put user ID just so we know which user created this one. Let's come back here and see what content. So there's the date, there's the category. So we need to know what category it is in. Category _ID. And then, so that's category. We have the title, we have the date, we have the content, and then we have continue reading, and we have the image. So image as well is required. That's the featured image. Now the rest of the images, if you want to add more images, will be part of the content, but this one is for the featured image. Okay, so this is what we need. So let's create these tables real quick. And now I'm used to using PHP My Admin, but I was advised to show you guys how to actually do things without that. Okay, so if you want to use PHP My Admin though, you actually can. You can go here and say localhost PHP My Admin, and then you come here to where all the databases are, and you can simply click new, and then you can create a new database here and then create tables from that database directly here using the UI. But let's do it like coders, shall we? Okay, so we're going to create a file that creates that runs queries, right? So we need to be able to run queries first of all. So let's go to the core and right click in the core, new file. This one will be called the initialization file. So save this, we'll call it the init. You can call it autoloader if you want. I'll call it init.php. This one loads required files. So first of all, we want to require certain files. I want to require the functions.php file. We haven't created it yet, but it will be in the same folder as the init. And then from there, we can create a connections or DB. We'll just call it connection.php. And then we have our functions there. I think that does it. So let's create those files in the core. new. Let me save this one as functions.php. Let's put our PHP tags, of course. Let's create another one in the core. Save this one as connection.php. Is it singular or plural? Okay, connection.php. So always save content in PHP tags, so that in case someone loads this file by accident, they won't see anything anyway because nothing is echoed. Okay, so here we need to make a connection. So I'm going to set the connection parameters here. I'll say user db user, like that, is equal to, and then let's duplicate this a couple of times. So db user, db password, database name. Now I don't want us to, because it's possible that once we are starting this, there's actually no database yet. So no need for db. We can put db name here, that's fine, to be used later on. And then a db host. So in our case, we are using localhost, and then we are here db user is root. The password is empty, but try root if it doesn't work as empty. If you added security to your MySQL, you're probably going to need to put those credentials here instead. So the name of the database we're going to create will be my blog underscore db. That's what we'll call it. Okay, great. So once we are done with this, we should make a connection. So I'm going to say con is equal to, that's for connection. So con be equal to. Interesting here how we can do this. I'd rather create, let me create constants instead, because I can access them from anywhere, including inside functions. So that's why I like constants instead. Let's do this, put a comma, and then do that. Let's press end and close. Okay, so define, that's better. These are constants, so very cool. Now I need to make a connection. I'll go to functions, right? So these two files are included, so they are one after the other. This one just shows us the connection values. Now it's a good idea, because I've seen this happen a lot of times. It's hectic. If you upload your website, you will have to change these to match your online server. But then let's say there's an error on your website, and you want to try and edit that error from your local machine, because that's what we do. You fix the problem on your local version and then upload it to the online version. So that back and forth can be hectic if you have to change credentials every single time you do it. So instead, just duplicate these guys and set different versions for when your server is up or not. So we'll put an if statement here and just say if server, like that, and then server name. You can check what's inside this variable here. It's a global variable that comes with PHP. Very useful stuff in there. One of those things is server name, which describes the name of the server that you are currently using. So if the server name is equal to localhost, then you know you're on the localhost version. So let's move that there, which is cool. Else we have this. So we need the else statement because we can't redefine, once we define something as a constant, it cannot be defined again. So here put your website version, the one that's on the www. So you can do http. Oh wait, yeah, the host name differs, so you have to check that on your with your live server, that is. And then I'll right click here, new file. Let me create a config file as well. So config.php in there. Let me put my PHP tags. Now I'm bringing this config file because I don't want the index page to contain any of this. So like this definition here is not, should not be here. Let's define that in the config file. And every time you put a file in the core, you have to add it to the init. Now, since this is config, I guess it must come first, since it's the configuration. So config, connection, and then functions. So config right there. This is the only configuration we have, but you can put more constants. Like for example, let's define the app name. We can say app or underscore name like that. And then what's your app name? My blog. That way you don't have to write it everywhere. As you've noticed on the home page here, we keep writing this here, my blog, but instead we can just echo that constant here instead, and it's app name like that. This way, if we change the application name, we don't have to go through every single page to do it. That would be a pain, like I'm doing now. So where is the sign up page? It's a good thing we only have 3 pages so far. That's cool. Okay. So now if I refresh, okay, that constant is unknown, I guess. What's happening? There's an error. So if you can't see the error, just right click and say view page source, and you will see why the page failed. So here it says undefined constant app name. Okay, the reason, let's go to the config, app name. Wait a minute. Yeah, this should be defined. So in the init, it's here. Okay, cool. Oh, the init file is not included anyway, that's why. So we have to require it right here. So that's the only file we require in the header here. So I'll do ./app/core/init.php. So once we require that file, it will require the rest that we need so that everything is loaded before we start doing anything down here. Okay, with that, it's gonna work. So let's refresh, and there we go. Very good. The app name is showing here at the top. Very nice. So with this that we've done, let's try and create some tables. So if I go to functions, I can create a function that says create tables. So say function create underscore tables. So once we run this one, it will make a connection and run all the tables that we need. So let's create a connection here. The good thing is the config we have, where is that, the connection, we have defined these guys. So let me just copy those guys. They will always be available everywhere. So we can put them here for reference. So we're going to create this using PDO because we don't want to be hacked using SQL injection. I want to use prepared statements. So here I will first create a string, and then I will put my user here. I'll say db user, comma, db password. Now I could put the db name. Oh no, actually I shouldn't put that. Here's just user and password. These are constants, that's why we don't put the $sign. These are just for reference here. I'm not redefining them again. I just want to see them here. So this string here, I should put a string there. I can put the content directly here, but it's much easier to read when I do this. So here I'm going to say the driver is MySQL. MySQL, that's what we are using. Full colon there, and then we'll put host name and say equals. And this should be local host, right? Like local host. and then semicolon, and then we put db name is equal to, and then we put the database name. Now I want to try this connection without a database name and see if things will work out as intended, because currently we don't have a db name. So let's see if it can work without that. So what I'll do is, because we haven't created a database yet, so here I'll remove this. So we have host name, password, user, everything being used except the database name. So what I want now is to echo or print readable the connection. If we made the connection, that's cool. And I just want to run the function right here so that immediately we load the page, it actually runs. So if I refresh, we get a PDO object right there. Very nice, which means we did make a connection. So we can actually run a query with this connection right here. So create tables. Let's try and create a database first. So we're going to have a query that we need to run, and here it is. So query to run a query is equal to, and then we'll do this. To create a database is simple. We just say create database and then put the database name. So here we'll say db name, because whatever db name is, that's the database name. Now it's possible that the database already exists, so we'll put if not exists, like that. That way it checks whether it exists or not and then ignores the command. So create database if not exists, like that, that S there. And then we can run the query here. So to run the query, we execute. So we use the con and say con, that connection, and say we're not going to prepare this one. We just want to execute, I guess. Will this work? I don't know. Never run it like this before. So what I'll do instead is let me create a statement. I'm used to creating statements and using the connection, and then I'll say prepare, even though this is not really one where we have variables. So prepare that statement, then after everything prepared, then execute it. And that's it. Simple and straightforward. So now we don't have a database named, let's see, where are the connection? My blog DB. We don't have that. Let's just check to confirm. So it's not here on the M's. There's my book, my chat. We don't have my blog. There's my website. So if I run this page right now, it's going to create those tables. So if the database. So now that I refreshed, I didn't see any errors. And then I refresh the PHP my admin page. Let me try and refresh it. I should have my blog right here. There's my blog DB. Oh, so there was another my blog here, but not my blog DB. So at least we have this one. Wait, what's the other one for? Right. Something else I don't even remember. Okay, so it has nested them like this together because there's another one named my blog. But my blog DB, and as you can see, there are no tables found in database. That's fine. So what we will do now is go back here and create some more. So I'm just going to duplicate this process right here, dish, like that. So create table if not exists, right? And then we'll put a table name here, users, like that. And then let's do this. This is the query for creating a table. So create table if not exists, users. And then here we put all the columns that we need. So I'm just going to move this down like this so we can add content in there. Okay, cool. So we're going to begin with an ID. We already know what we want here. We have an ID. Where are these tables? This is what we want. So I'm just going to copy these guys, come back to the function, and paste here. So let me get the spaces and enter, like so. So these are the column names here. Don't put spaces in these guys, never a good idea. So the ID, we need to describe what it is. It's an int, an integer, and then it's also the primary key, and then we want it to be auto increment, like that. Okay, cool. So we put a comma, like so. Then the username here will be a variable character, so it's varchar. How long is it? A username can be maybe 50 characters at max. We don't want this to have no values, like empty values, so we put not no. And then here we have an email. It's also a varchar, just like this one, not no. But this one, the only difference is 100 characters. Password is also a variable characters, difference 255 characters, because we don't know and not know. So when there's a column that, actually there's image. Where is image here? I forgot that. So varchar as well, but image can have a no value, an empty value, so we don't put not no. This one is a path, so we'll put 1024, the path of the image, just in case. And then date, this one will be date time. Now if you want this to save the current timestamp, you can just say default. The default value is current underscore timestamp, comma, timestamp. Okay. Row is a varchar as well, depending on what's the longest row name, maybe admin, user, etc, etc. So we'll put 10 characters like that. This cannot be no either. Let's leave it there. So we'll put a comma like that. Let's add some keys. So we need some of these to have keys because we'll be using them to search. So you might want to search a user by username. That's up to you. If you don't, then just let's put email, because when logging in and signing up, we do use that. So like that, and then put a comma. So this is the name of the key, and this is the column we are targeting. So these two can be different. The column must exist here though, but you can give it a different name if you want, but it's always just better to give them the same name. So we have email, and we also want a key, maybe. Actually, that's pretty much it. Let's maybe username. Alrighty then. And yeah, that's about it. So this will create a database. Great. A table, sorry. Cool. So if I now run this, I just refresh the page, it's going to create tables. Now watch this here in PHP My Admin. There isn't a table here. So if I refresh the page, we have an error. Invalid catalog name, no database selected. Okay, so the problem we have here is that we haven't selected a database. We did create a database, but we didn't select one in the connection. So what we need to do is run a query that actually selects a database after this. So the query is very simple. It's just use, like that, and then the database name. That's all. So once we do that, we are golden. So let's refresh, and everything went well. So now if I run this, you see I have that now. Now even if I refresh this page 10 times, it still won't overwrite the data because it checks if the table already exists or not. So cool. But we won't be running this all the time. We'll just run it once and then delete that line, or just mute it like this for future use. But with this now, we can go ahead and create more tables. We need 2 more tables. So I'm just going to duplicate this twice. And what's the next one? Let me close this connection. We don't need it anymore. The tables right there. So we have this category thingy here. So come back, functions. So this one is the users table. This one is the categories. Okay, and the primary key always there. So let's leave that. Let me put those here. Category, yep, we will need that here. The category name could be 50 characters. You can add more if you think they'll be longer. And then a slug, and then disabled. So here I'm going to replace this with slug. Slug is 100. I think that's cool. Then let me get disabled. Let me remove this. Disabled is just to check everything else is not required. Disabled will be an integer. No, actually a tiny int. So let's put tiny int, and then the default value should be 0. Okay, great. That does it. And then here, category slug actually is what we can use as a key. That's cool. That's the only key we need. Unless you want to search by category for some reason at some point, then you can do that. Sorry, I have to put slug here as well. All right, very cool. What else we need? The next table. What's the next table? Posts. So copy that back here. The ID always there, like I said, and then user ID and category ID are quite identical. So I'll just duplicate this. So here, this one is user underscore ID, and this one is category underscore ID. Okay, that's cool. And then we get to the title. Title is similar to email here because 100 is the thing. Let me remove this one. Then we have content. Content is unlimited. So what we will do is put text. Text can be no problem. And then what else? The image, that's fine. And then the date, that's fine. We also need a slug here instead of row. So let's put slug. Variable character of 100. Not no. Should never be no as well because it should always have a value. So title, content, image, date, slug. Okay. So everything seems like it's in order. That's cool. Let's look at what needs a key. The user ID, of course, needs a key. So let me grab that, duplicate that, and category ID like that. And then the title, we will need to search for title as well. The post title, yes. And content, of course not. You may want to search by date using those archives thingy, so you can put date there. And last but not the least, we need the slug as well to be keyed. All right, so there we go. We have our tables. Now you can put your comments like that and say posts table. And let's move that to here. Wait a minute. This one is categories table. And then users table. That way we know where things start from. Okay, so there you go. And now let's run this again. So back here, and let's refresh. Okay, access violation. Check your manual. This means there's a syntax error. You have an error in your SQL syntax. So I've written something not cool. Usually it's because I've missed a comma somewhere, like in this case. Here we don't need no comma. Okay, so let's try that again. Very cool. Okay, so let's see now if we refresh. This is what we have. We have users, we have categories, but where is the post? Ah, right. So this one remains as users. So that's why it didn't. So posts there. Sorry about that. Let's refresh the page. Access violation. Incorrect table definition. There can only be one auto column. Oh, sorry. My bad. I forgot. We can't have many primary keys with... Okay, we can, but not auto increment, of course. Auto increment can only be one of those. So here is user ID int. Yeah, let's remove primary key as well. We don't want that to be a combined key. So it's just user ID int, and that's about it. This integer, you can limit it. Int is maximum 11 characters, but you can put less if you want, but I'll just leave it be. So category ID int. You can put a default value as well here, but not needed. Yep, not needed. Maybe the default could be 0. I don't know. That's up to you. Okay, so with that, that should work just fine. Refresh, and there we go. If I click now, we have posts and all that. Very, very nice. If you want, you can create another function to drop, to delete everything and start again. So there you have create tables, and then you have drop tables. Now drop tables is exactly, you can make it exactly like this. The only difference is here on the only query, like for example, you want to drop the users table, you just say drop table. I think it's drop table if exists, and then you put the table name. Yeah, so drop table if exists users. Yeah, so just here like that, drop table if exists users. That's the query. It ends up to there. That's how you drop a table. Now let's undo here. Let me redo. Alrighty then. So now that we've created our tables, everything is cool. We can now mute that function so that it doesn't run anymore. But there's no harm in it running. It's just waste of time because the tables are already there. Okay, so that is cool. You can go in here and check to see if the keys were set properly by going to the structure and checking. That's all good. And then if you click on the database itself, you can select any table, and then with select you say show create, and then here is the create query. So this is the query that was run to create this table. You can do this with any table and just copy this for later use some other time. Okay, great. It resembles what we were doing, kinda. Alrighty then, so with that in mind, we are done with our databases. Now we need to insert some users. So next we create the most used function, the function that will be used the most, which is the one that runs a query. So I'm going to grab this function up to this point, I guess, and copy that. We can leave this function at the bottom by just adding more functions at the top, like that. Okay, so function create table. Now, if you want to be very specific, you can put a return value here, but maybe I should do a tutorial on these things and typecasting as well. So in here, this will be query. We'll just call it query, or you can call it DB query if you want. Here we expect a query in form of a string. So I can cast this and say string, because so that if I don't get a string here, then it will throw an error. That way I'll know exactly where the problem is. And then we will need an array here in form of what we'll just call it data. But this should be optional, so we set it to an empty array like that. That way we make it optional. Even though we don't supply any array here, it will still have this empty value, which is cool. And then data should come into the execute part, so that when we are executing... Now the reason it's like this is when we run a query with prepared statements, we're going to use variables in here. So for example, let's imagine this is the query, and then there's a database name. Maybe the query is something like select all from users where ID is equal to ID. Now normally I have to put an actual number, maybe ID is equal to 5, like this. But I could put a variable like this which contains the number 5. But users are very funny because this ID usually comes from the URL. So you are giving a user power over the query that you create, because instead of putting an ID there, they could put something else just to test your system, and then your query now is no longer secure. So we don't want to have to give people that kind of power. So instead we put a variable here in form of this. So we put a full colon and then we put ID. But then MySQL won't know what this is. So once it sees this full colon and that ID, it knows that you're going to supply some data during the execution. You supply an array that has this key there, and it will grab the value from there. So that's what this is for. That way we put our values here and the actual query here, which completely eliminates SQL injection. So this is better security. So even though we don't supply any data there, because there are queries, for example, like this one, select all from users, which doesn't have any variables. So in that case, it's okay still here because we are supplying an empty array. So no need for it to look there. So here we prepare the query and then we execute it with provided data. Now, since here we're assuming that the database exists, we're just going to add it here and say DB name is equal to, and then put our DB name. In this case, I will concatenate that with whatever DB name is there, like so, which is exactly what I would do with the host name as well. So I'm just, instead of using localhost, I will do this. I'll step out of this, put dots, and then we'll say DB host. And yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, just like we have in the connections file, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so everything has been used there. So this string, oh wait, I just need to copy this part here and put it here, like so. We'll write it then. So host name there. You can also change the driver. PDO is a multi-purpose. You can use Postgres type of database, which is different from MySQL. So you just put the driver name there and you are in. You can also use SQLite just by putting a different, just by putting the path of the SQLite file here actually. Okay, so with that in mind, now instead of running a predefined query, we're already going to be supplied with a query there. So let's remove this line, and there we go. Now once we execute like this, it's also possible that there is a result. So I'll say if statement like that, then we're going to fetch and say, in fact, I don't even need this if here. If there's a problem, then no worries there. We're going to just say result is equal to statement and fetch all, like this. Now to make things simple, we're going to fetch associative arrays. Now you can put an integer here to determine what type. Do you want objects? Do you want arrays? But the integer is hard to remember. So just use the PDO constants by saying fetch, and then you name which one you want. We want associative arrays, so we'll do that. If you like objects better, you do that. Okay, so let's do that. And then if let's say if this is an array, the result, if the result is a real array and at the same time it's not empty, then we are good to go. Let's return result. Otherwise, here we return false. If we get to this point, good. All right, so this is how we run our queries, simple and straightforward. And that's about it. So with this, we can run queries and do other stuff. So let's go to the login page and try to do things from there. So we don't need this file anymore. Let me close all files here just so everything is cleaner. Let me go to my pages and go to the login page. So right at the top here, I want to put my PHP tags. So there's no need to include any files here because remember, everything is loaded through the index page and everything is already included at the top here. So no worries, all functions are here. So here, I just want to check if something was posted. So I'm just going to say if not empty, post like that. And then let's echo and say something was posted. So let's see that in action. So I'm going to go to my login page, click login. Nothing was posted, but if I click here, something was posted. Cool. So now at least we know things are happening here. Now what I want to do is instead of login, actually, let's go to the sign up page. So I'm going to copy everything from here because we need to sign up before we can log in. So let me paste like so. Make sure you don't leave a space at the top here, always. It must be right into the thing there. Okay, so something was posted, right? Now we just need to validate what was posted. So validate. Now a simple way to validate is to negate things. So let's do errors. Let's make errors equal to an empty string, an empty array, and then put dump all errors in there. And then if we get any errors, we'll say if empty. If there are no errors, then save. Okay. And then in order to save to the database, we just need to run a query. So we just do the query function like that, and then run the query. So let's create a query that we can insert data into. So it's insert into users. This is how the insert query runs. Then you have a brackets like that, and then values like so, and more brackets. So here you put all your column names, here you put the corresponding values. So here the column names I want to put, the ID of course updates itself. So I need the username, I'll need to add the email, I'll need to add the password of course. And the date I think is on auto increment, on current date stamp, right? Let's just confirm that. Oh yeah, when we created the table, users table, yeah, that's current timestamp. So great. Did we put current timestamp? Okay, great. So nice of us to do that. So no need to add the date, it will create. Even though I don't like that because every time you edit, it will actually edit the timestamp as well. Anyway, if that's what you want, that's good. But if you put the default as a no value, then you can add your own date if you want. But let's leave it since we've already added current timestamp. So username, email, password, and then row like that. Okay, so I think that's about it. An image we want to add immediately, so I think this is cool. Then we will copy everything as it is right here and paste it there. Only difference is we'll put full colons here to tell it that these will be provided later, like so. Okay, so here we run the query, we supply the query string, and then here we have to put the data string. So let's put the data array, sorry. First of all, let's empty it. Let's just set it to an empty one. And then let's put all these guys. Username is equal to, this will come from the post username after being validated. So email and row. And then let's add a password as well. But the password, we want to hash it. So we're going to use password hash. So you put your string, which is the password that was supplied by the user. And we leave password default there so that it gets the latest and the brightest of the hashing algorithm. So let's tab these just to make these guys look cleaner. I like it when they're on the same line like this. Q. All right. So with that, 1, 2, 3, 4, they must match 1, 2, 3, 4. Otherwise, you get an error saying params do not match. Then you know you're missing some values here, or maybe there are too many compared to the variables you've added here. So those variables must match everything in this array. Okay, so once we do that, we are good. Then we can redirect, but we don't have a redirect function, so we'll create it, but let's just use it anyway. I say redirect. What page are we redirecting to? Here we want to redirect to, I think it's better to redirect to the login page so they can log in again, just so they remember their password and all that. So redirect to login. Now let's create the redirect function since we are trying to use it here. So I'm just going to say function redirect because there is no such function. Here we'll say what page are we redirecting to. So in order to redirect, we use the header function to change the headers. This is why it's very important to not have HTML push this right at the very top every time. Otherwise, this location change will always fail. And then let's put whatever page was there. So location, page, and then die, like so. That's our redirect function. So that we stop executing the script, because it's very possible to block redirects, and then you may end up loading the page and the user seeing what you didn't want them to see. So this is cool. But this will only work if errors is empty, which it is right now. But let's check a few things first of all. First of all, we want the username to be valid. So we'll say if empty username, then let's add to our errors. So username is equal to that error. We'll say a username is required. That's our first error. So with that username, you can also check for certain things. Maybe the username has to be a certain length. You can just put else if, and add appropriate errors that you want. Maybe you don't want numbers in your username, right? You can do this. Let's put that. Let's say username can only have letters and no spaces. So let's put a valid if statement here. Let's just use preg match, of course. Let me cut this. So say if preg match. So this is how you use a pattern to determine what you want. This is what do you call these? Regular expressions. So here I'll say from the beginning, let's put a caret there. I want just A to Z, or either capital A to capital Z. That's all, no spaces. Let's put a $sign to make sure from the beginning to the end, this is all we want. Okay, now if you use special characters from a different language, you can find out how to type to accept from letters from any language and put that pattern right in here. Let's put a plus here to make sure it's any number of these characters is fine. Okay, great. And you can also limit by saying how much. Let me do this. Let's say else if, and then you say if string len, like that. So the length of the string, if that is less than maybe 8 characters, then you can say something about it. Say username cannot be less than 8 characters or whatever. But let's use this on email, shall we? No, not email, on password. Yeah. Password must be 8 characters or more. So let me remove this. Let's just put an if statement instead of else. So else password is required as well. Let me copy that, put it here. Let's change that to password. Right, so if it's empty, password is required, otherwise blah blah blah. Okay, so email. What about email? So also email, let's duplicate this. Let me just change this to email. Okay, we don't need to check for other characters, but we can check to see if email does exist by running a query. So let me grab this and bring it here. Where is this? Else if okay, so if the result isn't found, then email will be false. So else if email. So if email exists, then that email is already in use, like that. Okay, otherwise it should be false. So here, to get the email, we have to put this in there. We don't want to put data here, so I'll just create an array on the fly and call the key email, and then do that. Okay, cool. So here I want to check and say select. Okay, just select the ID from users table where. So this is how you read from the table. So select ID, meaning just one column, the ID column from the users table, where the email is equal to this email we put here. Limit 1 so that it stops searching after finding one result. So there we go. If the result is true, this will have something in it, and then if it has something in it, then that email is already in use. All right, so that does it. What else are we? I think the row, probably we're not going to post this row here. So everyone that starts out as a user. So we just hard code it directly there as row is equal to user. Okay, very cool. Now, if we have any errors here, then we can go down here and check those errors, right? So here where it says create account, we can just put an alert here. So I'll put a div and put a class of alert, and then say alert danger for the red color, like so. Then we can just say, please fix the errors below. And here let's put an if statement, right? To say if not empty errors, full colon there, and close it like that. That's how you do it if you are putting HTML in between inside an if statement like that, and close it like so. Let's push that over. All right. So if not empty, then please fix the errors below. Now we need one more thing, so that once we click, let me show you this. Let's go to this sign up page. If I type something here and create, please fix the errors below, but the text has disappeared, so I don't want that. So let's add one function here to help us retrieve old information. So I'll call this one function old value. And then let's grab the key, which should be in form of a string. Okay. So if there's an old value, let's return it. First of all, in case there is none, let's return an empty string. But then we say if not empty, inside the post variable, whatever that key is that we've given it, if it's not empty, then return that. So we'll say return, and then this right here, whatever it is, return it. Now, if there's only one line in your if statement, you don't need to put the curly brackets. You can leave it just like this. So old value will do us justice. So good. If it's not empty, return it. Otherwise, return an empty string. Simple and straightforward. So here we will have a value for username. So I'll put a value param, and then inside here I will try to echo the old value like so, and close it. Then I'll give the key is username. So in this case, if I reload the page like this, I'll get that old value that was there. So we can do the same for every one of these guys. So let me copy this to all inputs, calling all inputs. Bam. And then let's just change their keys. This one is email, this one is password, this one is retype password. I completely forgot about the retype password in the validation, right? Accept terms and conditions should also be. Now this one is a bit different. If it exists, then return the value. No, it should either be checked or not. So instead of old value, let's make another function called old checked, and then this one is remember. Okay, because on this input, the checkbox, for it to be checked, it's just to type the word checked like that here, and that's it. So we want this function to echo the word checked if it does exist, that key does exist. So let's remove that value thingy. We just want it to echo checked if it does. So to create that, we just need to duplicate this function, change it to old checked, and then if the key exists, instead of returning the value, let's just return the word checked like that. Oops, there we go. Otherwise we return something empty. So you will see that in action if I select. Normally if I select and then do this, you see there it came out, but it shouldn't. So let me see here. Sign in. Is this remember? Is it really the name? No, the name is terms. Sorry, that's why it wasn't working. So if I do this now, it remains on. Okay, so same thing here. If I put an email, create, it remains. So the retype password should compare passwords as well. So let's go up the ladder here on the validation. else if blah blah blah, and then finally let's Control Shift D, another else if, and say if this password is not equal to the retype password, like that. Then we say passwords do not match. That's an error right there. Okay, cool. So let's see what error we get. Okay, so there are errors, but we're not seeing them. So I can put them under each one of these, or you can just list them here and loop through the array and list them here. That's up to you. Let's try and let me put a number in this username create. So once we do that, if I go to, where is this? Username is a label. Right down here, I can have a div and say, wait, there's margin bottom here too, which I think is on every one of these. Oh, I added that myself. Interesting. But anyway, that's fine still. Here I want to put an if statement, so let me copy this and that end if, kind of similar what I'm doing here. And then let me put a class and say text danger, so that the text is red. So if not empty errors, username, very specific here, then let's echo it right there. Simple and straightforward, like that. So this will show that error if it exists. Oopsie daisy. If not empty, what's going on here? Errors username. Wait, username should have an error. Who knows? Maybe it doesn't. So let me copy these and let's put an email. Just change that to email. If not empty, here, then okay. Seems okay. Let's change that to password. And then, yep, that's enough. We also have terms and conditions. Let me do that. Terms, like that. Okay, cool. So here we're just checking if terms is empty. That should be enough. So let me grab this. So you can put comments here so that you know exactly what is doing here. So here we'll say, please accept the terms. Okay, cool. Let's try and see if we get any errors. So password must be at least 8 characters long. If we remove the email, what do we get? An email is required. Okay, so great. And if you want to make sure that this is a valid email they're sending, there's when it's empty, and then if it's in use, we can do another one here. Let me just do Shift D like that and put else. Now this one is for filter var. So if not filter, so there's a function called filter var here that is used to filter, to check if it's a valid email. So filter var like that, but we need to tell it what we are doing. So we are saying filter email, actually validate email. There we go. Email not valid if not filter var. So I want to type a non-email email, but the JavaScript is preventing me from seeing the actual error, but the error will be there anyway, so don't worry about it. Okay, so that's only I get, but this one doesn't seem to mind numbers at all. What's going on? So something wrong with this validation here for username. It's not empty. If okay, so if not preg match, that's my problem. Sorry, I forgot the not. Okay, username can only have letters, no spaces. Because if I do this, letters and no and spaces still. Okay, so there we go. Let's put a name. Create. No errors there. Password must be 8 characters or more. So let's add password itself. Wait. Passwords do not match. Okay. And then now they do match. So what's going to happen when I click and it takes me to the login page. Very nice. Now I didn't get a message here, so not cool at all. Or maybe it's better to take them to the profile page. You can decide. Let's check in the users table and see. There we go. We do have a user. Password was encrypted, no image, and everything is as nature intended. Okay, now we can try to log in. Now in order to log in, we'll need all this code here. Copy. Let's go to the login page and paste it there. But the difference is we don't need to do any of this validation at all, because we want people to make mistakes, so that we don't give them access, right? So let's remove all of that. All we need to do is read from the database. Let me not delete the errors part. Okay. So we just need the username and password. That's all. None of this else is required. Here the password, there is password verify, which is another function. There is password verify. So this one takes in 2 params, the password and the hash. So the hash is the old password. Yes, the one that's saved in the database. So let me copy this. That's the password, and then there's a hash. So let me do this. Now this function returns true or false. If it managed to compare the two successfully, then it will return true. So I can just do this, and then here grant access. Okay, if the password matches, then that's good. But what we want to do here, let's redirect to maybe the admin page. Yeah, that's better. So here, let me move this out of this. Here I just want to read. So I'll say select all columns from users where the email looks like a particular email. Limit 1. Okay. So once we run that query, we need to supply an email in here. So I'm just going to put it right there. Email. Oops. And it will come from here, from the posted email, like so. So here, I want to grab this as a row. So if row is not empty, or just say if row, if everything went well, like this, if row, then let's run this, save to database, no, authenticate or grant access, check password here. So once we get here, we want to check the password. Let me remove this, I don't need that. Password verify, the password and the hash. The hash will come from the row we've just retrieved. So I'll do this. This will be row. Now it will return an array of an array, right? So it won't just be raw and then I put something like password here, like so. This won't work because this is an array of an array. So I have to get the first record like that. First record and then the password. You can test this and see that. So once everything is good, we need to grant access. If not, let's say here, if this wasn't else like this, let's put an error like we had done with the sign up. So I'll grab this guy just for the sake of laziness. Very important to be lazy. And then here we say, I don't know, let's use the email instead. So we'll say wrong email or password, like that. So if this repeats itself here, we don't want to tell the user which is wrong, whether the email or the password, we don't. Then we only redirect to the admin if they pass the test. So let's move that here. Okay, wrong email or password, wrong email or password. Then here, grant access. Now, in order to grant access, we need to authenticate. So let's create a function which will authenticate the current user, which is just adding the role of that user to the session. That's all we need to do. Then they will be remembered on every page, because as long as the session is the same, they'll be remembered on the same page or on every page. So let's go to functions and create this function. Since it does not exist, let's just do function authenticate. Okay, so all we are doing here is just saying session like that. We'll call it session user data, or I don't know. You can call this anything you want. Current user, doesn't matter. Session user is equal to row. Now this row we are sending here on the login. Like I said, it's an array of an array, so we need to put a 0 at the end to get the first record, like so. Don't forget that. So all we are doing is just adding authenticate, just saying this user is equal to row. Finish. That's all. And in order for us to use sessions, we have to start a session. So in case you're wondering what sessions are, a session is just a variable that's available even after you refresh the page. That's all. You refresh the page, that variable is still set. It will only be deleted once you close the browser. So sessions are very convenient for saving things like once the user is authenticated, we save that. Now we need to use session start in order for this to work. So let's do that in the index page, because every page goes through this anyway. So we'll say session start so that a session is started. Very good. On all pages. Let's go back here. Where are we? Very cool. So let's try and log in now. If I just say sign in, okay, so there could be some errors. Now, just like we have on the sign up page, this part here where if it's not empty, we'll do this. So let me come back here on the login page. Just after this one, I'll add this. And I'm looking for a very specific one, email. And I just want to echo the same one right here. So I'll do this. Alrighty then. So if I do that, wrong email and password. Really? Okay. Still same thing, but it's not showing me the old thing I typed. So let's steal from this old value thingy we created here for email. So where is email? Right here. boom. Same thing for password, boom. Let's put password right there. Interesting. Okay, so that's returned, and let's put password. And okay, still saying wrong. This should work, right? Oh, there it is. It has worked. So I was typing the wrong things. And there we go. So we are authenticated. Very nice. But the only problem is we are not checking to see if we are really authenticated. So if we go to functions, right here where we authenticate a user, we can create another function where code logged in like that. Oops. We don't need to supply anything there. This one will return true or false depending on if the user is logged in. So let's just default on false. And then we just check if this is not empty. That's all. If not empty, like that, let's put an if statement. If not empty, return true. So let's put true here. Okay, so if not empty, true. If it's empty, false. So that's how we check to see if a user is logged in. That's it. So which means we can create a logout page by just going pages, new file, save this one. This one is logout.php. And in here, all we need to do is just unset that value. So let's go back to functions. Let me grab this. So if not empty, like this, let's unset it. Unset this value. This is all we need. Once we remove that value, then we are no longer logged in. And then here we can just redirect to the home page. Either the home page or the login page. Depends what you want. Simple and straightforward. So if I now go to, where is the home page? After the header, there's sign out, right? Sign out right here. This one we can just put root. Don't always forget to put root when you're adding links like this. So let me grab this as well. Put it on the admin. This should take you to the admin area. This one should take you to profile settings. This one will take you to profile, blah, blah, blah. But for now, this is cool enough. Sign out here should do exactly the same thing. So let me click here, copy that. Let me go to my admin page. Let me just find sign out and put that link there. And where is front end? Front end is right here. We just do that, put the root only there, that's okay. The dashboard just goes directly to the admin page. That's dashboard. All right. So refresh. If I now log out, it takes me here. And now I can log in. If I try that, nothing. Email, and then password. Very good. So there's one more function we need to add that's going to be creating slugs from titles and so on. So I have this code here. So I've zoomed it in so that you can copy it so I don't have to type it, but let me explain what it does. This one just replaces all the quotes from a particular string with an empty string. This one removes all non why do I call these are non-characters, like all symbols. It just removes all symbols from the string, and then it replaces them with a dash. Okay, that way it's clean, it's URL friendly, because there are certain characters like a slash that you can't put in a URL, otherwise it will think that's a real slash there. And then once we do that, we trim all dashes that are at the beginning and the end of the string, and then we just convert this to UTF-8, we change this to a lower string, and then we preg replace again one more time anything that doesn't match any of these. I guess this eliminates other languages, I guess. So if you find that the Slag isn't doing what you want, maybe you're using different languages, maybe you might consider removing this line, because this removes everything that isn't A to Z or 0 to 9. Yeah, that could be other characters from other languages, but type this as it is, and let's put this inside our functions like so. So this is our new function there. This one is string to URL. That's what we'll be using to create our slugs. Okay, so what do we do now? So in here, let me go to my admin page, and on the links here, for example, where there's dashboard here, let me add a few here of the important ones. 1, 2, 3. So we have the dashboard, but then we'll have users, and then here we're going to have categories, and then finally we will have posts. That's what we're going to make. And so here you can say person, categories, I don't know. So you can find out what icon to use here. Category, for example. Let's see which one looks good. I don't know. Tags, maybe. Let's try that. Oh wait, that was for person. I have to put it here, tags. And then posts, maybe. Is there one for post? I don't know. You can choose any icons that you want. So let's try file post. Like that. Let's see how that looks in here. Okay, so there we go. So we have users, categories, and posts. And then here I want, now active means one of these is active. So let's remove everything except for when they are on the dashboard. Then we can add active when we need. And then here we can add extra. So admin, if we do /users, that would take us to the users section. Then this one, categories, we use small letters here. And then this one /posts. Okay, cool. So let's refresh, and there we go. So if I click on users, the link changes to /users, and you can see the content isn't there anymore because we didn't add the root to all the CSS files and all that. So let's try and do that. Everything with assets in there. Let's just put root / and refresh, and there we go. So users, categories, you can see that change over there, and then posts there. So how do we know what page we are on? We can check the ending part from the admin. Now always remember that the URL variable contains everything in the URL here. So if I were on this page, for example, this is the content area, right? If I were to do this, put a PHP tag and echo what's inside URL like that. Now I know URL 0 is the page name, so 1 is supposed to be the anything after that. So if I refresh, you see here it says categories. If I click here, it says users. Here it says posts. So that's how we can tell what page to load. So if I come back here on pages, I can right click on pages and say new folder. I want to create an admin folder so that all the admin pages, I can put them in here. So I'll right click and say new file. This one I want to save as categories.php. Okay, so that's where I'll save all the categories. Let's try users as well. So in admin, I will save this as users.php. Since we already have some users, so this is going to be worth it. And then let me just type and say users page there so that we know when we load this page, right? Let me come back to the admin. I'll remove this content area here. So in order to know what to load, we can just put some PHP tags and do a bit of processing here. So I'll do this and say PHP and then close those tags there. So what I need is this variable right here, but it may not always exist if there's no extra data on the URL. So I'm just going to say, I'll call this one a section, right? Section is equal to, I'll do that, but it may not always exist. So if it does not, then if it doesn't exist, then we assume we are on the dashboard, right? That's what we will assume. Otherwise, we'll grab whatever is in there. Let's change it to lower string. Let me go back to the index page here where we're exploiting this. Now, before we do that, I want to convert URL to small letters. So say string to lower URL so that it's always lowercase. Righty then, let me close that. Let's come back here. So now at least I can echo the section. So now if I click here, I'm on the dashboard. If I click here, I'm on users, here categories, here posts. So that's good. So now I know I have some users. So if I click there, I should read from the users table. So instead of just section here, what I'll do is let's see. I need to create a file name, and this file name is going to be equal to app/pages/admin/ and then let's do the section and then .php like that. So again, the same process. If file exists, so if the file exists, that file name, then let's require it. So we say require once file name. Now if it does not, oops, wrong brackets there. If it does not, we're going to require a different 404 page. 404.php like that. Okay, cool. So in here we will have a 404. Save this one as 404.php and just say page not found. Like that. Okay. So if I refresh here, you see users page was found. That's cool. But let's type something that we know cannot be found. So page not found. Okay, cool. So now all we need to do is add a page in here and things will work out. So here I'll put h4 and say users. So this would display inside. Let me add a table. Let me add a class of table there. And table row, table header. So have username. So here username, maybe let's add an ID as well. I'll just do that. Username, email. We can't show the password, so maybe we can show the role and then the date. Okay, I think that's about it. Maybe we might want to show an image as well if we have that. Let me try to duplicate this and just say image. All right. Now from that, we can actually duplicate this. And now we're going to assume we have a row somewhere here. So I'll do this and say row ID. Okay, so that's the row ID, copy, username. Now I don't have to put all of these on the same line. I can do this for more precision. And here I will say paste. And this one is the date. Same thing here, the row. Here the email. Okay, good. Now we need to check to see and say if not empty rows, which we will create. That's a variable we're going to create. So and if, now if they're not empty, then let's loop through them. So I'll do that and change this to a for each rows as row. Okay, so row there. So a group of rows as each row. So we loop through them. If they are not empty, then we loop through them and add what we need here. So, but first of all, we have to actually read from the database to get this. So I'm just going to put some PHP tags over here so we can read from in here. So all I have to do is run a query and just say something like select all from users, order by ID descending. Okay, that way the last one who was added will be at the top, and then rows will be equal to query, and then let's run our query right there. Now since we have no variables here, no need to add anything there. It's as simple as that. So if I now refresh, this is what I get. So you see, now this is not table head, this should be table data, TD. So let me change that to TD. And there we go. So we see now we have a list of all users on this. Now if you want a better date, no need for time, you can use the date function to format the date you want. So small letter j, capital S, capital M, comma, capital Y. That's the format I want. But I need to change this to a timestamp. So I'll say string to time and convert that guy. Put 2 brackets there for the other date there. So that will look like a much better date. So if you're wondering where I got all this information, you can look at the date function on the php.net website. Yep. Then let's create an escape function here, escape, to clean up because the name could have an apostrophe and then mess up the HTML. So we'll put escape there. I'll make a function called escape here. Esc like that, and then we'll put a string in there. And then we're going to return the same string, but an HTML special charge version of the string. Now, in case the string is a no value, we will do this and put an empty string instead, just in case. So let's refresh, and there we go, no difference. Okay, that's cool. So now we can add new users, edit users, etc., etc. So it should be easy because we already have the sign up, and we have the sign up page which we can use to add and edit. So right here after date, or maybe users right there, I can just put a where is the users page? Right at the top here, just after users, I can put a button for adding new users. So I just put button like that and say add new. Let's put a class of button and button primary. Okay, so add new should be there. Here we can have some actions where we can edit and delete. So here on the, let me do this here so that we are on the same page. I'll duplicate this one and just say action. And then, now for the sake of responsiveness, just duplicate the table here, put a div, put the table inside a div like this, and then add table responsive here like that. So that will make the table have a scroll bar once it reaches minimum capacity. Okay, so action there. Then let's put action here as well. Table data. Here we just want a few buttons. Yes. Now in here I want to put icons instead. The class here, bi, I don't know, it's pencil, pen, square maybe. Whenever you're lost, just come here and see what we can get. Edit, pencil, square. Duplicate this. This is trash. Okay. If I come back here, those icons represent these things. So that and that. Let me also put class on the buttons. They should be valid buttons. And then button, maybe warning and danger are good. One is delete, one is edit. Those are the buttons. Well, let me do button small at the same time. Let me also put text white in here. Let's try that. Okay, there we go. So edit and delete right there, and then add new. Very cool. So with the UIs we have now, we can add and edit more users instead of having them to sign up. So that would be an option that you can do. And then we need to be able to check on the before we load the admin page that somebody is actually logged in. So right at the top here of this page, I'm going to say if not logged in. Okay, if that function returns false, then let's redirect the user to the login page. Okay, so if I now refresh, I am logged in. If I sign out and then try to go to my admin page, you see it takes me to the sign in page. Okay, so but now I have access. Alrighty then. So if it does not exist, wait, why does it say page not found? This is not right. Anyway, we'll figure that out. Oh, because the dashboard page isn't there. Okay, cool. So users right there. Now let's finish this one. Once we finish this one, we can use what we have here for categories and posts. That will make things a bit easier. So let's put the add new situation. What I want is we should have a link like admin/users/add in order to know that we're supposed to display the add view instead. So what we can do is in the users view, let me close all these other files here just for clarity on what we are doing. So inside users here, this is the view we have when we are not adding or editing or anything like that. So what I'm going to do is in the admin view here where we select what the selection is, I'll duplicate this. I'll create another variable called action like so and put 2 there instead. And if it's not there, we'll just put an empty like so. Okay, so action is whether we're adding, editing, or deleting, right? It should be in there. Okay, so maybe let's put view if none of these are selected. So we're just going to leave it at view. So what I'll do is I'll come here and I'll do this. I want to put an if statement here, so I'll say if action is equal to add. And then I'll have an else statement like this. So I'll duplicate this a few times. So there's add, there's edit, and then there's delete, and then there's else. And then let me copy this to the end if down there. Like that. And then move these guys inward a little bit like so. Alrighty then. So when adding, we are just going to copy what's on the sign up page. Because that's really, wait a minute. We just want to copy the sign up page. So I will copy the form that's here, the entire form, copy all of it up to end of form here, and then go to users and just paste here. Okay. So since we've added /add, this should work when I refresh, and there we go. So it says unexpected token online 102 of which page? Users.php. So 102, where are we? 102. Oh, it should be a semicolon instead of a full colon at the end there. Unexpected end of file. Now, unexpected end of file means there's a missing closing bracket or opening bracket or something. So there's else. Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. There's an if statement here. Here we're supposed to put an else if, just like here as well should be else if. Okay, very good. So there we go. Things are looking great. So all I need to do now is, let me remove the logo. We don't really need that here. And then let me add this inside a div. Put this inside a div, cut that, put that at the end. And then let me move everything over. Let me add a class. So a class of column MD6, like that. And then let's put MX auto so that it's centered. So I want it reduced in width and centered, something like this. So create an account, and this is what we get. So we don't have to accept the where is this? I don't need all this copyright information. I don't need to accept the terms and conditions. So out. I don't need this, already have an account. Excuse me. So refresh. Look, what's happening? I thought I deleted all these guys. Yep. What's happening? Okay, there we go. Now this button, I need to put a margin at the top of 4, just so it moves down a bit. All right, so create account, create. So once I submit, it should go to now I want this to be able to refresh. Now the problem we have is that in the admin section, our page is loading already after some HTML has loaded. So if I try to reload a page or redirect a page here, I'm going to have problems. Okay, so what I will do instead is go to the very top of the page, and I'm going to copy everything here. Since I already have PHP tags at the top, I'll copy everything, come to the very top. Once we bypass this part, then everything is good here. So I can do this from here instead, because at this point I can redirect because HTML starts here. So instead of requiring these guys, I'm just going to say I'll leave file name as it is, right? If file exists, file name. What I'll do is I'll just say if not file exists, then let's set file name to this one. Like so. So file name is equal to that. If the file does not exist, let's set it to a 404 page. That way, when we get down here, all we need is to require the file name. So I'll remove the rest of this, like so. So we just require the file at this point. But then all the redirecting, everything once we save can be done from here, then we can redirect afterwards. Yeah. So if something was posted, so let's go back to sign up. Oops, what have I done? Let's go back to sign up. So we can grab everything here and do it over again. Copy everything, come back to the admin page, and add new. So I'll put an if statement here and say if action is equal to add, Then let me paste all of this. So let me move this like so. Okay. Now, all these actions I should only do, let me swap these if statements. Like so. Okay, so if something was posted, and let's check if its action is add, then let's add. So username remains the same. All these checks remain the same. Password remains the same. Let's just remove terms and conditions. That's irrelevant. And then here we create user ID. We don't redirect to the login page. Instead, we redirect to admin/users. Like so. Okay. So now if I refresh, let's try and create. Okay, so we get all the error checking is already there, which is cool. Password is required, passwords don't match. So let's try here and say John Doe. Username can only have one name. Okay, so it's one name. I'll do it like that. Let's try this email. Email is already in use. So let's try john@email.com and then password here. Okay, so let's try and create one. And there we go. So done. Now the edit will follow the create sequence as well, pretty similar. So if I click on add, it should take me to the add section. So let's fix that. If I go to users.php, on the else here, where is the add new button? This one right here. Okay, so this one goes to root admin/users/add, like that. So let me copy this. Let's put that on the edit. So this one will be edit, but we need to know what record we're editing. So in order to get that, we have to echo out the row ID. So I'll do this and say ID and close it right there. So we add that row ID, copy this, paste it there. We just change this to delete, and that's it. Let me close that A tag. Same thing here, close the A tag. Very nice. Okay, so for the edit, let me come back to the top here on the admin. So for the edit, we'll need to know the ID as well. So I'll say ID. This one will be on the third item there. And if there is none, we'll just put 0 like that. Okay. Cool. So let's copy everything from here, add new. If add new, let me copy up to the end here, Ctrl+Shift+D to duplicate. And I want to put an else if statement here. So how do I move this? Okay, that was on top. This is for edit, so let's just write edit here. So we still validate when we edit. Same thing here. We have to check the email. But you see, the difference is that our existing email will be considered already existing because it does exist. But we can check to make sure that the ID is not ours. So here we say select ID from users where email is equal to email and ID is not equal to ID. Then I can add one more item in this array called ID, since we are requesting it there, and put it like that. Okay, cool. And then when updating here, the update should be different. So the update thing goes like this. Let me duplicate this. It changes to update users and then set something like this. Username is equal to username, and then email is equal to email. Password is equal to password, and then row is equal to row. And then you have to tell it where we're updating, right? So we'll say where ID is equal to ID limit 1. We just want to edit 1. So all these guys should be added to this plus the ID. So I'll remove that. Let me add ID here as well, and say ID. There's no need to actually add row. Anyway, I'll add it here, no problem. I'll keep whatever row is existing, so I'll use, wait a minute. I'm going to assume that we've read, because we have to read the information from the database. So I'm going to assume it's read inside row. We're going to read, because when editing you have to know what you're editing. So you have to read from the original row. So we're going to call it row. The rest will be posted stuff, and then here ID is going to be equal to the ID we get from the URL. And what else? Password hash. Now, if when editing you don't supply the password, then we should remove it. So here what I'll do is, if the password is empty, we are not supposed to do anything at all. It's possibly, if you don't want to change the password, don't edit it. So empty here will do nothing, but if there's something, and then we'll check the rest of these. So this is fine. Okay. So if password is empty, we have to unset it and remove it. So we'll say unset password, like that. I don't know if you can unset something from the post variable. Maybe you can, maybe you can't, I'm not sure. And we can just say if empty. Okay, maybe let's not unset, let's just leave everything there. So the thing is, if the password is involved, we need to run a different query than if it's not involved. So here I'm going to say if empty password. Okay, so if the password is empty, and then else, meaning it's not empty. If it's not empty, we will hash it. then we'll use this query that has password. But if it is empty, we'll create another query that does not have password in it, so we don't override the existing one. Okay. And then redirect. All right. But then now we need to define row, what row is. So here we will read from the row. So we'll run a query like this one. It will be something like this. So we want to use the ID. So we're going to say where ID will be equal to whatever ID it is we got from the URL. So let's run a query. Let's do this. Copy. Query is equal to, we'll say select all from users where ID is equal to ID limit 1. Now I'm tired of having to, we can have two, let's go to functions, one that retrieves just one row, the query function, and one that retrieves many. So let me duplicate this. I'll just say query underscore row. So it'll be exactly like the same, this other function. Only difference is when we return this, we just return a single result. So query row. That way we don't have to do this on the outside all the time. So back here, oh yeah, I actually forgot here. Okay, I may need to change a few things here, but select all from this, and then we'll just get, we'll use the query row version that gets just one row. Select all from users where ID is equal to ID, and then there we go. So if row is valid, then we do the rest of this. So we'll say if row, like that. Okay, so up to the end. If row is not valid, then we don't do any of this. Like so. Alrighty then. So I think things should work here. Okay, so let's try and edit here very quick. Oh, but we need the view. So go back to users. Let's duplicate this add thingy. Also, by the way, back to admin here. Before we post anything here, because this, I need this whether I'm posting or not. So how do I get that without this here? Okay, what we'll do is let's remove this. So I guess it was right the first time. I have to put it inside here. Okay. So let me remove this one that was there. It's no longer needed. Okay, so what I'm doing here is that first of all, if the action is add, let's go in here, then let's check if something was posted, and then let's run the rest of this. So I need to put the closing tag of that, like so. Then we need to repeat this here as well. Copy. If something was posted in the edit, let's do that. Let's move everything over. Like that. Okay, cool. Now, even before something was posted, we still need to read the row. So I'll move this up. That's where we can show the user the information so they can edit it even before we post. Okay, so I'll come back to users here, copy this, and paste it in the edit section. So here we change that to edit account, and the create button becomes the save button. Everything else remains the same. Now, old value, we can also change the function to allow a default value. Currently it doesn't. So if we go to functions, there's old value here. So I'll do this. I'll say default. It should be optional, so I'll put empty like that. Same thing here. Now, if this does not exist, let's display the default value instead. So I'll do this. If this is empty, if not empty, return. If it is, which is else, then return default value, like that. Okay. So I shouldn't have just changed this at all. It was okay the way it is. I just needed to put default there. That's all. Okay. So the old checked as well. Anyway, we won't need this for now. I'll leave it be. So what this means is that right on the old value, I can add something for the row here and say row username. Now I'm going to have a problem if the row does not exist. So let's make sure that row exists. So I'll put an if statement here and do this. If row, if not empty, row. Okay. Let's move everything over and then put an end if down here. Like that. Okay, so if row exists, not empty, then let's do this. So let's see what will happen if users /edit and then /1. Alright, so it says unexpected token on line 133. Let's check that. 133 is here. Oh, I didn't close that. Yeah, same here. Okay, closing parentheses missing. There we go. So edit 1/1. I shouldn't be seeing this page since users/action is equal to edit. It is edit, right? Okay. So let's go to back to the users.php. So there's an else statement, there's edit, So it should show this. Let me put an else statement here, actually. This one will be, we can say, record not found. So if the record was not found, we'll use an alert danger, text center. And then let's put else here instead, full colon. Alrighty then, but why is action not coming here? So what I want to know is what is inside action. So here I'm going to say echo action. Let's see what's happening. So wait, nothing is echoed here? Oh, okay. Let me do a var dump just so it shows me, even though it's empty, what data type it is. Okay, if you can't see anything echoed, view the page source. So it's admin. Right, so that's the problem. It's the way the link is, things are repeating. There's admin there again. Users, edit. I don't know why that was. Oh, okay, there we go, finally. Let me remove this. So if I click save, I get email is required. Okay, so let's go back. The same thing I did here for the default value, I can do that for email. So just paste that, change that to email, and do the same. Password, we'll leave it as it is, we won't show any of that. So email, username, and that's it. Okay, so we have an email. So if I click save, it's going to save. Should save. So let me do 2 here and save. Username, okay, so it doesn't want numbers. So let's just put some, I'll just reduce the name. Record not found. Okay. Why is it redirecting to the wrong? Oh, I see why the redirecting isn't working very well. Let's go back to the redirect. I need to put root here as well. Sorry about that. So root plus a slash plus the page name. So my bad. But as you can see, the name was successfully edited. Let's save, and there we go. Still saved. Now, what if I try to click here, edit, and I try to put a password, and then this doesn't match with this one? I'll do that. It says password must be at least 8 characters or more, blah blah blah. But when I don't put anything, it's ignored. So here we can put a placeholder to tell the user that. So where is the placeholder here? Password, we can say leave empty to keep old one. That way at least they know they don't have to actually edit it. Oh, wait a minute. Is this for, yep, it is for the edit. The placeholder doesn't seem to work, maybe because of the floating thingy. Yeah, so let's put that in the floaty thingy label. So let's cut that and put it as part of the label, which is right here. Okay, there we go. Leave empty to keep old one. Alrighty then. Here I should put a back button, I guess. So let's remove the width 100. I'll just put another button and call this one back. And type shouldn't be submit, it should be button, so it doesn't submit when you click on it. And then let's come back here and get the URLs, like for the add. Let me put that here on back. Let's move this here. Let's remove the add, just users. Okay, so same thing here, copy. Let's go to the add. Let me put that here as well. And type button back. Let me remove the width 100 here. Okay, so refresh. So back. There we go. So you can style them as you wish. Edit. Let me try and float this one to the end. Doesn't seem to work at all. Oh, that's for the create. Sorry, I'm on the wrong page. So I'll copy that and put it here on this save. Okay, so save, back, and then add new, create, back. So let's do the same for the delete. Now if I click to edit and then let me just type an unknown ID, what happens? How is this still working at all? That's crazy. Let me just type numbers, I guess. Okay, record was not found. Okay, cool. So it works. Let's do the delete. So if I click on delete, number 2, this is what I get. So delete is more like the edit version. So get the edit here, copy and paste it in the delete. So here I'll put delete account. If there are any errors, we'll try to fix them. So for the delete, I don't need to see much. All I need to see maybe is the email and the username, not the password thingy here. And then what I want to do is these inputs I want to convert to divs, so that they're just for visual purposes only. Let me even remove the labels, I guess. Let me do that. Okay, so record not found, that's fine. That's because I should copy the edit version of things here as well. So copy that up to here, Ctrl+Shift D. Then change this to delete. Did I copy the right thing? I guess. So let's put delete here. Now, when deleting, we don't need to validate anything. So I'm going to remove all of this validation up to here. Okay. Then I really don't need any of these. I just don't need the ID. Delete from database. And I don't need to even have several types of queries. Just one should be enough. Alrighty then. So the delete query is quite simple. We'll say delete from users, and then we put a where clause, where id is equal to id limit 1. Simple and straightforward. Alrighty then. Let's see that in action. Okay, so email. What about the username? Oh, because I changed this to a div, now I have to put the value in between like this. So no need for the names, no need for the type. What I want, no need for the placeholders. Yeah, even the ID, I guess. I'll paste here and close the div. All right, so cool. So exactly the same thing I need for the email. So I'll do this, replace that with email. Okay, cool. So instead of save, we're going to have button danger here and say delete. The other one is back. Okay. So if I remove John Doe, why doesn't it work? Doesn't seem to work at all. Okay. Let me go back here and just make sure everything is accounted for here. So there we go. If not empty, post. Okay, so we're not posting anything. That's why this is empty. So let's try a different method to know when we post something. We're going to use this server request method. If that is equal to post, then we've posted. Okay. And there we go. It's deleted. So now we can add new, edit, and delete one of these rows, which is cool. So now from this, we can actually move all of this to Kata for categories. And let's try to do that. Now, what we need to keep in mind is that all this is only for one section, right? All this code here is just for when we are on the users section. But when we're in the category section, we need something else. Now, this is getting crowded, this place here for the admin. So instead, what I would do is, let's check the section here. And then let's do this. Let's add an if statement and say, if section is equal to users. That's when we should do the following down here. Okay, so what I want to do is right in the admin here, I want to create another file, a new file. This one I'll save it as users controller.php. Okay. And then I'll grab all the code from here, all this code that I've created for the one section, cut, and then paste it in the controller right there. I'll save this. Let me put my PHP tags right at the top, not to forget. Okay, great. So when the section is equal to users, let's load that file. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and say require once. And then what file is that? Inside admin, there's going to be users dash controller.php. So let's see if things work still. It seems they do. Let me add a new user. I'll say new my@mail.com and then password and then create. Okay, so it still works, which means things went well. And now, so the reason we're doing this is so that on a different section, we'll have a different file to add. So I'll duplicate this, and it's going to be on this one where the section is categories. So categories controller will be the file, and then finally we will have the posts controller. So I'll duplicate this again. Yeah. So that each one acts differently depending on what's loaded, and we still maintain this cleanliness here. Okay, so with all this, what I want to deal with is the image. So let me go to the user's view. That's the view now. And here we are putting, let's put an image tag instead. So we'll say img. The source, we're going to use a PHP function. We're going to call it getImage. We'll be using it to grab images for us. Let me put raw image in there. The link to the image, right? Then let me add some styles. Oops. Oh wait, that was the wrong part to put that. Should have been here. Okay, good. So width 100 pixels, height 100 pixels, and then I'll say object fit cover. Okay, cool. Now getImage is a function we haven't created yet. Let's do that. Let's go to functions, and you can make these functions in any order, it does not matter. Here we'll say file. So in case nothing was given, so say if not file, or we just say file. Let's see, the file is equal to, in case it's a no value, we'll put an empty string instead. And then we'll say if file exists, file, then let's return root. We have to add root there, and then do that, and then the file name. Otherwise, if that doesn't work, what we're going to return is we're going to go to assets instead, /images /no_image.jpg. So I have a file in my assets folder called no_image. So you can download any, this one, it's an image placeholder. So you can use any image placeholder of your choice. So let's refresh, and this is what we see. But I want to be able to edit and then add an image if I want to. Right, so to do that, in the user section, let's go to where we can edit. Okay, so the edit is right here. edit account, and if not empty, blah blah blah. So right here I want to add a div. Let's add a class, and this one is my2, and let's put our image in there. Okay, so the source is empty for now. No, actually, instead of empty, let's use get, the same get image thingy. Actually, let me grab this. That's exactly what I need. So in the edit, I will put that right there. Okay, cool. Raw image, that's fine. Now right here, I want us to be able to click on this image to load another one. So I'll put a label, because whatever I put inside a label, once you click the label, even that item is clicked as well. So here I want to put an input of type file, and then I'll name it image. So let's see what we've got. So if I go to edit, this is what I get. So an image I can put here. Maybe let's make it 150, 150. All right. So this way, if I click on the image, it brings this up, which is cool. So which means I don't need to even show this. So I can put a class here of display none, and that will still work. And then a class over here as well, mxauto display block. Okay, let's remove that. That will center it. It didn't center it. Wait, that's because the label. So let's add a class here also and say dblock. Let's see if that will work. Okay, there we go. So now if I click, there we go. Now I need to put a cursor here so that pointer, oh sorry, it should be cursor, pointer. Okay, so that when we hover, it's like that. Now what I want is when I select an image, it shows up here. So I can put an onChange event listener right here. And then let's run a function called display image. So since there will be two functions, there will be display image for the add and for the edit. So I'll say display image edit. And then I'll get this dot files 0. So what this means is that this is this item. It has a files property, which is an array, and we're just getting the first file that was selected. And then this function does not exist, so we have to create it. So I can do that by simply putting a script tag right here and creating it. So I'll say function, and then whatever we get here is the file. So once we get the file, I just want to grab the parent of this, right? No, let me just do this. Let me put a class here. I'll just say image dash preview. This is for the edit. So I'll use that and say document dot query selector. That, okay. So we've grabbed this image. Dot source is equal to, so we want to change the source of this image to this file. but this file is just a blob, so we can't use it as a URL. So we create a URL using the URL object like this, and then say dot create object URL like that, and then put the file. So that's what this object does. URL.createObject URL, and then we supply that file. So we are telling this item to use that as a source. So let's see if that works. And there we go. So that's how we know what file is in there. There we go. So now if we hit save, this is not going to update the file because we need to upload it ourselves. So now keep in mind that somebody can add a non-acceptable file, so we should validate all that as well. So back to the user controller, I'm going to the edit section here. Okay, so here where we're validating, we can validate the image as well. So let's try and do it down here. So validate image. I want to know what formats are allowed. So it's easy to add some new ones. So there is image/JPEG, image/PNG, and then image/WebP as well. Okay. So in the validation, you say if not empty. This one is the files. So whenever you upload files, they go in the files variable instead of the post variable. Now it's sometimes it has something even though there's no file, so we have to be very specific. Say if not empty, that image name. Now the reason we use image is because that's what we've named the input here as image. The name is image, that's why. And then the name of the file. Okay, so if it's not empty, then things are good. Then let's ask the question, if in array, okay, what are we looking for? I am looking for the type, because not only do we have the name of this thing, we will have its type as well in there. If it's inside, allowed. So if it's in the array, then things are good. Then let's continue. Otherwise, if it's not, then we can just say if not in array, and then let's complain about it. So I'll put this inside image and say image format not supported. Like that. Okay. Otherwise, we move the uploaded file. So if it's not the right file, I guess there's no need to move it. So let's put an else statement there and say move uploaded file. So the source of the file is going to be in the temp of this files variable. So it's going to be tmp_name, and then we'll have a destination here, like so. So we need to create our destination there. Okay. So here we'll have to say destination is equal to empty string. And then at this point, we have to create our destination. We need a folder, and then on top of that, we will grab the actual name of the file and put it there. But then we're also going to concatenate the time variable like that so that we make it random. This creates a unique timestamp of right now. And so that's the destination. All right, so while we're at this, let's do some basic pagination so that we can click next page and have a limit here and all that. The reason I want to do everything right now here is so that once we copy this over to categories or posts, it will already have the important part so that it's easier to fix these. So in order to do pagination, first of all, we have to know what page we are currently on. And then secondly, we have to know, so the current URL, we have to know the next page and the previous page, what those will be, and the first page. That way it's easy to get back to the first page in case you go too far. So those are the things that we need. And after that, we also need to be able to resize our images, because when you are posting images on your blog, if they are quite heavy, it's going to slow down your website. So we need to be able to resize our images well. So let's start with pagination and then move from there. So with pagination, I'm going to go to my index page here. I want to set everything here so that by the time we get to whatever we are loading, we already know these parameters. So I'm going to here say something like set pagination, like that. Okay, so we need to know the current page right now. So let's just call it current page. Or let's do this. Let's just say page number. What is the current page number right now? So the page number will be in the get variable. That's where we will put it, and it will be called page. So we'll set that to that, and then in case it doesn't exist, because it won't always exist, let's just set our page number to 1, like so. It's also possible that somebody could write either an empty string here or something that isn't a valid number. So what we're going to do is we're going to repeat page number and say if empty, let's just say, oh, page number is equal to, if empty, like this, page number, then let's set it to, so this, sorry, I have to put a question mark there. So what this does is says, if this does not exist, put 1. But here we're checking to see on the second one, because here we know page number will either be empty or 1, or like an empty string, it will still pass that, or it could be letters that somebody has typed manually in the URL. So you have to think about that. So page number, if this is empty, let's set it to 1, right? But if it isn't, so this is just like an if-else clause. If this, then set it to this. If this condition is true, whatever we put here will be set to that. If not, whatever we put here will be set to that. So if it's not empty, meaning there's something there, let's set it to a let's set this one to an integer. Let's just make sure it's an int. So I'm going to cast it as an integer. You can do that by doing this. Okay, so this will make sure even if it's a letter, it will just convert it to an integer. So at least we know we have the page number right now. Then let's do current link. So the link to the current page, I guess, or do we even need that? Yeah, sure. Let's grab the current page link, and here I just want us to echo that current so that we can see if it matches. We want to try and recreate the current link. Now remember, the entire link of the page will be in this URL variable right now, in this get URL. So we'll try and redo this. Let me grab that. Okay, so current link will be that, and then that. Now this does not account, the URL here does not account for query strings. So let's try that. We're just going to echo it. So I'm just going to refresh my page, and then why can't I see anything? Well, sometimes the HTML prevents us from seeing what's happening, so let's just not show it at all. So as you can see, this is what we get, which is correct. So if we add root at the beginning here, let's just say current link is equal to, let me duplicate this, grab this. So we add the root at the beginning, and then let's add a slash like so, and then paste, because root does not have that slash. So let's see what current link will have. So if I refresh, this is what I get: http localhost blog public admin. So that's correct, which is the real link that we have. But what if we add page number and say page is equal to 1? You see that we don't get that here. So this does not describe the full URL. So what we need to do at the end of it, we need to dot concatenate. We want to get every item in the get. Let's see here. So what I want us to do is say, let's loop. Let's say for each get, like that. Okay. Then key and value. So I want to add every item in the get variable, because everything that comes after the question mark is saved in the get variable. So I want to add those back to the URL. So what I'll do is grab this and put it here. And we're just going to say dot equals so that we add to whatever is existing here. Like so. Okay. So here we only add things that are not in this URL because we've already added that. All right. So we'll say if key is not equal to URL, is not equal to URL, okay, then add to the current link. So how do we add? We put an and. That's how we add variables. And then let's put whatever the key is, and then let's put an equal sign, and then put the value. Like so. So let's see how that works. So I'll refresh, and this is what I get. Now, and we need a question mark here before we put an and. Question mark should be first. Okay, so it's not all the time that we're going to have any items in the query string, and we won't always have page is equal to here, because we may have other items in the query string there. Oh, this should be a question mark. And then another issue is that the first item here should be a question mark, and then the ampersands come afterwards. So we need to change those two things. So what we're going to do is, first of all, after this whole thing, in fact, what I'll do is instead of this, I'll write query string. I'll say query string is equal to, let's set it to an empty string. And then from here, excuse me, we add to it. Okay. Then after here, excuse me, some more. We're going to trim the and at the beginning, and in case there's one at the end as well. So we're going to trim this guy, and what are we trimming? The and, like so. Okay, so now after all this, we need to join the query string to the current link at the end. But before we do that, I want to check if page number is already in there. So what I'll do is I'll say if string, the haystack is the query string, what we are looking for is page is equal to, okay? So if not in string, if that does not exist, then let's add to the query string with this. So let's add and like that, and let's just say page is equal to, then instead of value we'll say the current page number, whatever that page number is at this moment, and add it there. So then I guess we should move this guy here, so that if it doesn't exist, if this is empty, we add the page number and then we trim those guys. And then after we trim, we're going to put current link is equal to, so dot equal to current string, and let's put a question mark this time, and then the query string, like so. So this may look a little confusing, but we're just trying to recreate the current link right now. So let me go here and let's refresh and see what we get. Okay, so it's all good, but it seems we have made one too many of these guys. So where did I go wrong? Oh, here it should be equal to. Actually, let me remove this part. It should be dot equals like that. Okay, so let's refresh. And there we go. So it looks more like this in a fuller manner. So let's try something else. Let's remove page 1 and just put some other key, and then let's say name is equal to John and age is equal to 20. That's the link. So we get all that with a question mark, name is equal to John, age, and then we also get the page number, which is nice. So this is good, but what about the next page? What should the next page be? All we have to do now to create the next page is to simply replace the number at any, in this link, the page number there, to 2. So this be the current link, and then next link is going to be equal to current link, and then we replace content from here. So let's do a string replace. Actually, let's use preg replace here because it's better. The pattern we want to replace is very simple. It's page is equal to, like that. So wherever we say page is equal to, and then let's check if page has any numbers like this, and this is why I'm using regular expression, so that whatever number is here, so if there's page and then there's a number, let's replace that with let's see that, let's replace that with page again is equal to, and then let's concatenate page plus 1, I guess. Page number plus 1. Let me put this in a bracket so that it can evaluate first. So which one is the subject? We are doing that in current link. Okay, great. So that will give us the next link. So let's try and see that here. If I refresh, okay, unsupported string, sorry, I'm confused with JavaScript here. So plus is not a way to concatenate strings here. Okay, so at least you see we are on page 1. Here it's page 2. The only difference is with next page it can keep going, but previous page is a little bit different. So let's do prev link, And in the same way, we're supposed to just say page number -1, like that. Okay. But unfortunately, this can lead to numbers that are less than 1 or less, yeah, which is like 0 or anything like that. We don't need those. So this is what we should check for here as well. So page number comes here, and what we need to do is say page number again. If page number is less than 1, then what do? We set it to 1. Or else we set it to whatever the current page number is. So this will make sure it's always correct. And once we get here page -1, unfortunately this may not work very well. So let's just create another, let's say priv page number. So we can use that here instead. So this one is going to be page number -1, like that. Okay. So we should ask the question, if page number is less than 1, because if it's not less than 1, then it's something like 2. So 2 minus 1 is still 1, so that's okay. But the problem comes in if the page number is less than or equal to 1. So if it's equal to 1, or let's just say if it's less than 2. Okay, so if it's less than 2, it's 1, and if we subtract that, that will give us 0, which we don't want. So if it's less than 2, then page number is going to be set to, previous page number will be set to 1, I guess, or 2, so that once we subtract it, actually no, let's set it to 1. And then if, oh wait, what am I doing? If it's less than 2, let's set it to 1. This may get confusing a little bit. And then, or else, if it's not, then let's page number -1. That's what we'll set to this. So let me copy this and just add it here. So let's do previous page here and see what that does. So let's save, come back and refresh. And there we go. So as you can see now, previous page is still 1, even though we're on page 1. So let me just add here, and page is equal to 1. You will see what I mean. Previous page is still 1. Now imagine we're on page 2. It will still be 1. If we're on page 3, you see now we're getting somewhere. Previous page is 2, of course. If we're on page 30, the previous page is 29. So this is foolproof. If I say -1, the current page, there we go, we have a problem there. So page is equal to -1. That shouldn't be happening at all. So let's see here, page number, if page number is less than 1, then page number should be equal to 1. Okay, what about, let me see the next link, if things are okay with it. So things are not good there either. Okay, so let's consider negative numbers here. I thought this would actually work. So let's try the current link. Let's see where that takes us. Where are we with the current link? Current link should also say 1, so that's where the problem is. It comes from here. Okay, so page number, this one should sort that problem out. If page number is less than 1, let me copy this and put it here. Let's see what it says about page number. Okay, so it says 1. Why is it -1 then? Oh, wait. This is weird. This is weird. Oh, that's because I got the page number from here. So this one is fine, but it's only because we are doing things from here. So the problem is it's trying to replace this format, but because there's a negative number in there, it can't actually replace. So what I should put in here for the replacement is anything, including letters, I guess. So let's put A to Z as well in there. Any characters that are there, even spaces, even let's do /dash, any word character, I guess. So maybe let's do this, something like that. Okay, for any word, I guess. Let's try and see how that will look. Let me get current link and put it here. Let's see how that works. Still did not change that. What if I do dash like that as part of the list? Wow, doesn't still work. So the problem that's happening is that we are not able to replace the page number because it has a negative value and it doesn't match our string replace part here. So it remains -1. Oh, wait. Okay, these are actually working. Let me copy this and put here. It's just the current page that isn't. Sorry about this. Maybe not. Let me try and put a dash as well there as part of it. Okay, so that worked. So any numbers, any word. Let's try some letters before this. It still works. Okay, so maybe we add that, but I thought this would solve that problem. I guess not. So anyway, maybe what we can do is just say any character. So I'll just do a dot like that. Yeah, any number of characters there. So that didn't work because I slashed it. So I should just put a dot like so. Still, that doesn't work. Let's also change this to a star so that it's even 0 or more characters. All right. And let me try and remove these guys. Let's try that. Okay, that works. Cool. Okay, so a dot means any character. This means 1 or more characters. Doesn't matter. 0 or more, sorry. So I think this works better. Anyway, you can keep tweaking this until you get the results that you want. So at least now we have next link. The only problem is we have to change current link as well, because current link will remain with the gibberish that it has currently in the URL, like that. So right before next link, we have to put current link as well, and just put the current page number as it is. Just in case it's gibberish, we set it back to 1 like that. Okay, so this is good. Now we have the current link, the next link, the previous link, and first link as well should be here. So let's put first link. That's the first page. So we'll replace all of this with page is equal to 1 like that. So no need to put all this stuff like that. So now we have the current link, the current page, the link to the current page, the link to the next page, the link to the previous page, which is this one, and the link to the first page. So now we can move all of this into a function. So that we don't mess this place up like we have done here. So page number, file name, page name. Okay, so up to here. So here what I'll do is I'll just create a variable called page like this and say is equal to let's set this to get pagination vars like so. So we'll create this function that will set things in the page as an array, then we can get whatever we want from there. So let's go to our app and core and functions, and let's create a function right here above this guy. We'll say function get pagination vars, and then paste that code in here. I'll just move it a little bit like so. Alrighty then. So now here, instead of echo, we're going to return an array that contains all of these guys in there. So we're going to, what are we going to do? Let's create the array. So I'm just going to say result is equal to empty array. Or we can just put everything as it is like that and then put it directly in the array like so. So let's do this, let's do that, let's put a comma, duplicate this a couple of times. So current link, and then there's next link. Oops, let me select both. And then there's previous link, and then there's first link. All right, let's just make them look pretty like so. All right, so let's return result. You can also just say return and then return the array, but this is more human readable, so that's fine. Okay, so this will get us the vars in there. So if I decide to print the vars that come here, let's say print r. So anytime you're not sure what's inside a variable, just print the variable so that you know what's going on. So this is what we have. Doesn't look too pretty. So let's just echo some pre-tags to get it looking pretty. And let's see that. And there we go. So current link, there's the current link. Yep. The next link, the previous, and the first link. So good. We have everything under control. If I remove everything from users there, this is what we get. So users, page 1, page 2, and so on. All right, good. Now we have our pagination that we need. So all we have to do, this is now available on every page. So now what I can do is go to my pages, and in the admin section, in the users page, so now we have that. Let me go to the else part where we show the table, and then I will come to here. We should show the pagination whether or not there are results. So pagination comes down here. We don't need to show it in the table. I'll just put a div here, and then let me put a class column md12, so it's all the way. Then let's add some buttons. So button here, this one will be previous page. In fact, let's start with first page, previous page, next page, like so. Let's add some styles. Button primary is good. Let's let this one float to the other side, float end, like so. Okay, so let's see what we get here. There we go. So first page, next page, everything is so close to the edge. Why so close to the edge? Margin bottom 4, just to give us some breathing room there. Okay, there we go. So next page, previous page. Now let's put links to these babies. So I'm just going to put an A tag here, and then in here we just echo out the page variable and just say first link. That's the one right there. Okie dokie. We put this inside that first link. Very nice. Then I can just copy the rest like that. Put the closing A tags as well, like that, and punch these guys in. So this one changes to next, and this one changes to previous. Very cool. Now, if we just try to use these links, let's see how the URL changes. Oh, what have I done wrong? Okay, this is post. It shouldn't be post. It should be page. And it shouldn't have this underscore. I don't know why I accepted this. This version. Okay, there we go. So if I now click previous page, you see that this page is equal to 1 in there. If I go next page, I keep going, you see the numbers change. If I click first page, we are back to the first page. If I click here, everything is cleared. I can click next page, but nothing changes here. So this is fine. What we need to do is use that in our pagination. Now there's a simple formula for pagination. Now to explain how MySQL uses pagination is that there's a limit, right? Let's say for argument's sake, there's 100 records in the database. And then I want to just get the first 10 records. So I'm just going to say limit 10, right? Limit 10, like so. Let's forget about the offset for now. So what it will do is it will read the first 10 records, which is good. But what if I need still to limit 10, but I want the next 10 records? What I will do now is say offset 10. So what this offset does is it tells it to ignore the first 10 results and then just start from there. So it will ignore first 10 results and then start reading from that and then grab 10 records still. So if I want page 3, I'll do offset 20 so that it starts after 20 records, then it gets the next 10 records. So you see there's a page issue here. This is page 3, not page 2, offset 20. So luckily there's a simple formula that I use. First of all, let's tell it what will be the limit per page. So limit is 10. And so here we replace that with the limit variable. Okay, but what about the offset? How do we know the offset? So for us to know the offset, we just say, if we go to our index page here, we don't know the page number, the current page number, we don't know. So if we go back to the function here, page number does contain the current page. So we can just add it to the items that we are releasing here, so that we can have it as well as page number. Cool. So we can get our page number from that page variable. Now the formula is page number minus 1 times limit, like so. So this is the offset is equal to, oh sorry, that bracket comes here. So I told you this is page 3. So let's see how we can get a 20 when we have page number 3. So if this is 3, it's going to be 3 minus 2. So sorry, 3 minus 1, which is 2, and then times limit. So 2 times 10 is 20. Cool. So it actually works. Now to get page number here, we use the page variable because it's inside. Sorry about that. Like so. So from the page variable, minus 1, there we go. And then we have this limit thingy going on. So we can put that variable here. So when we are paginating, the thing that's just changing is the offset. How much are we offsetting? That's what determines what page we are on. Not the limit, just the offset. The limit just helps it to know where to start from. So if I now refresh the page, you see there's nothing here. If I go to the previous page, I do get this. Now let's imagine we have a limit of 1 per page. So I just need to change it there, and then it's going to show 1 item per page, like so. And if I go next page, next page, next page, next page, as you can see, first page. So everything is working as intended with the pagination. So hopefully that wasn't too complex. So now that we have that pagination, let's finish off by dealing with resizing of images, right? Now, because when creating our humans, I could, let me go here. Images. Now I could upload an image that's very huge here and it wouldn't mind. So this is a bit of a problem. So let me grab one of these images, a JPEG. This one is 1.5 megabytes size. So if I open this file and just try to subscribe to create a user like this, and then I create the user. The image is here, but the only problem is this image is huge. We will know, I can tell by just going to the uploads folder and checking out that image. It's this one right here. So if I right click and say open folder, I click on that image, you see that it's 1.5 megabytes. This is just insane. This should be the whole page size, not just one image on that page. Now imagine you have 100 images on your page and each one is that big. So that is not good. So what we need to do is to be able to resize our images. And don't worry, resizing images is not tough. So let's create a function that will do that for us. So let's go to the functions page and create a function to do just this. Let me go down here and create it at the end. So we're going to say function resize. Resize image so that we know exactly what we're doing here. Okay. Now, first thing is, of course, we need to know the file name, and we don't need the original file. Once we resize it, we can delete the old one. So what we'll do is just replace the same file name with the old one. And then we need to know the limit. What's the limit resolution that you want to add? If I look at this image right now, it's 3000 in dimensions by 1900. So 3 by 2. That's the ratio, but I want to limit it to 1000 pixels. So instead of that 1000, I'll just say max size. That's what we'll call it, and I'll set it to 1000 as a default. So when passing, if you want to keep it at 1000, you just pass the file name. The rest you don't need to worry about. But if you want to change, you can always change when passing, when calling the function. So first of all, we need to check if the file exists. Sorry about that. If file exists, file name, then let's continue. If it doesn't, we just ignore it. So file type, we need to know the file type here, or let's just call it type. Type is equal to there's a MIME content type here, which would tell us what the content type is, right? Okay, there we go. So what I want us to do is resize this particular image right now. So it's in the uploads folder. So let's just imagine we actually grabbed it. So I'm going to just right click and rename it. I don't want to rename, I just want to grab the file name. It's .jpg. So I'm just going to imagine, let's just say Actually, let's not waste time with this. You can check these things out if you want. Just echo whatever you need to echo. Actually, maybe we do, so that we don't have to upload a new product when testing this. So let's just say file name is equal to, we'll spoof it for now, .jpg, and let's just say uploads / that's where it is, in the public folder. So that's the file name. If the file exists, get the content type, MIME content type, and then let's just echo type. Let's just see what type this file is. And then let's run this resize function right here. So I'm just going to say resize image. This one is required, so I just put an empty string for the first param, but we just want to see it echo that. Okay. And then I'll refresh. Now I don't see anything being echoed because of how the HTML is designed. So I'll just tell it to die here so that we see only the messages we want. So you see it's an JPEG image, which is true. So here we just put a switch statement. And we want to look at the type. Now, if the type is image JPEG, as we have seen there, like so, then we'll do something else. Here we'll create an image resource and we'll call it image and say image create. We want to create an image source, an image resource. So we'll use image create from JPEG. Now, if you look closely, there's from JPEG, from PNG, from GIF. There's also from WebP, if you want, from WebBMP. Look at that. Anyway, image create from JPEG is the one I'm looking for. And yes, we'll use that same file name. So now we just duplicate this a couple of times. That's for PNG, that's for GIF, and that's for WebP. If there's a default like that, we just return. And if we don't know what it is, let's just return, so that we don't run an error or anything like that. We exit the function. So image create from, let me change this to PNG. Let me change this to GIF. And let me change these two to WebP. So is that actually a thing? I hope. We'll try and test a WebP file. Okay, so with this, we've created an image resource. And once we have that resource, now we can use it. So in order to, what we're trying to do is we create an image resource, and we should create a second image resource. And then we'll copy the image from the first one, from the first resource, to the paste on the second one. Now, the second one will be a smaller image resource. That's why it's going to resize the image. So we're copying from one resource to another and then saving the second one. So in order to figure out what the dimensions will be for the second one, we need to know the source width. What is the width of this current image? So there's a image sx function which we'll use. It will tell us what the x-axis is for this one, and then we'll do the y-axis of this one by sy, like so. Simple and straightforward. Once we get those, then we look at the max. So we are only allowed to get the maximum, right? So let's see which of these two is biggest. Is it the width or the height? So if source width is greater than source height, okay, if the width of the image is bigger, then let's do something. So to we'll use that as the limit, right? So source width. So here destination width. What will be the destination width? So if the source width is the biggest, we have to limit that width to the maximum. That will be the maximum. That's the side we're going to use for the maximum allowed size because it's the big one. We want to maintain the image ratio. So we'll say the destination width is maximum there. Now these guys, wait a minute. Okay, this is okay. But what about the destination height now? What do we do about this? Now the height, what we're going to do is we're going to look at the ratio of reduction. How did we move? How much did we move from source width to the max, right? So that's the max. So we really want to know the ratio between the width and the height of this image. So here we know that the width is bigger, right? So the height is smaller because that's what we are checking for. So in order to find the percentage or the ratio, we're going to divide these two guys. So I'm going to copy this and put here like so. Put these babies in a bracket like that, and then multiply by max size. So the ratio here is the division between the two. But since this one is smaller, as we have seen here, we should put it here at the beginning. So because it should be a fraction, the answer should be a fraction. So the minimum value divided by the maximum, which is the width, that's the image ratio. And then since we know that ratio, let's say maybe the ratio is 0.3. That's the difference between the width and the height. So which means if the width we've set it to max size, we can just multiply the ratio by max size to get the height. So hopefully that's understood. Now it's also possible that this image I have put, even though the width is bigger, this image I have put could be smaller than 1000 pixels. So it won't make sense to resize it to 1000 pixels when it's 500 pixels max. So we can check, since the width is the biggest, we can just say if source width is less than max size, right? Then let's adjust max size to be a lower number. So let's make it equal to the source width. So we'll do max size will be equal to source width, like that. That way the max size is reduced, so that if our image we are resizing is maximum 500 pixels, we reduce the max size to that. We just don't make it bigger. So this destination width and destination height, we know are the new width and height for the new image resource. But if the opposite is true, let's say the what's this? Height is the one that's bigger. We're doing exactly the same thing here, just in the opposite direction. Let's do this. So here I'm looking for source height because source height is bigger this time. So if source height is less than max size, then max size is equal to source height. Good. And then here we change this to source height because that's the one we are setting as the maximum. And then now destination width, we should find out what to give it. So since we know source width is bigger, this is smaller, we put it this way so that the division is always true, and then max size. Simple and straightforward. Now the answers of these two, source width, destination width and height, might not always be integers. They might be decimal places. So we don't want decimal pixels. So what we're going to do is round them off. So round that guy, and let's round off this one as well. So we'll say round off. Okay, great. That way we have a integer as number of pixels. So now that we have the destination, let's create another image resource. We'll copy this. So this one will be image2 is equal to, this one will use image create. Instead from JPEG or from one of these, we'll just say image create true color, and then we'll give it a the width and height, all we have to do is add this destination, and we have that. So now we have an empty image resource. So now all we need to do is copy this image onto the smaller image. So to do that, we'll just say image copy resampled. That's the function. So look, it has so many params here to be added to it, right? So not to fear, this is the destination image, which is image 2. So we could have named these guys exactly this so that we don't have to worry about changing the names, right? I can just add a $sign there. Great. Source image, we already named it image. I don't want to change it everywhere. Let's just say image. And then the destination X and Y, where do we start pasting this information from? So we just do 0, 0 because we want the very corner of it. We want everything to match exactly. And the source, where on the source do we start from? Still 0, 0. We want the whole image. So you can use the same function to crop images. I have tutorials on how to do that. Then the destination width should match the destination width here. So I'm just going to change that to width. Similarly to the destination height, like that. And then the source width and the source height, we already have created these guys. They are here. So let's match that as well. So there we go, and there we go. Let's finish the text. And similarly, height. And that's really it. So this now new destination image has a new image that we want. So all I need to do now is say image JPEG, like so. And then that's the destination image I want to save, and save it. But after this, destination image, and what's the file name? I want to save it to that same file name. And then you can set the quality as well. So I'll set the quality to 90. It's 0 to 100. So you can mess around with this to suit the quality that you want, which will determine the file size. Now, what this means is that no matter what was the source image here, whether a GIF, PNG, JPEG, WebP, I'm going to save it as a JPEG in the end. But if you want to maintain the file type, you can do another switch statement like we did here. So I'm just going to grab this and put it here. All right. Now, default won't be working at all, so let's just remove it. So if this image is a JPEG, this is what we'll put here. But let's change everything else as well. This one will be image PNG. Yes, there's one image PNG. And there's also one image GIF or GIF. I don't know. WebP, there should be one image WebP as well. I'm not really sure about this, but I think it works. Now, the PNG, I don't know about the quality and all that, but we'll just leave it there. If it doesn't do anything, it won't do anything anyway. Okay, so with this in mind, we should resize our image. So let me see, the image here already exists, and it's 1.5 megabytes, 3000 by 2000 dimension. Let's see if I run this and see if it will actually resize or give us an error. So it actually loaded. So let's go and check to see what has happened to the file. And look at that, the file is now 1000 by 500 and it's 81 kilobytes. Very, very nice. So it's working. Very cool. So now what we need to do is, let me remove this file name that I already put here, and let's grab the resize image function and put it where we are uploading the content. So the user's controller is here, and when we are adding a user, wherever we are uploading the image, here, right here. So when we move the uploaded file, let's resize it. So I'm just going to say resize, and the file is moved to the destination. So let's put that right there. Cool. So I'll copy this and set it on the edit as well, because we have similar code. Right after move uploaded file, let's resize that image. All right, very cool. Now that we have everything we need, pagination, image resize, this baby is good to go to categories and posts. And one more thing, when we delete a record, the image remains, so we need to find a way to delete that as well. So this is the user's controller. Right here, after we run the query, everything is done. Instead of redirecting, we should delete. Now we already have the row which contains the path to the image. So here we're just going to say if file exists, always good to check. So query, oops, for a moment there I forgot we use arrays. Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. So raw image, if that image exists, then we'll say unlink the file. So let's copy that and put it in here. So since it's one line, we don't need to put the brackets, just if file exists, unlink the file. So we can see that in action. This is the file right here. Let's check the folder. It's here, but let's delete this row. So say delete. Are you sure? Yes. And then when I come back, you'll see that the file is gone. Okay. So that's cool. And then the other thing is the row, changing of the user role. Here, when we say add new, we can put a row thingy here. So let me go to the users PHP. Where is the add section? So the add section is at the top, and let's see. So before password, let's duplicate this one. And here we're going to put a select statement instead. So email address, we'll change that to row, and change these guys to row as well. Let me change all these to row just in case I copy them. Let's just say row. Okay. Then I'm going to put a select with some options, and the first one is user. The next one is admin. Now these we won't even be using these in here, but just in case you need them, this is how we would do it. Let me put a value for each one of these. Value user, and the other one is row. Oh, admin, sorry. Okay, that does it. So the name, the class. I think there's form select, not form control, which has a class for these guys. And that's about it. Let's see this guy in action. Okay, so row, user, or admin. But let's leave some spaces, margin Y, maybe 3, so that there's some spacing between those guys, which is better. Okay, cool. That is nice. Now, since we've added row here to this, we can go back to the controller and change a few things. Where is this? So instead of row coming from there, it's going to come from row in the post. All right. And what about the add right here? Right, row as well. Alrighty then, things are looking good. So with this in mind, let's copy everything over. Oh, wait a minute. Let's go back. We need to do this on the edit as well. So let's try and make Alicia an admin. So I'm going to go to here, copy this. Let's go to the edit section and add it just after email, right? There we go. Okay. Cool. And there it is. So it should show what we've changed it to. So here I can try and change it to admin and hit save. And now this one has a row of admin, but if I click back, it still shows user. It should show me the real one, just the way we do old value here. So let me copy this old value thingy, and I have to put it on every option. But instead of old value, we change it to old select, so that we create another function that will do this purpose, because this one is inadequate for this. So it's row. Now what this function is supposed to do is echo out the selected keywords, just like we did for the tick, the other one for old, was it old checked or something? Let me go to functions. Let's see, old, there's old value, there's old checked. So we'll copy old checked because it's similar, and change it to old select because instead of checked it should echo out selected, like that. So if the key is the same as the default value, if not empty post key, yeah, this being empty is not good enough. Now we need a value as well. We need to match the value as well. So if the thing is not empty, and then we should add another if statement. So if not empty and, oh wait, I think one is enough. We just put an and this same value is equal to the value provided, then selected. Otherwise, what about the default? If there's a default value, we can also compare the two. Okay, so if this is done, return selected. So we first prioritize the one in the post, but if this didn't happen, we can check if the key and the default, no, wait a minute. This default value can come from the database. And if the default value and this value actually are the same, then we should do this. Okay, we'll test it, see if it doesn't work well, we'll come back and try to fix it. So if this didn't go through, then let's check if value is equal to default. Yep. So let's do this. So if default is equal to value, selected. Okay, I think that does it. Back here. So as you can see now, we need two required fields. The third one is the one that's not required. So row, what should be the value for each one? This one has a value of user. This one has a value of admin. Okay. So if this and the default, so none of these will work now. So the default value will come from raw, the one that's saved in the database. So let's do this. Okay, so let's imagine the row is user, right? So what will happen is this will say user, and then need to check first of all if there's anything in the post variable, which it's not, so it will ignore that. But then need to just compare user and user from the row. So we say row is user, so these two will match, and it will say, okay, this is the one that's selected. This one won't, because this will be user, this will be admin. But let's say the user is set to admin, this one will be admin, and this will be admin, so these will match, it will select that one. So let's just see if that worked well, and as you can see, it says admin now. Alright, so with that in mind, let's move things over to the categories and the posts. So to move things to, let's start with categories, because it doesn't need an image. Then we can copy things over to posts because it's more complex. So to add categories, we'll just copy these files. So in the admin, there's categories and there's users. So let's copy everything from users, put it inside categories, paste. Okay. Now that we've done that, let's create a categories controller as well. So let's copy everything from here, new, paste, save. Let's go like this, categories controller. Okay, very cool. Now everything else will remain the same, but let's change things one at a time. So first of all, I'm going to click on categories. Nothing is showing, so we should figure out why. It should show because it should be here. So let's go to admin here and see what's going on. So section categories, there will be categories controller. Okay, we require that one. Where is it? So none of these will work because they are not either delete, edit, and so on. Then let's come down here to the view side. Okay, this one just requires the file name. So let's see if the file name exists. The section is categories, so admin categories.php. So this should actually work. I just haven't saved it, I guess. That's why it's not working. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we are on categories, but it says users. So let's change things a bit. So account will change to category. Okay, the word account, change category. Let's change, these are ambiguous, so that's good. Let's change where we are reading things from. So actually, let's just change this. Instead of users, this is categories. Okay. And then let's change where we're reading from. So select all from categories. Order by ID descending. Everything else remains the same. Now let's look at the table itself. So we have no records here. Categories, add new. So let's go to the table and see what columns we have. So the just category, maybe the slug, and whether it's enabled or disabled. So just 3 items here. So change this to category. And then this one to slug. And this one to disabled. And action, we'll leave that there. No need for an image. Okay, so ID remains. Username should have category. And this one will have slug. And this one will have disabled. Okay, that should do it. Now we don't need this image section. We don't need the date. We leave these as they are. Instead of users here, we change that to categories. And what else? Pagination, all good. So let's refresh. This is what we get. Good. So let's click on add new and see where it goes. Now this one goes to users. So let me change your instances of users to categories. By the way, I select one, press Ctrl D to select the others. So let's refresh again, and now it says categories add. So create category. We don't need the image thing, so let's go to the add section. Let's remove this whole image thing. Username, let's change this to category because we just want the category name there. And the slag will be created automatically, so no need for that. But we can leave this disabled enabled. So this one is, instead of row, it will be active. Maybe let's say active. That's what we should call it. Active, yes, and no, for easier recognition. The actual column name is disabled, so let's leave that there. And then disabled should be 0. Oh, here from the user is seeing this as active. So when it's active, it's 0. When it's disabled, it's 1, which means it's not active. And this will never really have errors at all, so we can just remove that. We don't need the passwords. So out. Okay, that should do it. So let's refresh. So category name. So the placeholder is category. Like this. Alrighty then. Cool. So a category here could be like lifestyle. Active, we'll leave it there on yes. And now when we post, we should see what happens. So category controller, that's where we're going. This is the add section. So here we just change username to category. Now this is all that's required in category, but if you want special characters, if you don't want to limit the characters that go here, just remove this. But if you want, maybe category can have numbers 0 to 9. Maybe category can have spaces as well. Maybe it can have a dash, so we escape the dash by putting a slash or an underscore. So whatever you want to put, just slash, put it there, like the %, that could be required for category. Maybe you may want opening and closing brackets, etc. Just escape them, just like this, and just like that. Or you can do the opposite. Wait, what has happened? That didn't go as planned. You escape the opening and escape the closing as well. So just put a slash before every character, every new character that you want to be included in here, like that. So I'll leave that there. So a category is required. Category can only have letters and no spaces. This is not true. So you can put the error message you want there. That's up to you. In terms of this, we want to look for the slag. So I'll leave this email thingy out. And what I'll do is, let's remove the password thingy here. We don't need that. We are not loading images, so no need to validate any images. Okay. Okay, so let's deal with the slug here. So what I want to do is create a slug, then check to see. We already have a function called string to, where is that function? Right here. String to URL. That creates a slug. So let's use that. Actually, this won't happen here. It will happen elsewhere. Okay. So what I'll do is, no, actually it will happen here. So we'll do this. We'll say slug is equal to that, but then we use the category name in here. So I'll just grab this. Okay, so we convert the category name to a slug. Then we check to see if it exists. So select all from categories. In fact, we say select ID, okay, where slug is equal to slug. And let's put slug here as well. Now slug is not in the post variable, so it's in this variable here. So let's paste that. So, and say slug here. So all we need to do is check. So if slug, we don't need to write any errors. We just need to correct it. So we're just going to say slug dot equals. So we add to the end just a random number to make it random. Maybe random 4-digit number. So we say number between 1000 and 9999, like that. So that should be random enough. If for some reason the category turns out to be the same, we can add a random number at the end of the slug. Okay, so that does it. So we have a slug. So here what we need are these guys. So let me change the username to category. Let's change slug to slug, or email to slug, sorry, and then disabled. Okay, let's remove the password. We don't need that. We don't need destination because no images were harmed in this process. So password, let's remove that. And here as well. Why didn't this change? Categories, slug, disabled. Okay, cool. Now the thing is with disabled, actually it will always have a value, so I guess this is okay. It's not a checkbox, so this is fine. Okay, pretty good. Everything is good here. Okay, so let's see how that works. So if I say create, oops, undefined array key slug on line 35. So where is that? 35, right here. Oh, sorry, this is not in the post variable. It's in just a variable like that. So let's resend. Unknown column category. Okay. Yep. Into users? No, into categories. Sorry about that. We were trying to save in the wrong table. And there we go. So it didn't go to categories, it went to here because that's what it says there. But there it is. And it doesn't seem like there's any slug there. So here, let's change that to categories. So it takes us back to the right place. So data slug is equal to slug. Wait, is that what? Yes, that's what it is. So category slug. So what's going on? String to URL slug category. Select ID from category. Ah, look at that. I overwrote this. Sorry about that. This should be the slug row, like that. Okay, sorry about that. So let's delete this guy. Now to make sure that delete is working, okay, let's just add one more. Lifestyle. What other categories can be there? I don't know. Let's create one. Okay, so that slug went well. Let's try another category. Shoe strings. Okay, so you see now it converts that to small letter, dash, like that. So that's working. Let's see if we can delete this one. So for the delete, we go back to the categories thingy here, the view file. Let's go to delete and delete category. If there's any errors, they'll show there. And old value here is, let's change that to category. And the slug, maybe that could be important to see the slug in the delete section, and that should be fine. We go to the controller itself and let's look at what the delete does. So instead of selecting from users, we select from categories and delete from categories as well. And there won't be any images, so let's remove this. Let's redirect to categories. Okay, cool. We can actually just select users everywhere and change it to categories. Yep, like that. Okay, so let's try the delete. So click. It doesn't have a slug. Let's delete. And it has worked. So what about the editing? That's what we need to see. Click, and we have this mess here, but that's fine. Go to categories.php, edit. Let's see what's causing problems. So image, we don't have an image, so out. Username to change to category. Email can change to slug. Slug is uneditable anyway, so we can remove it. This one, disabled. Even though we won't get any errors from here, so let's remove that. This one we change to active. And what's here? Yes and no. Yes, no. And then this one disabled, that's true. So instead of yes and no, the actual value is, if it's disabled, wait a minute. Disabled, what's happening here? Disabled 0. Okay, that's cool. What did I do on this one? I said yes, no, 0, 1. Okay, so yes, no, 0, 1. If it's disabled, it should be 0, no? Now this is weird. Oh, that's for the active yes. Okay, cool. Gets a bit confusing sometimes, so the default here is 0, here is 1. Disabled, disabled. Okay, so let's try edit. Active, yes. No need for password, so where are these guys? There we go. Alrighty then. So let's try crime 2. Save. Okay. So non-key email. Okay, that's because in the edit section of the controller, we haven't edited things. So categories, this is fine. This is okay. Username, let's change this one to category. And we want to match this as we did in the add section. In fact, this part here should be exactly the same. The slug should never change. So the only thing we validate is this. So I'll grab everything here, even the images, paste. So only the category we are validating. And then these guys, except for the ID, these guys should be the same here. Slug. Slug is never edited either, so we'll remove it from the section. It's just the category and disabled. And we don't need this password image thingy either. And let's remove these as well. So update categories, set, instead of username, we have category. Email will be equal to disabled. And that should be it. This password thing and role, none. Where that is that. Okay, cool. Let's try and refresh and see if that works. Now, invalid number of bound parameters. Okay, that's great because there's no ID. I don't know why I removed the ID here. This is not good at all. Row. Where does ID come from? Okay, so there's an ID here. So that means the number of items I added in the data array is different to the variables I've added here. So there's category, there's disabled, there's ID. So I need to add ID here as well. Alrighty then. So let's try that one more time. Refresh. And there we go. So it has edited. You see that 2 there. Let me remove it and save. There we go. It's good. And we also have pagination. Very nice. So we can add more categories, lifestyle, sports, and create. There we go. So we have some categories there going on. Now let's add to the posts exactly what we've done, but we'll copy from the users because posts has an image as well. So let's do exactly the same thing. I'm going to close all files just to start afresh. And then I'll get right click, new file, save this one as posts.php, and then a new one, save as posts controller. Good. Now with that, we get users, copy everything from users, paste inside posts, save, get from users controller, copy everything, save inside posts controller, and save. Alrighty then, so if I click on posts, this is what I get. So let's edit the things here as well. So we go to posts. Let's change your instances of users to posts. Okay, same thing in the controller. Just to speed things up. Okay. Now let's click on the add. Let me refresh again. Okay, so users now. Where is this? The title. Posts, add new. Let's look at the categories that are needed here in the post. So let's click on posts. So the title, the content, and the image, date, and slug. So what we validate is the title, I don't think we're validating the content, just the title and the image. That should be it. What do we show here? Title. We won't be showing the content because sometimes it will be HTML and it won't display properly. So just title, image, and date, and slug. So here, let's put slug. We don't have row. We can have date, image. That's fine. So again, here, title, and slug. And there's no need for row. We already have image and date. Good. All right, this is good. Let's refresh. Post, title, slug, image, date. Great. Let's try add new. And there we go. Posts, create account. Let's change all the references to account. Let's change that to posts. Post, like that. Okay, so featured image here. I should emphasize that. Where is this? The image is right here. So let's just say featured image. Let's put a break tag. Okay, so featured image, we should add that. Now the featured image should be required, should always be there. So if it's not, we should tell the user something wrong with the image. Then username, let's put title here. Change that to title. Email should be content. Okay. The drop down can be, you could add disabled and enabled, but so title, content, and image, those are the only three things. Oh wait, there's category and user ID. So user ID will be automatic. Whoever is saving will be saved, but they still need to select a category. So we'll say category here. All right. Same here, category. The name, category as well. Okay, so we'll populate this with actual categories, no problem. We'll do that in a minute. Password, no need for these babies. So let's see that. Okay, so featured image, category, content. Now, content in this case, I want this to be a text area. So old value will be in here, in between. The name will be content. Let's do that. Let's grab this. Let's also put the floating input. Placeholder. Post content. Let's put that as well here. Let's remove that input. Let's see what happens. Okay, so there it is. Placeholder shouldn't be email address. This should be post content right here. And then let's add a number of rows. So let's say rows is equal to 4. No, 8, just so it's big. I thought it would be big this way, like so. But apparently doesn't seem to work that well. So maybe we remove the form floating like this. Let's see that. Yeah, I think that's much better. Then we can remove this label. So let's remove that. Okay, cool. Now let's load all the categories. Now to load categories, we just need to read from the table. To read all of them, which we have done before, like when loading the page down here. So I'm just going to grab this and do that. Let's come up here and paste this here. So say categories, like that, is equal to the query. So select all from categories. Order by ID descending, there's no limit or offset because we want all the records. And then we just check here to see if they exist. So if not empty, let's try categories. Let's put an end if down here. Oops. All right. Let's duplicate these guys so that we can loop through them like so. Change the if statement to a for each. And let's do this. Let's say for each category as, we'll call one cat, short for category, of course. Why do I keep typing for? Okay, so the value will be the ID of the category because we need the category ID as the value. So we'll do this, cat ID. Oops, I went far ahead in time. Okay. Then let's copy what we see should be the category name itself. So let's paste that and category like so. So we're just looping through here and putting the ID as the value and the actual category and name as the category. So let's see if that worked. So as you can see, there's sports, but I need to be able to choose one. So I'll put an empty option first. So I'll just do this and say select, and then make sure the value is empty. That way, that's the first one that shows. Then you can select one of these. Okay, so instead of username here, we need a title like that. Okay, cool. And the category there. And a featured image. Very nice. But now, if we post, what happens? So let's go to the post controller, where we are checking for username. Let's check for title. I think we can leave the user to put any title they want there. That's okay. The title is required. We don't need any of this email check, nor the password check. We don't need that. We do need a validate image. So if this is empty, we should put an else statement to tell them that they need to add an image. So say an or a featured image is required. Alrighty then. Very cool. Then here we need to set the category, right? So I'll remove this. Let's change email to category, and let's remove the rest. So a category is required if it's not there. That's about it. Then when saving, we want to save We want to save the title, so let's do title. We want the content. Oops, content. We want what else? A slug. No need for a password. We do need a date. I don't know if it saves automatically. We'll check that. Let's go to the table and see that. If we go to the structure, it does current timestamp, so that's fine. So image, blah, blah, blah. What about image? If not empty, destination. Okay, so I should have changed these as well. And these two contents. Okay. Very good. Password should change to slug. Okay. And date, we don't need that. So title, content, slug. So title, content, slug, and image. And then category ID and user ID. So row, change to category underscore ID, comma, user ID. We need those as well. Okay. But here we need our full colon, just like here. This one has image in there, which is cool. Now, user ID, if we go to admin, where is this? Admin. Wait a minute. I want to see the authenticator. Now here, for us to get a specific row in the table, instead of having to use this, what we can do is create a function and call it user. Okay, so this can be the key that you want to get, but it can be empty as well. So we say if empty, if the key is empty, then let's return everything in the user column that is logged in. So let's return this array. Now, if it isn't, we're going to say if not empty as well, session user, and whatever key was supplied, if it's not empty, then let's return that. So return that. But if none of this works out, let's return an empty string. So now we can use user to get a specific column from the logged in user right now. So if I go to post control, so here we do user ID. This will come from the user function, and we want the ID from there. Okay. What about category ID? From here, it will come from category ID. Okay, cool. Let me organize these a bit better. All right. What about the slug? Slug we haven't created yet, so let me do this. We can copy this from categories controller. We had this slug section here. That's cool. Let's copy that. Post controller. Let's put it right above here. So slug, instead of category, we get that from title. And then we check in posts if it already exists. So select ID from post where slug. If that's true, slug, add a random number. Okay. User ID. Now category ID, I have to be sure here the name of this is not category, it should be category ID. All right. Okay. Looks good. It's set into posts, blah, blah, blah. Looks okay. So let's try this. Refresh. Try and save. So a featured image is required, a title is required, a category is required. Okay, so this is ports. Let's try again. Category is required again. Wait a minute. Posts. Oh, the thing is, when looping here, we forgot to add the old select. So let's see this. If I go to categories, I want one where I used the old select, this one. So copy this, come back to posts and put it here. Leave a space there. This is category ID. And then the value of this one is this right here. So let's copy and put it there. We don't need the PHP tags. Okay. Now instead of, wait, yes, category ID and from the row category ID. Okay, that's good. Let me refresh. Oh, undefined variable row. Okay. Category ID. Oh, there's no default value, sorry. All right. Okay, so it keeps that. Why does it still say category is required? This shouldn't be. Category ID. Let's come back here. Where is this? Ah, right. So this should be category ID. Okay. Okay, that's quiet. A title is required. Okay. My first post. Let's see if it will keep quiet. Okay, it does. So now we need an image. So click. Let's see. Images. We want to create a post. Open. There we go. And let's create. And there we go. So we have a first post here. Very nice. Now we can edit this post. So let's do the delete next. So if I click here, this is what we get. Let's just change the keys from username to title and email to slug, I think. So I'm going to go to the posts.php. Let's find the delete section, and I will change this to title, and this one to slug. All right. I don't think these error parts will be necessary, but just in case you want to write any error messages, maybe there are posts you can't delete or you don't have permission, it can say that, etc., etc. So my first post, that's the slug right there. So you can delete if you want, but let's go back. Let's look at the delete controller. So there's edit and there's delete. So this is fine. Delete from posts, that's fine. And also this is fine because posts do have images. So that should work just fine. Now let's deal with the edit section. So I'm gonna click edit, and this is what I get. So image is good. It's just these other thingies that are not. So let's try and change this to title. Okay. What else? So that's title, edit post, content. The others, I think I would just have to copy. So from this part that has text area up to category, everything here is relevant up to down here. So let me do z copy up to row here and password, actually up to password here. So paste. Oops, what has happened? Okay, the paste ends from there. Actually, the error here, oh, the error is in category. Yeah. Okay, great. Let's refresh. There we go. So that's fine. This doesn't show our content, nor does this show the category we are in. So all we have to do on the select here, we need to add one more default value. So the default value is inside the row and category ID. That's where it is. And same thing with content. Content, where is this? It's right here. There's old value, but there should also be a default value. Content, like that. Oh, wait a minute. So I didn't put any content here, did I? Let's check in the database, shall we? Let's browse the posts table, and there is no content. But let's try and update that. So this is updated content. Oops. And then let's try to save. Okay, so when we save, let's go to post controller. This comes here to the edit section. Now we can save time by just copying what the validation is up to here. Okay. So validate, let's copy this, blah, 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 blah. Up to right here where the arrows, paste. Okay, what have I done? What have I done? No, that's fine actually. Now the image is not required because if we don't want to change the image, then we don't change it. It's as simple as that. Okay, but if it's there, we add it to the list. Let me push these things inward a little bit, like so. Okay. The slug, though, should never change. Otherwise, this will ruin our SEO. Because if you have a post slug, that will be the URL. That's the link to that product. So every time you edit the product, if the slug changes, then the link to that product is lost to your customers. So that's never good. So just never edit the slugs. And what else do we need? Here there's password or destination. Let me remove the password one, even this one here. So the image thingy can remain, the other thing can go. Let me change this to title. There are a few things that change during the edit. The title, the content, the date shouldn't change, but maybe it will change, and the image. That's pretty much it. What about row here? So title, content, and okay, so we have category ID. Those can change as well. So category ID and the image, possibly. So there we go. Let's change that to title. Let me change this to content. Let's change this to category ID. Righty then. I think this actually does it. So let's try this again. Let's refresh. What has happened to the content? Okay. This is edited post content and save. So I can't tell if I click here. Can't tell if that saved at all. But did it? Nope, it did not. Everything else remained intact. So what really happened? Oh, this one is set to email. Sorry about that. That's the reason why. Okay, so this is some edited content. Let's see how that works. Clip. Okay, so everything is working fine now. We are good. So we have posts and all that, and we can actually delete if we want. So let me add new just to test this. Some deleted post. Let's add an image because it's going to ask for that. I don't even need to select those. Let me just, this one is a crime. Let me delete and let's delete. Okay, so everything is working here. Pagination, good. First page, good. Okay, so everything is working here. We just need to deal with the front end now. Now these guys are highlighted, should be highlighted when we click. So let's fix that real quickly. I'm going to go to the admin page and let's come to where the links are, which is right here. So this one is active because it has this active thingy going on here. So what I want to do is check out what's in URL 0, and if it matches this, then this should be active. So I'm going to just say, let's put some PHP tags, echo, and we'll put an if statement, but the one with a single line if statement. So we'll say if, let's see here, URL 0, which is usually the page name. URL is a variable actually. If URL 0 is equal to this, okay, we don't need that, root and /admin like that. If those guys are equal, let's put that question mark, then we will echo active. Otherwise, let's echo an empty string and close that section there. So only echo the active. Actually, we don't need root because the URL, the single thing there in the URL will just be the word admin like that. Okay. And now we can copy this to the rest of the pages. So this is the nav link, this part right here. Let me paste and change that to users. Oh wait, if it's no. This is misleading. Actually, we should look at the number 1. Actually, we have it called section, right? Yeah, so why not use just section? So if section is dashboard, yeah, I think that would be better. Section users, that's cool. Let me grab this and categories, and when it says posts, alrighty then. So let's refresh. Now you see it highlights the correct one. So click and click and click. Much better. Okay, so with this in mind, let's add a second post so that we just have at least 2 posts here. Okay, so I'll say my second post. Let me put an image for this second post. Let's see my old images here. We'll change shoestring to something else. Aren't they a better? Let's do crime. Where are the categories? I want lifestyle here. Okay, good. Posts, there we go. Let's add one more for lifestyle. My life this July. This shows my work table. Let's select lifestyle as a category and create. So there we go. Very cool. Now with this, let's go to our front end, click on front end, and here we go. We haven't seen this baby in a while. So now let's load our posts here. Okay. Now, because we'll be using posts in several places, it's a good idea to separate this into a separate file. This one post right there. So what I will do is I'm going to go to the home page and grab, where is this? I can't find it. Oh, this is the footer. Okay, so this is one card. So I'm going to grab this, cut it, and then create a new file in pages, and this file will be called, maybe I can put this in a folder. So let's create a new folder, and we'll call this one includes. Okay, so instead of admin, this one is includes. New file in includes, paste this one. Let's save this one as post-card.php. Okay, now if we go to our home page and refresh, we'll just see one right now because that's the one that was left. But let's go back to our home page and let's remove this one. Now what I can do is put some PHP tags and then simply include I'll include that file, which is inside app/app/includes/post what is it called, postcard.php. Is it correct? Postcard, yes. So we include that file. Let me refresh, and it is included. But now instead of just including it, let's read from the database. So here I'm just going to say query is equal to, we say select all from database. Oh, sorry. From posts. Then let's just order by ID, descending order. Now we won't have pagination here. We just want to limit this to maybe 10 or maybe even less, maybe 6 items. Yeah. And then we'll put an if statement and say, oh wait, we'll say rows, we'll call them rows. Yeah, let's add that query there. Since there are no variables here, we won't put any variables there. And then we'll check if rows is something. Let's do that. Otherwise, let's echo out and say no items found, like that. Okay, very good, very good. Then let's move the include here. Now, since this is 1, we're supposed to loop through rows. So we're going to say for each rows as, we don't need the key, we just need a value, which is a single row, as row. And let me move this guy up there. Okay, and that's it. So we should see 2 repeats here. Oh, actually there are 3 posts, are they? Okay. Now, if you want these to center themselves, you can justify this one. You can just say justify content center. This should move this to the center. Whenever it's alone, it will be on the center. But then let's replace. We know that the variable that contains what we want is raw, so we can now go to the file itself, the post CRUD, and assume that raw is here. So let's echo raw up there. This is raw title. So the title there, good. Now let's escape this, like so. So let's see if the titles change. Okay, so title, there we go. They are all different. These are categories here. Now let's look at the content down here as well, which we need to escape as well. So let me copy this. This is for the content. So paste and say content. Oops. Now we want content to be a substring, a short one. So we'll do substring like that. So it asks you to put the string name, the string itself here, and how long of that string you want. So we start at 0 and maybe 200 characters. It's up to you. You can put whatever number you want there. Continue reading should be the button. This is the date, so let's paste that and put date. I had already put how to display a date properly in the post.php, so let's look at that. And instead of having to retype this, let me grab that. Let's go back to the post card and put that date over here. Great. What else? The category there. So let's do this. Okay, so there's some title, some content, date. What about the category? So I can come here and put category, right? So say, but remember, it's a category ID we have here. We don't have this category section, so that's why it's saying undefined variable. But what we can do is we can tell it that if it does not exist, let's put 2 question marks. Let's put the word unknown like that, so that if it's not there, it's just unknown category like that. Let's put the image here. We'll fix this. We'll give it a category column in there, but for now let's do the image. Where is the image? The image is down here, so we have to look at the source of this image, which is right here. Wait, did I make a function called getImage? Did I? Ah, there we go. My man. Okay, so back to postcard, and here on the source we'll just say getImage and close that. Now the image here, of course, raw image like that. so that if it's not there, it will show image not found thingy. So that's how you load posts now. Yeah, very nice. Now if we click on this post, it should take us to a single view. But before that, we need to have the column here, the category, sorry. Now keep in mind, if we go to the table, the posts don't have a column, a category ID, a category column, sorry. They have the category ID. So we need to find a way to query the category ID based on this and still put a column, add a new column here using, add a new column with the actual category name in one query. So we can do that by using a join. I've talked about joins in another tutorial, so you can check that out. I think it's called querying from different tables or multiple tables. I think something like that. Okay, so what I'll do is on the home page right here, instead of just saying select all from posts, what I will do is I'll say select posts dot all, like that. This is for the posts table. I want to get all columns, but I want to add another table, categories. And this one, I just want the category itself. So categories dot category column. So I want to get all columns from the post table, one column from the categories table, and then say from posts. But then I want to join the categories table. So I'll say join categories on, where do we join this? We're joining this on the posts dot category ID, oops, is equal to. So we are joining these tables and matching the rows where the post ID, the category ID in the posts table is equal to the ID in the categories table. So I'll say categories dot ID, like this. Okay, that should actually do it. This will give us a column called category, and as you can see, it shows their crime, sports, lifestyle. Okay, great. Now we need to repeat this on the blog page. So the blog page is essentially the home page without this thing. So the images here, if you want to change them, you can go to just the slider here and just put actual, just type the captions there here. You can change the captions here, and then you can just put your images here. So if the images are, for example, inside assets, images, and then one.jpg, that's where the first image is. So we can replace that first image with this one. As you can see here, it has been replaced. Then you can put your caption there. Just retype the caption here. Simple and straightforward. You could save these in the database and do the way we do posts, add them like that. That's up to you. You can create that. I don't want the tutorial to take too long, but this is the general idea. So also the footer will be the same everywhere. So it would be a good idea to just put it in a separate page. So these are the includes here. Let me do this new file, save this one as footer.php, save. Let's create another one, a new one, save that one as header.php. That's much better. Then come back to the home, and let me grab the JavaScript from the JavaScript here up to where the footer starts from, which is right here under the main. Is it? Yes. Maybe even the main should go with it, the closing main tag. Let me cut that and paste it in the footer page. Then here I just need to include the footer page. So I'll grab this and put this in a PHP tag, just include that baby, and put footer on this one. Okay, so let's do exactly the same thing for the header. This will include the main opening tag. So I just put it just below this and change this to header. And then I'll grab everything here and put it in the header instead. So let's grab that. What else can I do? Oh wait, do I even need any of these babies? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me select this and see if it's used anywhere. Okay, so there are 2 copies here and there. Nav scroller. Doesn't seem to do much at all. The by, I'll leave that. This example, that's just 1 match. And let me check in the footer, by the way, if any of these are there. They are not. Let me find this. Just 1 match. Okay. Placeholder. Let's see. 1 match. What about this one? 2 matches. Where's the second one? Right there. Alrighty then. So none of these styles are required at all. Yeah. And we can see that if we refresh the page, nothing seems broken at all. Okay, so with that in mind, I think this we do need. Let me grab everything from here and put inside the header. So cut. Let's go to the header and paste. Very nice. Now the thing is, the slider is special, right? So let me grab the slider, cut that as well, put an include and paste like so, and call it slider.php. Nice. Then when I come to my header, the same way I've included the header in the home page, I will include the slider in the header right here and save. This doesn't recognize this as PHP, so just click here and click PHP, and this one should go to slider. So let's see this here. Let's see that nothing is broken. Nothing is broken indeed. Now, let me make the blog page as well, because right now if I click on blog page, nothing happens. So let's go to the header, and there's blog here, right? So home page is equal to just the root, and close like that. So that takes us back to the home page. Blog. Contact. So with this blog and contact, we can now switch to other pages. So let's see how that will work. So if I click page not found, so let's make our page not found look better. So just like on the home page, since we have the header and the footer, we can just copy these and go to the 404 and include them here. This one is the footer, like so. And so our page not found will look much better. Now the thing is, we don't want to see this slider on every single page. So what I'll do is in the header, where this is, this part here, we'll put an if statement. So here we're going to say if URL 0 is equal to home, like that. That's the only time we show the slider. Okay, so let's refresh, and there we go. So page not found. Let's make it a little bit better by putting this in the center. Let's move that. Now you can put classes here as you wish. Maybe you can say alert, like this. Okay. Alert danger. So you can please go ahead and design this as you need it to be. Okay. But blog should be there, so let's grab all of this. Let's actually grab the home page. Copy everything from the home page and make a new page called blog. Oops. Actually, this is not good. We need these guys to be in the footer. So cut that. Oopsie daisy. Let's go to the home page. Let's remove these. Put them in the footer at the bottom. Like so. Save that. Let's save this one as blog.php. And let's save the home page. So blog will have, you can put a title here if you want, blog, like this. And let's see what we have. And there we go. So our blog now has posts here. Now let's put some pagination there as well. So in order for pagination to work, we have to put that code like we did here. So copy this, go to blog, where we are reading from the page. Let's put a limit and an offset. So all this remains as it is, only that we'll use the variable for limit, and then offset. We'll also have a variable for offset. And then after that, we have to put this section here for the pages. So copy, go to blog, right before the footer. Let's put that, and let's refresh. Okay, so there we go. We have page there. Now if you want this to not cover everything like this, let me do this. Let's put this inside a div, okay? And at the end here as well. But what I want to do is add a class of mxAuto, and then column md, let's try 10. So this will mean it takes up 10 column space, and this means it will be in the center. That's the, yes, like that. Okay. So you can reduce the size by reducing the number here. Let's say I put 8. It will reduce, but when in responsive view mode, it will adjust accordingly, like that. Okay. Let's put 10 for now. Okay, very good. Now let's try the search here, to use the search. So that search is inside the header. So what we need to do is make a page for the search. So I'll select everything here and then create a page called search. Okay, search.php. Cool. Now we want to read from the, what to find, we're going to read from the find variable in the get. So it won't always exist. So if it doesn't, let's put an empty string like that, or let's put no. Okay. And then we'll say if find. If there's something in there, let's run this. Otherwise, let's not. Okay, So search page, and here we'll name it search. So the search thing is in the header. So what we'll do is we'll make it so that whenever you click on it, you are sent to this form right here. So we just say action. This action goes to the root search. Okay, and then this input here should have, what should it have? Type search. It should have a name called find, because that's what we are looking for. And then let's add a button there, a submit button, so that it can actually submit. A button like that. Let's say find. Let's put a class of button and button primary. Let's see how that looks. Okay, but I want it to be one line, so I can use the class, what is that, form group? Let's check that out. Okay, so maybe we can go to Bootstrap and look at input group. Actually, that's what it's called. It's input group. So that's what I was looking for. Let's see what that does. There we go. The only problem is that now it's okay, so what I'll do is I'll remove this class here, make a div inside here and put it on that, so I don't disturb the flow of what's already here. Okay. All right, that's much better. So here if I say, let's find life. So we've moved to the search page, and find is equal to life. Then let's search all. Let's use that in the, where is that? Let's use that in this find in the query. So let's change find should be equal to, let's add wildcards like this. What this means is that whatever text is here, I want you to not care what's on the left and what's on the right of the title of the post. As long as the text is matching somewhere in the middle, you should find it. So here we'll add find set to this one, but let's use that in the query. So here we're just querying everything, but we'll put a where clause here and say where title. Now we should know which table we are talking about because there are two tables here. So posts dot title is equal to, or actually we use like for searching, and then let's put that find. Okay, so let's refresh and you see that's what we get. Let's keep in the header, we should keep whatever search term was there. So here I'll say value is equal to, let's do that and say get find, or if it's not there, leave an empty string and close that. Okay. So if I refresh now, you see it there. Let's remove that. Nothing found, so it's complaining that rows is not a thing. Let's go to the search page. Let's see here. If rows, why is it complaining when we checked here? Okay, so let's say if not empty, I think that's better. Okay, so no items found. Alrighty then. So blog, there we go. Search will be there. Contact, you can even put the search you can even put the search key here, a link to the search page if you want. Okay, that should do. Okay. All right, so if you want these to be highlighted as you click, depending on what page you're on, you can do exactly what we did here. Just copy the code from there and put it here. All right, so looking good. What else we need? Blog. All right, now we need the single page view. So when we click on this, it takes us to a single page. So I'll just copy the blog page here. And pages. Save this. We'll save this page as post.php. I hope we don't have that yet. Okay, that's a single post there. There's no need for pagination, so let's remove that. No need for these guys as well. We'll just be getting one item, and we'll be using its slug. So we're just going to say where slug is equal to slug. Okay, no need to order in a specific way. We'll just say limit 1 because it's a single post, and it will just be one row, and we will need to put a slug variable there. And I'll remove this and that. Okay, so instead of post CRUD, we'll say post single. Actually, yeah, we'll leave it there, post single. Actually, we don't even need to include all of this. We can just remove this, copy from post CRUD everything that's here, and where is post single now? Click here, post.php. So I'm going to paste in here like so. I want to leave this as HTML, so I will go out of PHP here and then open PHP tags here again. Okay, so let's see. And if I go now to single, where's post CRUD? I should put a link so that when you click on this, you are taken to that single page. So let's do that on the title maybe, and the image. So let's put an A tag around this. Let's see if that doesn't disturb anything. Okay, cool. And let's link it. So this goes to post slash, we put the slug of this one. So row slug, like that. So whatever the slug is of this post, that's what we'll use to identify which post we want to see as a single item. So copy that, and let's do the same on the image. Let's put the closing A tag. Okay, so refresh. Okay, that didn't go so well. What went wrong? Let's see. So I think let's view the page source. We'll see an error. It says undefined constant row on line 6. Oh, okay. I didn't put the $sign, sorry. Okay, there we go. So now if I click on this, wait, what's happening? What's going on? There's something, it's like there's an A tag already somewhere that I'm not seeing, which is this one, I guess. Let's put this here as well. Continue reading. If I click on it, okay, it works. What about this? Okay, that works as well. Okay, so undefined variable slug, no problem. Let's go to the single post page. And in the query, we are using slug, but we don't know what it is. So let's create slug. So slug is from the, let's come back here. So you see in the URL, this is 0, item 0. This is item 1. So this should be equal to URL item 1. If it doesn't exist, set it to no. And then only do this if it exists. So if that, then let's do this. Otherwise, we ignore it. Okay. There's an else statement here. No item found. Let's refresh. Okay. Column slug. The column slug in where clause is ambiguous. Okay, so what this means is that it doesn't know which table we're talking about because we are selecting from two tables here. So it has to be posts.slug. Okay. Okay, there we go. So undefined key title. What's going on here? Okay, so say if not empty row, just to make sure it's not empty. Okay. Oh yeah, so what's happening is that it's getting more than one row here. So let's use the query row function instead. Okay, there we go. Very good. Now we can remove the continue reading. And let's move the image to the top. Let's see how that changes things. Okay, so it's on the other side now. And what I want to do is, let's remove these height thingies. FlexMD row. This is column 12, column 6. Let's put 12 there. Okay, much bigger, much better. And where is the image again? Let's remove the width, should be 100%. Height should be unspecified. Okay, for as long as it takes. And then these should not share this should not share a column, so this should not be row. So let me remove this row here so that one is at the top, one is at the bottom. And what else can I change? Column 5, let me remove this so that it's column 12, I guess. Okay, much better. So this is the full full view of the blog. And then down here, let's not limit our content. Okay, there we go. So we see the full content. And then there's a function, new line to break tag, that one. So add it there instead. Actually, we can add both, even the escape maybe. I don't know which of the two should come first. All right. So you can design this as you wish, but this is the single page view. Let's go back to blog and click on this one. This is what you get. Let's go back again, click on this one. That's what you get. All right. So everything is good. Contact page, just create a new page and then write your contacts there, no problem. I can do that real quick. Let's just say new file, contact.php, and then we just get the header and the footer. Footer here, and then you can add a div here and style it as you wish and say contact details. Maybe you can put this at h4. This whole thing can be in the center tag, and then you can put your details here. Email at email.com. Okay, let's see that, and there we go. So design it as you wish. Search, blog, home. All right, very cool. Now what about putting a name here, for example? Profile, sign out. So also I want this to only show when you're logged in. So let's go to the header, and this is the part right here, this whole part here. So we're just going to put an if statement and say if logged in, and then let's put end if here. Okay, let's see if no errors are generated. Okay, and then if you have an image, instead of this source here, we're just going to say get image. Now remember how to get information of the user that's logged in. It's user, and then you choose the column, which is image in this case, and that should work. And there we go, look at that. So what I want to do is make sure the width and the height are okay, and then let's put a style of object fit cover to stretch it properly. All right, then so just the same way you can put the user's name. For example, here I can duplicate profile and say hi, and then echo the current user's name and say username, like so. So there we go, very good. Then you can put links to whatever page you want these to go, just like we put this here, and so on. Okay, very cool. What else remains? Down here you can put the links you want, and I think that's about it, really. Oh, categories, yes. So the categories page is like the search page, so let's make that one. So I'm going to go to search, copy everything, new file, paste, save, and category.php. And then here I'll change that to category. And then instead of getting the find, we're going to look for, it's going to be like post / the category name. So we'll look for item 1 from the URL. So instead of find, this should be category. So category is equal to, in the URL, the 0. If it's not, we use null, like that. And what category? So this will be the slug of the category. So what we need to do is read from the category and then get the category ID, which we are going to use to read from the posts table. So the way we have this that reads from the post table, we can do a where clause, where posts like, but instead of this, we'll say where post dot category ID is equal to, not like, but equal to category. Let's just use category ID there. Okay. Let's change this. So category, let's put, no, this one is a category slug. Okay. Now we need a way to get the category ID and use it, but still, actually what we can do, we can run the same one query. So instead of where category ID is equal to this, we can say category ID in, and then let's create a query around this, a subquery in there. So we'll say select ID from categories where slug is equal to this category ID. Okay. So the result of this query will be used in here. That's why we're grabbing the ID of the category, which will be used there. So let's see that in action. So instead of category ID, to be category slug actually here. So, right. Like that. Okay, great. So let's see some categories here, like crime, for example. So if I change this, if I type here category and then slash crime, no items found. So that's not good. Why is it so? Now let's see where the problem could be. So let me echo first the category slug to see if it's correct. Yep. No, it's not correct. So that's 0. It should be 1 that we are getting. So that's the wrong. So instead of 0, we should get 1. So, which is this one. So let's try again. And there we go. So this is all the posts in the crime section. So if I had 2 posts in here, let me show you in the admin. post. Let's add a new post here. We'll put it in the crime category. Let's put the Avengers Peak here. Let's see, a post in crime, some content, crime, create. And then let's go back here to category crime. You'll see now we have two posts that come up here. Now we need a drop down here for all the categories. So we're going to copy what this has and put it here instead. So if we go to the header, where is that header? Too many things here. I'll copy this part. How do I, let me grab this whole thing and put it amongst these pages. So I'll duplicate one and the list item, let me grab this, let me try this here. Let's see how that looks. Okay, it actually works. So instead of the image, let's say category, like that. So let me try this. Let's see there. Okay, so the styling isn't right, but let's see, remove these classes here. Maybe they're the ones causing problems. Nope, it doesn't look like. Text small, drop down toggle. Maybe because of the div. Let's change this to maybe a span. Let's see how that, because this is an inline thing. Doesn't. Okay, find a way to style that. These guys have this. Oh, there's nav link there. Right. And that and that. Okay, so let me copy these classes, put them here. Should help. Okay, there we go. So now let's put all the categories that come with this. I'm going to delete everything here. There is a part which we already did that in the admin section where we get all the categories. That's where we're creating the posts here. So let's go to the add section of this. And this is the part right here. So I'm going to copy this. Come back to category and oh, it's the header, sorry. Where is the header page? So right here we will do the deed. Okay, so select all from categories, order by whatever, and let's run these categories. This is not an options thing, so let's remove the option. What we need to add is this in here. So, and what else? So let's grab the category name itself and put it here instead of this profile name. Then we need a URL. So the URL will have root/category singular, then slash the slug of the category. So copy that and put it here, and slug, and we can remove this. Okay, cool. Let's see how that fares. There we go. Very nice. So now I can just click, we are here, click, nothing in shoestring, click, there we have in sports, click, we have in lifestyle. So that's how you can select by category here. Alright guys, so what we need to do now is to change the way we save content. So currently, this is all the content we can put is text like this, and we can't even format that text. But if we go to the admin, we should fix this as well, so it doesn't say this all the time. What we can do is, let me go to posts, and if we click edit on this post right here, there's some content there, right? But I want to be able to use this kind of editor, like summer note like this. So in order to add summer note, we already downloaded summer note. We already downloaded summer note, so all we need to do is add it there. So this is the edit section of things. So let me try and add it there first. So I'm going to go to posts, the posts page. Let me actually just close all of these files here. All right. So I'm going to go to the admin section, posts, and in here, what I would do is go to the edit section, which is right here, and I want to add summer note. So we added it already in our assets folder, and this is the summer note folder. So the one I want to use is just these two files, the light, both of them are light. So summernote light.min.css and summernote light.min.js. So what I need to do is put a link here like that, and then of course every URL must have root in it, and its assets, and then I'm going to put summer note, that's the folder it's in, and then there's summer note again as the file name, so summernote-light.min.css like that. Okay, great. And then I want to do the same thing down here and create summer note. So I'll put a script. So we need both JavaScript. So let's put a source there. We need both JavaScript and CSS file. So same thing, assets, summer note, and then summer note light.min.js. That's the one right there. Okay, so we have those two. It won't change anything for now, nothing different. So let's go to the documentation, getting started here, and look at what it says. So I'm looking at this, and there's this part which specifies a height. So I kind of like this one. And then the text area should have an ID of summer note. So let me grab this, copy, and paste it there. Now it doesn't have to be an ID, it can be a class name, so we can just put a dot here if we are targeting a class that is supposed to be summer note. So here, let's go to the text area that we are using and give it that ID because that's what it's looking for, of summer note like that. All right. So back to our thing here, let's refresh, and nothing happened. So when nothing happens, just inspect the element, go to the console, and in here we are seeing things like I is not a function. Whenever you see this reference error and then a $, it just means jQuery is not installed. So this thing seems to need jQuery because this is jQuery that uses this, unfortunately. And I'm not a big fan of jQuery, but it seems in this case Summernote requires it. So just type jQuery download and you'll be taken to jQuery.com, and here just click the download the compressed production version. Just click whatever version is available. It will take you to this page where it opens the actual file in the browser. Then just Control A to copy everything and copy like that, and then you can add the file in the JS folder. So let's just say new, right click on the JS folder, paste the data, save. I had already saved it earlier. Just save it as jQuery.js and save like that. Let me close that. So the jQuery should come before SummerNote JavaScript. So in here, instead of SummerNote, this one is inside JS folder, and then it's jQuery.js. So jQuery.js. All right. So with that, these should disappear. So this error here is for the dashboard.js. It's looking for feather, so you can remove that reference. Maybe we can do that real quick. Let me JS dashboard. Let me look for any reference of feather. Global chart feather. Oh, okay. Oh, so this is what this is for actually. It's not even needed at all. The dashboard.js, is it? Yeah, because it looks like it's just for the chart and nothing else. Interesting, good. So what we can do actually is go to our dashboard, which is inside admin, I think. And where did I include the dashboard CSS? It's this one. So let me just mess with it, remove that, and then I refresh. Feather is not defined. What is going on? Dashboard.js. Oh, this is the CSS. Sorry. We go down here to the JS. Let's mess with that file name just to see if anything gets broken. Okay, doesn't look like anything is broken at all. Things still work just fine. So we can remove this script tag for dashboard.js. Doesn't seem to do much. Okay, so jQuery is in here, and the placeholder here we can use is post content, and then the height I want it to be something like 400. You can add whatever you want there, and let's click edit one more time, and there it is. So as you can see now, SummerNote is happening. This is very cool. So now we can actually add some better content and then even format it like this, which is very nice. So this is better content like this. Now you can even add images to this thing. So for example, I can click on this and add images. Now before we do even that, let's just try and save this. So I'm going to hit save. So this was for this post. Now if I go to the front end, this is the problem we have here now. So look at the content the way it is. It's just tags, HTML tags, which is not nice. So what we would do is go to our single post, the post card, and let's just remove this content part because we don't need it. Because the content can be some gibberish that doesn't make any sense at all. So we leave it like that, no content required. And then if I click on it, this is what I see. So this is like this because we are escaping all the HTML, but there's no need to do that. Let's go to the single post.php, that's post.php, and let's remove the escape function here. So I'll remove that escape function, and let's refresh. Okay, much better. Now, as it is like this, it can actually add images as well. Also, let me enlarge that part. So here where we are in the styles, this is for the edit post section. I don't want this to be 6, I want this to be column 12 so it can fill in the whole area. That way we can add more content better like this. Okay, cool. Featured image, you can make it bigger if you want. So do what you need to do. But let's try and add an image. So I'm going to click here to add an image. Let's click browse and let me look for any image here I can use as a sample. Let's see, maybe, or not a WebP image, I just want a JPEG. Any of these JPEGs will do. My nigga right there. Okay, so let's click 50%, right? And there is the image. Now the problem is, if I click on the code view, you will see that the image is saved as actual data in here. So let's look at this a bit closer. So if I zoom in, so it's a lot of data, as you can see here, quite a bit of data. Now what I'm interested in is the source part here. So you see all this describes the image. The problem with this is we're going to be saving images in the database, and you should never do that, because once you start saving blobs in the database, you can make the database very slow. Even this has taken a while to respond to my zooming in because it's quite heavy. Okay, so what I want you to look at is the source of this image. So the source has this data and then base64. So this is base64 encoding, and this is a file named image. It's a file type of image JPEG. So it shows it that this is a JPEG and it's encoded in base64. And then after that, this is the data of the actual file. Now, if we go down to the very end, you'll see that there's this data file name, which shows the actual file name here. So what I want us to do instead is to create some code that will, once we submit this form, it will check for any base64 images, remove them, and save them to a file, and then resize them. Okay, that way we can do the resizing, because somebody can just add a 1 megabyte image here and it will not be resized like we are doing with the featured image. So we want to save that image, then resize it, and after resizing it, we that way we keep everything nice and neat, and then we replace this information with just the link to the image itself. That way we don't save images in the database. So real quick here, let's create a function that will do this. So I'm going to go to functions right here. It doesn't matter where you create these functions. So function, let's say remove, we'll call it remove images from content. Quite a long name, but it's better when it describes what it's doing. Here we're going to give it some content. And then in the end, it will return the new content that we've created. So return the new content that has no image, no base64 images, just image links like normal images, right? And then we need a folder to take these things. But this should be optional, so we'll assume that we are sending to the uploads folder unless we specify otherwise when calling the function. So the first thing I want to do is in the content, I want to do a preg match. So grab the content and do a preg match or, so to match every item here. Now, every item in there. So what I want to do is copy this so that I show you how it matches. I'll copy all this code just up to here. Okay. Then let's create a new file. Paste this. Let's use word wrap so that we can see everything at once. Now I wanted to separate just to grab the image tag. So in order to do that, let's use a regex search. So I'll click down here, make sure this is highlighted for regex at the bottom left here. Now if the thing I want to look for has an image tag, so it looks like this in the beginning. So bracket img, so we are searching for that, and there it is, it's been found. Now usually at the end of this because there's a source starting and then there's a quotes here, so the data is inside the source attribute, which means at the very end it's going to be a quotation like this, even though I didn't copy the whole thing. So I want it to be source like this, and then grab every character that is not, so let's do not, a closing tag, because usually it will be like this, and then it will have a closing tag at the end like so. So everything that isn't a closing tag, and then put a plus to make it greedy so that it can select everything. You see, it ends right before the tag there. So this is our regex. So we'll grab every one of these images that are in here. If there were 10, it will grab all of them. So let's use that regex real quick here. So back to functions. So the pattern here is going to be, let's use single quotes, or we can use double quotes, no problem. Let's paste that. So this is our regular expression. Let's put the container like so. Okay, good. Now the subject is the content. So we are doing this on the content, and then matches is where it will store everything that has matched. So if is array matches and count matches is greater than 0. So if it's an array and it has stuff in there, let's continue. So we'll do another preg match here. Now the reason I want to do another preg match is I just want to grab the source. So we'll loop through every result and then just grab its source and save it to a file. So we're going to do a for each loop, and this one will be inside matches. Now matches 0 is what will contain, is the array that will contain an array of results. Okay, so we don't care about the key, we just care about, let's just call this one image like so. So each image tag like that. And once we are done with that, let's do another preg match. Now we don't need to do preg match all because this is one result at a time, so we only know it only has one tag. Each image only has one image tag. So what I want to search for now is just the source itself. So let me change this a little bit. I'm going to search for source in there is equal to, and then the quote like that. Okay, so it starts from there now. And instead of ending with close like that, I'll end with this one. Wherever that ends, then I'll grab all of that. So let me grab this. Let's go back to functions. This time I'm going to use single quotes because I have double quotes within the search there. So I'll do this. Cool. And then the subject is image like so. So at this point we've grabbed, oh, we need to find a match. We are just expecting one match, so we just call it match. So I'm assuming at this point there will be a match because obviously there is an image there, so no need to check. And then on top of that, we grab this, you see this source here, it's got this pattern here, data. Now it's also possible that some old images will be brought in here. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll put an if statement and say, wait a minute, let's check the source. In fact, we can check right here. I can just say if string is for how you search a string within a string. The haystack is the image data. What I'm looking for is data full stop like that, or full colon. So if I see that data full colon, it means this is a best64 image, or I can search for best64 itself, no problem. But I just want to make sure this is a best64 thing we are doing here, so that's good. So if I say if not like that, if that isn't there, let's continue. So what continue does is it continues the loop without stopping and ignores, it doesn't go to the next one, it just goes to the next item in the loop. So if it doesn't have that, then it's not worthy. Or you can say if it has and then put it in here. But at this point we're good. If we find a match, Then we can save the information. Now remember that the match matches the source text as well. This source text in there. So I don't want to grab this. What I want to grab is I want to explode this at this point, base 64 there. And then it will save this first part in one section and then this other part in another section. So this other part is what I want from base 64, comma, after the comma, this is the actual data. So I want to explode it through here. So what I will do is I'm going to say something like parts is equal to explode like that, and then I will use that to cut through the match. And match always is in that 0 state. Okay, so parts 1 is what we want, the second part, the last item in the array. So here I can just say file put contents. That's how we save files. And then the data is parts 1 because that's the second item in the array, like so. Okay, cool. But I need to get the file name to put here. So what is file name in this case? Now remember that I told you the file name here is actually saved in this data down here. It's saved in this data file name like this. So we can just do a preg match to find this guy up to there. Okay, so this one is equal to preg match. So what's the pattern? The pattern is this. Okay, and then let's do the same thing. Anything that isn't a quote at the end, and then plus, like so. Don't forget the plus, and then don't forget the delimiters as well. I'll grab this from the image data, like so. So that will be the file name, but then it will contain this, which I don't want, so I want to remove that as well. So I'll duplicate and say image is equal to string replace. So let's do a string replace. What we are searching for is data file name, like this one. Let's paste it right about there. Oops. So that's a problem. Let's use single quotes on the outside, like so, and paste. So replace that with nothing, essentially. And that will be within the same file name. So we are just cleaning it up a little bit. So let's do that. Okay, so once we remove this part, that should leave the actual file itself. So let me check that out just to be sure. Yeah. If we grab this up to here before the quote, and then once we remove this, we are left with the file itself. So that's file name. We save there. That's cool. And what else? What else? Oh, now we need to replace the content. Yes. So we remove the data, the base64 data from it, and just put the actual file name. We have a folder name there. So I'm going to say string replace. Okay, so let's do string replace. What are we searching for? In here we are searching for the image data. Is it image data? Or are we? No. We are searching for this match right here, which gets the source, just the source there. So I'll grab this match, and that's what we are looking for, and paste there. What we replace it with is source again. Let me use single quotes. Let's replace with source, because we still need the source. So, and then with that, let's add, what should we add here? The folder, I guess. Yep. let's add the folder. And then the folder already has a slash at the end. Then let's add the file name, like so. Okay, like that. And the subject is, what are we replacing? Oh, the subject is content itself. So grab that and put that there. Goodie. Okay, so I hope I haven't made a mistake here and everything should work fine. Great. So when you reach a point where you can code this long, keeping everything in your head, and then when you test it, it all works just fine, then just know you've reached peak coding skills. So that's what we all hope for. So here I'm expecting to get an error, of course, but let's see. So I'm going to go to, now if you do get an error for some reason, just put die over here, like so, okay? And then, so that once we call this function, and it gets here, it will stop, and then you can start echoing things one by one, echo the file name, echo this, just to see which one of these guys has a problem. But for now, let's assume everything is good. In fact, let me just put die here just in case. Now let's go to the post controller. That's where we're going to use this to remove the image from content. So I'm going to go to post controller. This is in the edit section, right here. And right before these, in fact, after these errors, after we know there are no more errors, we can just use this function right here. So I'll save the new content to a variable called new content, no surprise there. And then I'll grab the original content from the post table, put it in there, and then let's save the new content instead, which doesn't have the best 64 images. Okay, cool. Now since I've put die on this one, it means we'll get to this point and we won't get to here. I just want to see if it's going to save a valid file here once and for all before I save anything. So if we move away from the code like this, I can now submit this and say save. So you see, there are no errors. That's a good sign. But let's go to our blog folder and public and uploads. Let's see if the file has been uploaded, and it doesn't seem like it has at all. Refresh. Nothing. Okay, so what is going on? The die works just fine, I guess. Let me check what file name is. So I'll just be here and echo file name. Let's see what happens. Let's refresh. So file name is 1. That doesn't make any sense at all. So which means we did save a file named 1 in the public folder. Let me close these guys. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so that's not cool. Why is file name 1? If we grab this up to there, this plus img. Okay, so what's going on here? So what I'll do is, let me do this. Let me echo some pre-tags, just so things look nicer. And then print r, I'll use print r. Let's print the image and the file name there. Let's see what we get for both. What's happening? What's happening? Okay, I don't see anything. Why? This is weird. Let me remove the file. Why isn't the folder even there? Oh, we didn't put that folder there. Wait. Why isn't the folder working here? Okay, I'll remove this from here, and let's just add it in the right here. String replace that file, but let's also put folder there, like so. Okay, let me refresh. Why do I see emptiness? Let me go to the uploads folder. Now we have one there, so it's working. We'll have to delete those files. But things don't seem to be doing too hot. Let me print the content as well. Let me move this up. Let me try and print the content. Let's see what remains of the content. Maybe that will shed some more light. Okay, so the content is an image file as expected. But what does it have? Source has uploads 1. So that part works just fine. The only problem is the file itself. So let's see. Oh, by the way, the file should be saved in base. It's in base 64, so we have to decode it from base 64. So let me do base 64. There's a function, happily, 64 decode, like that. So let's put this should decode the data, not the file name. Sorry about that. This is the data here. So let's decode that data while saving it. Okay, so there we go. But the file name is trippy. So before we save this, I just want to clarify the file name. The content seems fine as well, so that's okay. But let's deal with the file name. It seems to be the one with a problem. So let me remove that echo. So here, string replace, blah, blah, blah. Let me mute this. Let me see the original source file name. I'm going to refresh just to see that data again. So it still comes in as 1. Why? That doesn't make any sense at all. What about image? What's inside image? I don't know what's going on here. String image data. Okay. Let's refresh. Why is it empty? This is insane. Okay, let me grab matches. Let's see at which point we failed. Okay, so there's emptiness in there. Why? I think I should put 0 here. Yeah, not just checking this much. Let me try this. Still same problem. Okay. Let me try and see the content before it gets here. What do we have in there? Okay, maybe the original content is the problem. Okay, so undefined. Okay. Let's put content. Troubleshooting is the worst part of programming. Okay, so the content is good at this point. So if I inspect this, oh, there we go. Okay, so it is base 64 even at this point. So that's cool. So which means everything is good up to this point. And then let's look for the matches now. Let me move here and let's see what we have inside matches at this point. So when things are difficult, just go step by step, use print readable until you get to your problem. Now this is empty, so I don't know why. Let's try and use the escape function here. Just in case there's HTML, let's escape it so that we see the actual text. So let's try again. Okay. Argument string must be of type string. Array given. Okay. So an array was given instead. So let me put the escape outside. I don't know if this is even valid at all. Even this will be a problem. Okay, so let me move this down here to where we get one item at a time. Okay, so I'm going to grab image, which is one item at a time, and escape it and print that. Let's see. Okay, so there's data in there, which is cool. Look at that. So that's nice. We have base 64 there. Cool. Let's bring it over here. So far things up to here are good. So I guess maybe the source part is the problem. We will see. Still looking good. All right. Let's move on to the next part here where we do a preg match. Let's look for matches. Match 0. Let's see what's in there as we escape it. Okay, so it has gotten the source just fine. So we just need to do the base64 explode here, which is cool. So we do that explosion. So let me move these guys down. And what am I doing? Oh, I was moving this together with it. Not cool, man. Okay, so here parts is equal to, so I want parts 1. Where am I using parts 1? Right here. Okay, so I want to know if only the data. Okay, and it's working just fine. So what's the this is weird. Okay, so I guess the file name is the real problem here. Okay, it's very important not to lose patience when you're doing these things. Let's put file name in there. Let's see what we get. And we get a 1. Why are we getting a 1 here? I don't get it. Okay, if I grab the image, the whole image here, the whole image tag, let me put that here. Let me see what it has. Okay, so it has the source, so which means if I go to the very end of the page, can I press end to go to the end? Why, oh why, oh why? Okay, let me use the scroll bar. So we are at the end, but I can't see anything, so it's like it has truncated the data. Why is this failing to work? I don't get it. So I leave my troubles in here without editing them so that you see the trouble you can go through as a programmer. So finally, I think I've figured out what the problem is. See, these are the problems, simple issues like this that can keep you up at night, you know. So, you know, I've forgotten that preg match returns true or false depending on the situation, if it found your match or not. So I don't know why I'm trying to grab the file name from this side instead of putting a match over there. This is such a rookie mistake, it's insane. But this is what happens sometimes. You can go for hours and hours on a very simple problem like this. So let me just call this one file match, like that. Let me remove that. I do not need that. So the matches are always in here, just like I did with this one. The match was in there, but for some reason here I decided to get the true or false instead. So let me remove that. So I think things will work from now on. So once we get the file match, which we will get, so file name is equal to this, and then we are string replace in there, match 0. Okay, then file name, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that should work. So let me open this folder where there's these files. I'll delete this guy. Back to public, delete this one again. Let me go to uploads. So let's see if we'll see it in here, my man. So if I refresh and send, let's see if we got the data. There we go. That file is nice. Okay, so things are working as intended. So I'll remove this, go back to post controller, and this is gonna work as well. So refresh, and there we go. I don't even know which file this is. Okay, so this is the one that I put. Now if I inspect the code here, so I've clicked edit again. If I inspect the code, you will see now that instead of the base64 image, there's actually a source with uploads and the name of the file. This is awesomeness. The only problem is the way we've set up our system with Apache, we always need to put root on every source image here, otherwise it won't show. So we need a function that will do this automatically for us on this editor. So let's go back to functions and create that function. So we'll just copy most of this because a lot of it is the same. So Ctrl Shift D, and then we'll say add root to images. That's what I was saying, add root to images. That would be the function name. So this one, we don't need to give it a folder name, we just need to give it the content, and then need to return the content that has root. So everything here is probably the same, and we actually don't need to check for data here, not at all. We just grab those images and everything in there. Let's grab the source. Parts is equal to, we don't expect to see base64 when we are doing this. So once we grab the source, we'll do something else. We'll do a string replace. So all of this is unnecessary, even the file put contents. We just need the one where we're replacing content from here. So once we have the match, we get the source, right? So this match is the source, and we replace the source with file name, but we don't have file name here. So all we are doing now is replacing the source plus the file name with source. Wait, that match, what are we doing? The match is the file name plus the source. So if I replace that, what should I do? No, I should replace this. I should try and replace this from the match. No, from the content. Oof, I'm getting confused here. Let me do that. So I want to replace source. There's only one source with source plus dot root, like that. And then I need to put that slash there as well in the content. So which means this match has no use at all. But I have image here. So why do I need any of this? Okay. So the image has content, which has a source. So I don't need to match any more of this at all. Wait, why am I getting confused here? If I do this and replace, what am I doing? I'm replacing from the image the source and putting root there, so that's fine. Let me just say new image like this is equal to this, that is replaced. And then let's replace the whole thing from the content. So content is equal to, let's find the old image. Data, and replace with a new image data. Maybe this will help me out a little bit here. And then return content. Okay, let me try this. If it doesn't work, we'll troubleshoot. So back here, and this is where we display in the edit. This is where we display the text area here. So I want the value of the text area. Instead of just putting the content, let's add root to images before we display it. So let's see if that is welcome. Let me refresh the page. So there's a fatal error. Replace expects at least 3 arguments, 2 were given. Okay. So string replace, right, wait. On this one, 2 were given. So we grab this, we replace with that. Okay, so content is missing. Like so. Let's refresh. There we go. It has worked. Look at that. It added the root to this image. So that's cool. The only problem is now that we want to save this image. When we save, we don't want to save that root we've added here, because if I click save, it will save that root. If I inspect here, you will see that, where is the image? Where is the image? I don't even know how to find it, but rest assured it has root within it. Yeah, I think it adds more content here to this thing. Yep. I don't want to have a headache going through that, but it has worked anyway. So since it has worked like this, when saving, we have to remove root from content, right? So to remove root, so there's add root to images, and then let's do remove root from images. This one should be easier to make. Remove root from content. So we give the content, and then all we need to do is just a string replace, that's all. One single string replace. That way we save, because imagine if you save this with the root there, the next time you load it here to add more root to it, so eventually to become a mess. So we have to remove it when saving. So content string replace, all we need to replace is root itself and replace it with nothing. Like that, and that's it. So let's go to post. So the reason we need to remove is, yeah, when I'm saving like this, if I save, it will do that. Then if I add a new data image here, it should ignore that one, which it will, because this one always checks if there's data there before doing anything. So this is fine. Add root to images, so copy. Oh, we've already used that. Remove root from content, copy. Let's go to post. So here where we've done this, after we remove the images from content, now we can remove root as well from there, because it's better to do that when there's less data in there. So I'm just going to do this is equal to remove root from content from this new content itself. So let's put that there. That way we don't have a problem, right? So let me try and save this just to know we don't have a problem. And then when I click back, I shouldn't have an issue. And so I don't. The root was removed and added back every time. So if I click and then I end up adding more images to this, let me try and add an extra image. So now we have a situation where one image is a data image, which is this one, and the other one is a real image with a path, but this is data. So I wanted to remove the data from here, save into a file, and know what to do. So let me save. If I click back, I should have everything as it was. And if I look in here, I have a new image there as well. So things are working as intended. Good. So let's do this same thing on the save, on the add section. So I'm going to just put this right here, and then new content should be the one that I put here. Alrighty then. So that solves that problem. Okay, so now your content is more dynamic because you can format it and even add images within the text, which is nice. Say some text here, and then you can even format it, change colors of the text, increase its size, blah blah blah, and let's save. So now if I go to my home page and refresh the same document, oh boy, it doesn't show up here at all. Okay, so that's because we need to add root to the images even when displaying them. So let me copy this. Let me go to the single post thing, and this is the single post page. Before this, I want to do that. Add root to images. Okay. So let's see if that works, and that works. Look at that. So this is now your post with where the design of your image is dependent on you entirely, because keep in mind that you can add tables in here. So it's pure HTML. You can add videos, I guess. I don't know, I've never tried that. Probably just a video link, I guess. You can embed a YouTube video in there as well. You can make links out of these guys. Click here and you tell it where this link will go to. So add bullets here to your content and so on. All right, so it's entirely up to you how to use this. So let me save that. All righty then. So this concludes what we needed to do. Let's just clean up a few things here and then call it a day. So to clean up here, here where it says company name, you can put your company name there. Just type it, hard code it there, no problem. And I want this selector that we used here to be used as well on the home menu here, so that we highlight what we need. So let's go to the header and see what we can do about that. So header. So home is always highlighted, and it's link dark, link secondary. So I guess this is what makes the difference. Let me see if I add the active. Oh, so active does look better actually. So what I'll do is I'll grab the same thing I used in the admin section. This question mark here. So grab that. Let's come to the header. Where is the header? And instead of just putting active there, I'll paste that. And this one is home. So here I'm checking for the URL 0, the first item in the URL. And let me grab this. Let me, wait a second. There should be link dark here as well. Let me see how that works. So the dark overrides what I want to do. So let's remove that. So if it's not there, what happens? Why are these guys so blue and stuff? Not cool. Okay, so let me do this instead. Let me copy this. Link dark is when it's not active, so let's put it there. And then there's link secondary when it is. Or let's use primary instead. Okay. Let me see if that works, and then I can remove this part. Why isn't it working? Oh, we're not on the home page. So click there, and there you see it. That's cool. Let me move this, copy that. Put it, replace the link dark here. Boom. And just change the thing to correspond to the one you want. So blog, search, and finally contact. Okay, refresh. So if I click on blog, see it's highlighted. Search, it is. Contact, it is. Category, where is category? We didn't do that one, right? Did we? No. So let's copy this and where is this? Link dark. Let's replace that guy with our question here. And category. That should make the decision, right? There we go. So we are on the category. We are on contact. Very cool stuff. And then finally, in the admin section, I want to put a dashboard here real quick. So you can copy some dashboards that have already been created with icons and all that. The same way we put icons here, we can put some icons here as well. So let's see, where is the Bootstrap icons here? I'll let it load. While it's loading, let's go to the admin section, and right here, let's make a new file and call it dashboard, because that's the file it's looking for when you click on the dashboard. So let's do h4 and say dashboard like that. So let's see that happen. Here I want to see admin, there's nothing. Person, let me see one that would look like an admin here. None of these guys. So person, video 3, I'll try that one. But first of all, let me see if it's working at all. Click on dashboard and there it is. So what I want is, let me make a div, give it a class overall so I can put other divs in here and say div, give this a class of column MD, maybe 4 or 6, that's up to you, so that after medium it goes full size. And then here I can put an I tag, class of bi person, video 3, I guess. Then let me make a div here where I put some numbers and say users. So I want this to be huge, so I'm going to put it in an h1 tag so it gets the font size. This one not so much. Let me put another h1 tag here and put a number. I want to see how this looks like. Okay, so this is how it looks like. But what I want here is BG light so that I can see the background. Let's make it rounded, or maybe let's give it a shadow. Okay, so you can see it here. Maybe a border. I don't know which is better, border or shadow. or whatever. So at least you can see the card right there. Let me put text center so that we center everything. Maybe it's too big. Let's put it at 4 so that it can fit 3 of these guys here. So there we go. So we have one card for users to show how many users are here. Let's do this. Maybe admins like that. And then users. This one would just be person circle. Okay. So let's add some margins to these guys. I'll say M1 like that. Okay, so admins, users, how many are they? And then we'll have one for posts categories. So we already have icons for these guys. So we get those from the admin view. So this one is speedometer. No, that's for the dashboard, right? Let's get categories and posts, file post. That's what it is. Where is dashboard? Right there. So categories. Let's put the right one here, and then here it's file post, and we say posts. Okay, cool. So let's refresh, and there we go. Looking great, right? Then here I want to justify content. Justify the content in the center. Okay, so now you can color these as you wish so that they look better. So let's see where the numbers are. Maybe we can do class and say text primary to make it blue. So design these as you wish. Okay, very nice. That way you can see a dashboard of what's happening. So all we need to do is just count how many items are in, how many people are admins, how many are users, how many are categories, how many are posts. So let's do that real quick. So let's start with maybe posts. The number is here, so we can put the query right here, no problem. So the query is going to go something like query is equal to, so we'll say select count. Let's count the IDs in this table from posts, all of them, right? Select count from posts. We don't need to order them in any way or anything like that, but I don't want to use this. I want to give it as an alias as num like that. Okay, so that the column is named num. And then I'm going to just say posts let me just say res is equal to query. It's just one row that we are querying actually. So query row, and then because it will always return one row since we're just counting. And so we grab this and put it here, echo it out. We'll say res num like that. But then it's possible this will not exist. Then let's just put 0 if it does not. So great. Let's see how that works if it will give us a number of posts. And as you can see, it does. Okay, so let's grab this. Actually, let me just grab this whole thing and put it on every one of these guys. Like so. And like so. And like so. So all we need to change is the query. So here we are selecting from users, just like on the second one. where row is equal to admin. Here the row should be equal to user. And then here we are selecting from categories, right? And that's about it. So now we can refresh to give accurate numbers. There's 1 admin, there's 3 users, 4 categories, 4 posts. So if you want these to be clickable, you can put clickable so that it takes you to the right place here. So I'll leave that up to you to do. Maybe we didn't need this dashboard here since there's already dashboard at the top there. Maybe we can just say stats. Oh boy, statistics, yes. Okay, that's good. So everything seems to be working. It's a full-on working blog, yeah? So hopefully you've learned something nice here, and if there are any issues, I'm sure you can figure out how to fix those issues by now, because we've done so much here. We've covered so much ground. Let me click on front end. Let's see the front end one last time. And there it is. Look at that. So you can put your links here as needed and so on. If you don't want people to sign up anyhow, just hide the sign up page. If you click here, don't let the sign up page be. Sign up as admin when you're starting the blog, and then mute this page or just move it to another folder so that it's no longer available. It's page not found. That way no one can sign up even if they wanted to. Oh, a few more things I forgot. In the posts section, if we click on edit, we get this editor, but if we click on add, we didn't put that editor there. So let's quickly add that before I go. We go to the posts.php page, and we just have to add an ID of summer note and add the appropriate files as well. So I'll grab the JavaScript part, copy. Let me paste that here. So you can change the height of the editor here as you wish. Let me also get this link here, the CSS, and put it there as well. And then let me enlarge this from 6 to 12 so it's full screen. So let me refresh, and there we go. So much better. And then also in the categories, the disabled part should show either it's active or not. So let's go to categories.php. In the tables list, instead of disabled, it should be active. So it's easier to know whether it's active or not. So here we'll say, we'll put a question mark here. If disabled, let's put a question mark, and then we'll put some text, full colon, some text. So if disabled, it's not active. So we'll say no. If it's disabled. If it's not, we'll say yes. So let me see if that corresponds correctly, or we need to swap it. So active, yes, so it's correct. Now the only problem is we are not using this column in reading data. That's the problem. So when the category is not active, we're not supposed to see any content from that category because it's no longer active. So how we do this? So we'll change these things in, let's say, the post card here, or let's go to the home page first of all. Every page that reads this, so blog first of all, there it is. So in here, on category ID, I think this one will be okay. Let me go to the categories. This one, not so much. So if the category is disabled, let's see. Let's go to category.php, where we are reading from the categories table. So there's a subquery here, select ID from categories, where slag is equal to that, but we should also put and disabled is equal to 0 to make sure that we only get from those that are not disabled. Okay, only the active categories should be working. So let me close all files. Right, and that should be it. But for now, all of them are active, so everything will show as intended. Alrighty then, I'll see you in another video.